as a Challengers player coming in on his first America's match, ringing and playing ISO is just so awesome. I think it's the perfect opportunity. That's awesome.
Right now, Lev, I'm on the verge of passing out.
Yep.
I'm so sleepy. When it gets to Osboss, I need to see something. He needs to be playing,
Yo.
not Jet.
Dude, it
like a
would
Cypher, a Deadlock, something.
it would blow my mind. Osboss comes out and plays Phoenix.
Yo,
I'd be like,
stop.
Would be fascinating.
I need to tweet my fucking PKMs.
no changes yet, GB.
I know.
This is insane.
Come on, you guys.
You know.
Oh, wait.
Wait a minute.
Pausers?
Wait a minute.
Yo.
Okay. Arson on the Yoru. Yo, MIBR actually cooking. I want MIBR to win.
KJ,
AJ, oh my God. Guys, grow up. This is ridiculous.
All right, last one, KJ. Of course,
KJ, that's fine.
It's fine. MIBR gave us everything we wanted. We ate.
Okay.
Come on, baby. Come on, Osboss. Something,
something
baby.
crazy.
Like, it's
Come
gonna
on,
be Jet, man.
do
He's-
something. He's gonna play
Oh
Jet.
my God. Guys, wake me up later. We're still playing this on a set?
All right, so everyone's still good on their Leviathan picks. We all feel quite confident.
I mean, yeah.
I have Lev winning too.
You know?
30.
At least play the Deadlock. Everyone's playing that.
Yeah,
All the cool kids
peer
are
pressure's
playing Deadlock.
important. Everyone.
3 teams.
3 teams. All right, everyone. Let's go ahead and do this. Riot Games Arena, go ahead and make some noise as we send it over to your casters. You got no roster swaps here, baby. It's Mancilli and Rivington.
Thank you, GB. It is good to be back, and indeed, this game today, the stacks are against MIBR, but man, my mind is blown here, Riv, because we're starting off on Ascent with an ISO coming out from Paint on his first time from Challengers onto the VCT stage and wants to put a markup right now.
I cannot wait to see what they have. They said it's a must-win all the way across, and that's a lot of pressure. So what do you do when there's pressure? You go back to comfort. So we see Ascent. Okay, probably be pretty standard composition from the teams. No, not at all. MIBR is just feeling it. You have to expect there aren't too many hard set protocols for them. They haven't had enough time to set these strategies other than the flash is going to go over for your duelist and create space. Let's play that. So let's add some more duelists, have some fun, and get into this one feeling comfortable. I can't wait to see what Paint can produce on this ISO. We also get the Yoru for a bit of distraction and map control. I feel like this one's on Lev to be able to read it, and maybe they will. Maybe that defense default comp here you bring onto Ascent is enough to just shut down this craziness.
It starts off well. We're already ready for a pop flash setup here to fight towards Gatwalk. So the read is there. Paranoia 2 coming out from the Leviathan. But opening first is MIBR. Who better now than the 2 duelists Artisan and Paint? And now that 4-1 setup that you had from MIBR on a default drops every single player of Leviathan, leaving only King alone.
Spike planted.
Slowly moving in, just a few shots in, it's not going to be enough. A flawless first round coming in from MIBR.
What a way to start.
I think I'm looking over, I see more than the W keys on the keyboard, but that's all they press. Seriously, straightforward, double peek going in, Arts in first, even with Paint having the double tap shield up, so really interesting to see the way they did that. It Paints the follow up there. But yeah, no hesitation here. Look at them both just hip and hip peek. And they keep pushing forward too to make sure there's no ground gain by Leviathan there.
And so interesting here, you don't have really somebody that's going to TP forward yet. They want to stay as a group for Paint and Artisan to start things off and using Paint as a secondary entry, using that shield to guarantee these trades. But MIBR starts off great here and spits around on the flawless second one, denying the push of Leviathan on the attempt of a pop flash to fight towards A main. And only one player stands now towards this A side. It's Mazzino, stuck with only a classic, waiting for his teammates to rotate over, but it's looking pretty good here for MIBR to convert. So much patience coming out from MIBR, as well as the, once again, have this 4-1 setup.
Lauti already has a few kills on the Sheriff over the rounds to make the flank, make that rotation over from Leviathan, just absolutely snuffed out, pushed through by Mazin, and there's the kill we expected.
Naspa's time for him to warm up. Only has to focus on himself as he was in a 1 versus 5, but this is now a second flawless for MIBR. For a team that Fraud was just talking with Smix earlier on saying we've practiced for 3 or 4 days. They've actually had 2 consecutive rounds becoming flawlesses on their behalf. That's a lot of momentum gain here for the attack side of MIBR here as the underdog.
All right, Hartzine with a shotgun. Let's see how they flex this. Gonna probably be using the dimensional drift to get in right away, cause some trouble. And then you might have the ISO and Vaughn coming right behind you. This is going to be interesting to see the setup back towards A for MIBR. Really given just a few bits of info on the left side of the map with Liazzi over these past few rounds, but this is another W round.
And the util already came out, so there was nothing from the 0 point to stop the players from MIBR pushing in. So that's a 1-for-1, but finally it stops for a bit as they cannot follow behind for MIBR behind this Omen smoke. Forced now to fall back, forced now to cut noise, and also pinging to be careful as they're looking to re-clear back on middle.
What the fuck is that noise?
Up. Just inserted Chaz here. A little bit of help from Azine, but what's the reaction from Lev, right? Their back line haven't really crossed too far into the aggressive part of the map, and they're still waiting for MIBR's action. Little jump peek to come up, but you can see they're
Nice shot.
trying to play it safe with a flash for the jump peek, and they still lose Aspas.
Also spawning here at Dice Mazzino. Shazam getting the entry with that Guardian, and they're trying to wallbang Mazzino, who's solo. Liazzi with a late lurk should be a free kill. Turn around, but Calm gets shut down. As only the last two players trying to anchor out towards the site. Tex is making it work. It's a 1-for-1, and Tex saves the round
Damn.
to deny the bonus win.
Very
of
close
MIBR.
though.
Huge kills from Tex there. Lev needing to get themselves on the board. The read on Liazzi, the rest of the strats that MIBR is using right now is just too overpowering. And the fact that they're finally able to stop Liazzi there on the roams. Big one on this. See, right in, they didn't stop. They had the dimensional drift and they used the shotgun right away, which also means they probably should have a little money for the next one coming in. But big from Tex. We saw him bringing that up quite a bit on the international stage too, being able to get the 3K rounds and not missing a beat here back on the America stage. Spikes down for this one, Van, so a little bit of a feel out on the map for MIBR.
Definitely. Could be unintentional to leave it so far behind, but you can definitely see here that any type of rotate will be have to go through back towards the spawn rather. As you heard the first contact coming through. Doing a lot of these though for Leviathan, these jump peaks to try to get early information. Sometimes being punished as we just saw in that previous round. And there's that first punish. Outlaw from Artazine, Aspas falls. Now trying to refight towards B main. It's an Owl drone to clear up first and Tex to move forward, but as they realize there's opposition there, they have to pull back and play a 1-1-2.
Like the way MIBR is playing around simple win conditions. We did see that shotgun buy from Arts in last round. A little too much money spent, so he has the Outlaw. And they wait for the pick. Why not? Why pressure too hard? Once you get close enough to the site, you still have ISO and Yoru to get in, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. Tex looking down from the market. Grabs a few. No, he does not.
Couldn't get the wall bangs through from the pings they got on the other side of the shed too, so players are falling down from Leviathan towards this B side. It's up to Calm trying to anchor solo.
30 seconds left.
King is all the way only with a judge, so he gets the first one here, breaks the shield, gets the second, but Mazine's finally there for the trade. Plant will then come down, and King is only able to upgrade to a Guardian on this 1 versus 2.
Might be something else in front of him here.
Let's
Who
go,
has the time
King.
to pick it up. I don't know if he saw the cape there.
Yeah, at this point though,
Shazam hiding.
trying to pick up a weapon, he's afraid here that he might get
He didn't
hurt, so
see
he's
the
looking for
Vandal
the element of surprise
either.
too, so forced to use nothing but the Guardian. Still has a paranoia. There's this swing out from Azine,
Good swing.
and a 3rd round in for MIBR.
MIBR is doing a really nice job at forcing some fights, hitting the Viatan when they're not ready to respond with a flash or a little bit of assistance from utility that would really help a peak as such from Aspas, right? They're just trying to move from position to position, and MIBR has moved up so far. They have these angles Lev is not considering yet. They have to rethink of the speed MIBR is playing at now. With or without the spike, MIBR is on these forward angles looking for the picks right away. That Outlaw was the big starter for the last one from Arzine. 7-2 for the Yoru. The aggressive comp with these double duelists is coming out strong right now.
Trying to find an element of surprise for Leviathan. Not too many times have MIBR tried to clear towards Wine. So Aspas is going to be there. They have a setup with a pop flash from Mazzino from Generator, so they could double swing through this. And first contact is going to have to be that turret on the A site. MIBR, though, reads that map differently. Just trying to clear slowly towards the middle, but now looking for this 3-2 split. There is a possibility for this trap to work.
Let's see how Paint works this too. It's one of the first times we've seen him on short alone. Looks like they still gather with the team. And they walk it back. Lev has, I like the way Lev's playing too. Sure, in their positioning, they're not rotating too much. This will give them a good retake as well if you're kind of looking for the positive of having everybody still alive. But it's going to be tough with just the low buy of pistols here and how strong MIBR has been able to set up in the sights.
Karma's trying to get lucky here with the Sheriff wallbangs after pinging one player towards B main. TP towards the back of the site for MIBR, realizing now that the site is clear and a free plant coming in for Artazine. Getting closer to his next dimensional drift, as it's going to have to be a 5-player retake for Leviathan or just hold these back. But with the investments of the Sheriffs, feels to me that they do want to get a little bit of fighting. Waiting for the door to break. Crossfire set up for MIBR. Liazi once again with a late lurk. And this is going to be fruitful against King. There's that double peek, but unfortunately a team flash coming through. But Artazine and Liazi, they'll still get these kills. No real results coming out from Leviathan.
Spotted
It's a
them.
jump spot from Liazi in the back of spawn, and the push forward, the ping.
Oh,
Bangs, and it connects.
damn.
Is this the best?
It's, whoa, it's back in Furia days, 2 games with Furia. And
Do you
then
time
we
out
see
if you are
Liazi
MIBR
anymore,
here?
and
True.
If
Liazi
you're
comes back
Lev?
in MIBR, and it's like he
Probably.
hasn't missed a beat. Just the timings that he has on Leviathan right now, coming through mid, the plays at tiles in the first few rounds with the Sheriff to clean up some of the lower buys from Lev. Such a pain point for Leviathan right now. Liazi's doing a great lurk job on the Killjoy. 4-1 now, and back to a shotgun for Artzine. So that he's keeping low buys. They're able to kind of flex around these little fun strats they want to do, going strong, waiting for hard peaks, right back to this dimensional drift as they get info on A site.
It's all clear, but there's that spot from King in the back of the boxes. Might be a one and done for him. Might be a 2 or done, but it's finally traded out because of that shield that you had from Paint.
I'm
Evens
loving
out the
this.
tally, yeah.
This is incredibly fast Valorant right now. At MIBR, it's like they sense the weaknesses that they can make against Vietnam with this comp, where the Yoru can just get in every time. Mazino, however, trying to strike back their Vans. They got more work to do, though. 4v3.
Null coming out too for Mazino, as that's now engaged Leviathan's attempt to the retake. Mazino does get another opener. Only a classic left for Artazine, still gets something out of it. Mazine's in the back, a 1v1, a tap on the spike. Ozbot's looking to put it halfway, now taking away, he's running across. Now just with the classic, lands the kill! The Red Bull clutch now from Mazine as MIBR continues to steamroll on their attack side.
And a round that looked like Lev could stop the bleeding. They get taken down in the 1v1. It almost looked like
I mean, it
Ozbot's
was
gonna
a
go for
small
the full
buy.
Diffuse on that for a moment, down to 75%. And then forced off the last moment. Really clean play by Mazine there to just wait the timer out a little more. Yeah, the aggression in sight forces the fight from Lev. They have to peek out. They lose a few members right away, and then just the dwindling of those members is enough for MIBR to put the finishing touches on in a 1v1. Jeez.
So many of these moments too where those duelists have nothing but classics to fight on these 1-for-1s.
Yeah.
And yet understandable now that you have a pause coming out from Leviathan. White mentioned it, everybody on the analyst desk mentioned it. This matchup right here, it's a must win for both of these teams, but it should have been and should be an easy one for Leviathan. But they're falling behind by 4. It's been MIBR having full control of this attack side half. And you mentioned it, it's the composition that they bring out, and they seem to read all these nice weaknesses coming out from Leviathan. That's the beauty of being able to play against the standard compositions. Now with the brain from Front that brings it out with the rest of the team, now with Nazim too, that's been appointed IGL on his return to MIBR. They've worked some good ways to counteract on the way that the default composition of Ascent is currently being played.
And we just saw Itopada on the screen there. Coach for Leviathan now trying to give them some words of wisdom, what he may be seeing that they're not, or hearing that MIBR is really able to use against Leviathan. He goes, this is just such a cool W way to play for MIBR right now. Not giving Lev time to really think, but Lev trying their own hand to push strat into B main. Looks like they might stall each other out.
Just trying to get a Hero Guardian too. That's in the hands of Aspas, not spotted yet.
Oh my
Shazam
gosh.
puts Calm very low. Two players that were helping each other out here throughout their careers here towards Valorant is something that even Papa Calm tweeted out, that Shazam sent out a mouse for Calm when his mouse died and he was trying to compete during the VCTs. Now they play against each other here on the stage, and Shazam gets the upper hand of that battle towards B main.
Pressure by Pain. One of the cool things about ISO creating that just audio pressure, right? He's drawn 2 eyes there from market of both Tex and Aspas. And now the team kind of gets to move around and look for the second fight here. Using the map wisely. It's crazy. MIBR goes for these just absolute firecracker rounds, and now we just get this slow, methodical contact play straight into market.
Oh, and that's the recon dart that breaks the crosshair placement, but Tex is still there in the off angle. There's that second one.
30 seconds.
Oh,
Holy shit.
Tex with the sheriff. Always unstoppable with
He saw him. He saw the beanie.
now for Leviathan. Conversion coming out from Leviathan on the Thrifty. A 4K for Tex to anchor up the
Okay.
market side.
Setting out lawn chairs for everybody in market there for a quick second. Absolute shots coming in from Tex, and we know him for that too. We saw it just a few rounds ago, missing the clutch, but warmed up, calibrated, and now absolutely putting down MIBR on that push towards mid. And that was a lot of patience as well by LEV here. They heard paint there quite early. Aspas he got turned away for the dart and B main, which looked like a perfect back and forth on the protocol MIBR had, but didn't distract Tex whatsoever in that, in that Thrifty. Very, very big for their comeback to start here in this game.
See it now.
Trying more at the beginning.
Yeah. And seeing whether there's maybe slight weaknesses, but we'll hold that thought though as MIBR goes for the paranoia swing. Tex already gets dismantled. That's a B side open.
Yeah.
Player still trying to hold his ground, shield broken, but Artesina has also fallen. A 4-on-4 pop flash coming through, but no opportunities for Aspas to move in with the Blade Storm now that the smoke came out towards the spawn.
See if LEV can keep this strength going. They came out of that timeout with a win last round. Can they keep the pressure on as the spike gets planted? The lockdown's going to delay for a moment here.
It's early though, so there's still a lot of time after this for the re-hit to happen.
They're pushing.
Leviathan, and there's Aspas pushing through. The lockdown finally broken.
Last player standing.
Now Mazin is also the last one standing and could not hold his ground in the back of the site. Leviathan now are realizing that through the chaos, where it may be slipping here for MIBR is trying to work that synergy. The macro looks really good for MIBR, but the micro, how they could swing, how they fight against the positioning of MIBR might be the saving grace here for Leviathan to start coming back in this game.
Yeah, I feel like that timeout from Idopata was more of, we need to play more confident, push with each other, trade with each other. Just the way that they entered on lane side there, back into B and fell into sight. We were seeing so much hesitation from LEV to do that before, one by one, or not having the util ready, but in sync on that retake and seeing much more of the LEV that we remember from the stage, international stage that is. Now into round number 9. Looks like they set up more towards the B side with a bit of that Killjoy utility now protecting the lurk that Paint would do towards mid on ISO. And we have both of our duelists here, shield up, and it's going to be Paint on the front line.
Nanostorm 2, that's going to slow down the push in for MIBR for now. In a half-buy, Hero Rifle, the biggest one they have is the Phantom in the hands of Artesine, and 2 Stingers to follow behind of that. Odin ringing from Calm from the spawn, and an answer
my
back
God.
from the Phantom through the smoke. In the back of the site though, Tex
Bomb
goes
down.
back to hold and anchor the B site. Pop flash, he's blind. The shots finally rings. That's Shazam to answer back, and it's Shazam alone in the site. There's that first one, but Aspas
Close.
came right out for the trade.
Because if
And
he kills
Leviathan are now
Aspas, then
one
King is
round
2
away.
HP,
We
so...
will tie up the game now on a set.
Yeah, that timeout did very big things for LEV here. It just the confidence in which they're trading and fighting seemed to change. And also, probably just a few of the cobwebs wearing off here. Getting back on the stage for first game of stage 2. Yeah, a few of these ones weren't the saving grace as LEV is still in the site, or Tex is still in the site. Good for another 2. Get 2 and your job's done. That's basically what you tell your teammates. And Tex did his job
Good
there.
shit,
So now the
good
pause will
shit.
come from MIBR. Very fast switch in the momentum of the game here, where Leviathan is absorbing the pressure that LEV has been, or sorry, MIBR is putting on, and they're kind of relying now on getting the ultimates back, making sure they have dimensional drift to pierce these sites.
Now you definitely know here that there's not too much time for Fraud to be able to get the right message here through all of these players. That's
Right.
maybe something that could be ringing through right now on this type of team that's put together for the first few weeks of VCT Americas is potentially a language barrier now with 2 players, Shazam and Paint, trying to mix in with Brazilian players speaking Portuguese. But at least, again, from the beginning, is they're able to get some nice little sight hits at the very beginning to take some sights.
Yeah.
Take some control. And then now the team fights and the retakes for Leviathan are looking really good.
All right, so what's the plan? From the shadows, isn't up. It's just seeing Mazine with the spike, but they aren't even close on alt orbs there. It is the dimensional drift, though. So the timeout comes in when MIBR can go for the throw. Maybe get a little flip of the map and make it harder for Lev to put down this lockdown 2 that Tex will have in a late retake since they are on the B side.
Yeah.
And actually go back to Liati roaming too.
And that's a new role as well for Liazi. Usually playing a controller role. His 2 games at Furia, going into Challengers was also a little bit of KO and Raze, but now going to play the Lurk, having a new role as a Sentinel player. He's gonna have to be the backbone now as MIBR is trying to execute inside this A site. Oh my god. Hunter's Fury now being used just to try to contest and take down Aspas, and it'll work. Swarming through, swarming forward. MIBR take control of the A site and take down a big piece at Leviathan's retake.
Well, there was abilities used there. It just looked so free for how they were checking. Safe, I should say. Ultimately safe in how they did it, but the retake is ready. A lockdown is there. They've only lost Aspas.
And that's why everybody's towards that door. The Parano came through on the attack, now answered back on a defense. Things are looking good here for Leviathan to start slowly coming back, but enough time has been wasted. And also, they took down Tex, so there's no lockdown available. Only the KO, but the crossfire is beautiful for MIBR in the end. As they finally answered
Good
back,
shit.
they took a timeout from Fraud.
It seems like this dimensional drift comp, like when they have a few things to add with it, it's like a free round card. It's like, hey, we're playing this one again, by the way. So there's nothing you can do about it. It's just such a scatter. This free peek they basically have on Aspas, if he gets away, the shotgun is literally on his tail behind the clone. So Artsy was ready to take that out. Really nicely done here. And for how quick they put it together.
Yeah.
We are getting a few protocols out of the squad of MIBR here.
And you saw that backbone from Liazi. He was the one that took down Tex.
Yeah, yeah.
And they needed to put
huge.
that lockdown for Leviathan to engage on that retake. But there's Pop Flash, Recon Dart, Odin Spray coming through. A fight towards A main, won by King. But Paint answers back onto Mazzino, back towards the market to even things up already. In the first engagement of trade of utilities and sprays.
He's already pushing. This kid is just wild right now. He went right upstairs onto Cat to try and get another 1v1 fight. It's going to be what Artsy's checking to clear on A site too as the map starts to calm down.
Especially when he popped up the shield, he wanted to find that aggression, fight that 1v1, and maybe gain some space. Now that it's gone, it's back to MIBR having to group up and maybe work the map. And looks like we're trying to sell a fake here towards this A site. As Calm answers onto Paint first.
I mean, that job done, kill would help there, but it might have the lurk if Aspas.
Beautiful flash. That pushes some players away, but no contact, no win for either of these teams. And a positional advantage for Leviathan, doubling up towards the back of the side, making it harder for MIBR to execute in, especially with this crossfire setup now from the spawn. They push towards the spawn, though, and it's a 1-for-1. Lockdown now being used with 30 seconds left. It's up to King alone, playing long range. And at least they isolate those fights. Shazam is now alone. The jump spot coming out from King, and he knows he's up against 2 in the back. Almost lines them both up, but Tex was there to avenge his teammate and give the round back for Leviathan.
Some of these rounds getting a little sketchy there. A few kills go
Gonna have
down.
a 6-6
I
out.
think Lev did a really nice job there at not allowing the double tap to find anything more. Everybody started to back up.
Yeah.
It's one of the crazy things I think ISO brings to the table is, right? Is yeah, he has double tap up and you know he's coming for you, but he gets to activate that, right? You don't have to kill someone first now. So you can start to add that pressure and just put yourself right in the fight. Lev's doing a good job at not allowing those single 1v1s to happen though. It doesn't mean that MIBR hasn't found a way to work it together. When Paint's in the strategy with that shield up, it does seem to be giving Lev trouble. And here we go towards mid once again.
Aspas challenge, shield is up and already takes down Paint and dashes away. And for somebody who's been nullified in terms of economy, not being able to get an op out this whole half, is still making magic work though. Playing solo towards middle and giving the early advantage for Leviathan.
Back towards mid, thinking they'll actually find a peak, and they have. Lev have been given a few shots towards mid here, but he's
a push.
They're scared of the Omen TP fake,
little
and now
more
they know
calm in
he's
mid,
not
but
here.
tighter on the extremities as you see a kill there.
Now they lost both their duelists and even their
Good shit,
initiator.
King.
That's the spike as well. Crumbling down our MIBR in this last round of the half. Looks like we have pull back here with the ult from Leviathan just to play the power of numbers. Stacking 3 players up towards the A side a little bit more passively. And leaving a little bit of a nose peek here from Aspas. He's going to have to watch towards market and also towards B main.
Yeah.
Setting things up with Tex. It seems like MIBR realizes that. So
They could
have
close
best
the
chances
door.
here to fight this 2-on-2 on B.
Turret came back up, so they
With
can
a
watch the bomb.
comms
They get themselves
position.
A little bit more cover from anybody going towards the backside. Now they get to watch that attackers.
Last player standing.
Easy kills coming through from Aspas. Last one a little labored, but it'll still work out. The third into the round, and Leviathan finally find of their footing and find a little bit of fight
60 cal.
to tie up the first.
Took a bit of time to
yeah.
figure out how to play against this.
I think
MIBR
Leviathan
opposition,
should
where they were
win that
playing
half.
fast. And like we said, it was basically a
Unless
win
they,
condition when
like,
had the
they
dimension,
really
so
have to
that would
focus
be
on their
A,
pistol and
otherwise the map seemed to flip back
and
forth
shit.
with a few mid rounds, and it was Lev playing back, playing strong to bring it to 6-6, but should
Because they just like at the first,
Possibly at this point, it looks so
at
good
the
for MIBR.
beginning of
There's so much
the
things we
first
can talk
half
about and nerd
sleep,
out about.
I
But who better
think.
than the analyst desk to break down the nerdiness of the attack side of MIBR?
Hello, everyone. We're nerds, and we're going to talk about what we just saw. No, seriously. MIBR, let's go. I'm all about it.
That's a great
Seeing
half.
them pop off at the beginning of that first half, quite refreshing for sure, Mel, but there was definitely some things that you kind of pick out and be like, okay, there are issues here, there are issues there, but overall, MIBR showing great form at the start of it.
I think it's funny because we were really hyped about the ISO getting picked, but Yoru was actually kind of stealing the stage. I'm not gonna lie, Yoru was kind of clapping everyone. Oh, sorry, I just saw that. That was insane. But it's really interesting because I can kind of see the vision of what they're trying to cook with the ISO defaults. Like you have the ISO pop shield off rip, you work mid, but I know you mentioned, Bala, they were kind of countering it. Lev was, whether inadvertently or on purpose, they were kind of countering.
Yeah, I love the Odin from Calm trying to spam down the shield instantly. But yeah, I mean, to me, this is Artson coming back into his element. This is him playing like he did in kickoff. It's fantastic. On the Yoru tube, which, by the way, was not touched in the patch. I don't know why they're picking it now, but it was not touched. And here he is frying. I think 6-6 is a great half for them to start after what we saw on stage 1 from them. But that's kind of, I'm a little shaky on this comp and how it's going to play on defense compared to what we actually have from Lev, the standard.
Yeah, on the other side though, for Lev, gotta give massive credit to Tex, who early on kept them in the game with that crazy Sheriff 3K from Market, and was also stopped Lev from losing to the bonus with another nice 3K.
1v2 or something.
And then late in the half, King's aggressive control of A main, taking timings and winning fights there was huge for them to just get those last couple rounds, because the SEN is so defensive-sided that 6-6, not ideal.
Yeah, well, hey, look, MIBR, they're sitting with 6 rounds here. It's better than what we've seen in the past. And if anything, we'll see if MIBR can continue this one forward or this Lev shut it down to send it back to the casters.
Brought up a good point there on the analyst desk as how Tex had so many hero moments to help out Leviathan on one side and then King on the other end to really find not necessarily weaknesses around MIBR, but really catch them off guard here to make this game so close.
Yeah. And he has had huge impact for, I think, months now, right? It's just continuous play, and I don't think he's peaked. He just continues to slowly go up and go up. That'll be a perfect time here if they can keep that going through stage 2 for Leviathan. We see that ISO factor for Paint playing in his first game, picking the first ISO for VCT.
And that's the question mark too. How can this team of MIBR now play on the defensive side with this comp? And Paint so far is just looking for an opportunity here to jiggle peek with the Sheriff and activate as soon as it gets contact. Well, he does have support from the other duelists. Artizine's closing the gap with him to hold back towards the tree. And you're playing info gathering, the same things that you usually see towards this B site from the KJ utility, from the Sova also holding up between Shazam and Liazi towards B. Paint's double tap. Now expired. Owl drone from Calm, clearing out the B site. Leviathan now pushing in towards this B site as well as finally Shazam gets contact. Able to escape for a bit. As now the flood comes through from Leviathan, closing that gap at first blood and second for MIBR. Trying to answer back with the 2 players. Beautiful flash coming out from the back lines. Whoa. It's going to be very difficult for King to try to go for the flank and win a 1 versus 4. And it's not going to happen. A second pistol now for MIBR.
It takes 2 to tango, and it's exactly what MIBR did in the back of Boathouse. They're really nice back and forth. It looked like chaos. As Liazi was like back and forth trying to find the darts that were coming in, trying to dodge flashes that were coming in, but really nice job by those 2. pick him up with the ghost frags and keep almost everybody alive on that one.
Yeah. Almost like instead of tangoing, they were b-boy dancing that group of like 2 versus 4, and still were able to win some fights here towards the back. And delayed well enough here for the rest of MIBR to come in from the back of the spawn. So that was super nice hold for the 2 players here of Shazam and Liazi. Second round though of this half. Bulldog in the hands of Mazine. Shots being heard, so they do know for Leviathan there's somebody in the vicinity of wine or front A site.
Super active. B main control, A main control. They want to give Leviathan nothing on these rounds, not even an orb, if they can help it. Looks like they'll back off for now, and it obviously eventually goes to Lev just out of time. But where do they go now?
Yeah. Makes sense though, as Liazi was the one pushing towards B main, and they need his utility towards this B side for MIBR to get the late information should there be a reset for Leviathan.
Right here.
And it is happening. Leviathan are pulling 3 players back towards Catwalk. Still potentially ending to split towards the A site.
How long till dart? So they have it up actually for calm. Cover going out. And wait on that. A few smokes. They'll hit. And they've chosen the soft site for now. So this is going to work for Lev. It's can the sheriffs and the ghosts connect here to clean somebody up right away.
The Bulldog will, though.
That's a no.
The Bulldog of MIBR will. First blood from Azine, second one for Paint, as they're trying to push through the smoke. Tex gets denied. Pop flash, 2 players blinded, and that's Mazine and Arzina flawless in the anti-eco for MIBR.
At that point, readable for MIBR, right? The way the map actually flowed for how they had B main control. Yeah, they gave a bit up. A main control wasn't really necessary because coming in from A main is just going to be easy for them to check from sight. So it became the cat focus a little bit towards mid, and they walk into tree, they get taken down. So really nice job by MIBR, kind of reading the map without any info there to be had. Process of elimination really in the way that Lev was moving. All right, 8-6 now as we get to this bonus. As Leviathan would be so strong to be able to clap back just for 1 round and stop that momentum. And looks like they'll give Aspas a little bit of an advantage towards mid here and see if you can create an opportunity.
M1, M2 control from the initiator utility of Leviathan, and weren't able to break the turret on the B side attack of MIBR. So this is still an opportunity here for the swing out from Tex, who just got pinged, couldn't capitalize on the extra swing that came out from Liazi. And that's a stalemate for the B side hold, and that's going to reset Leviathan on how much they want to push down towards middle.
They're just pushing forward. Like Mazzino can give a few flashes here to Aspas, but they're just looking for these fights.
Oh, they're crouched just before. Now the wall bangs, but it still seems that Paint is the one that gets the most damage out of that duel against Aspas. But it will engage now the push of Leviathan towards the B site. Held back towards the market, Paranoia being pushed towards the B main. Nano swarms to delay towards the front of the site.
ISO yo TP.
They have 3 players now make that as Liazi has fallen towards the lane. Openers
nice shot.
As Paint gets 2, escapes with a double tap. And there's 2 bullets left here in the Bulldog. Well, there's 23 seconds left. Seems like Leviathan want to commit towards this B site. You see how far back Mazine is so far, so it's up to these 2 players, and unfortunately Shazam is the first to fall. So with these 2 bullets, he cannot get at least 1. Mazine now stuck on a 3 versus 1, spotted by the turret. They know he's close. All of them staying towards the back of the site. Cover going out. And odds once again against Mazine. Isolating 1 and 2 kills and almost got that one against King. But for the second time here, the bonus round gets denied, and Leviathan will take it.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
Too many reads are really coming in through this just yet. The teams are playing very reactive of what's happening, and I think Leviathan acting as the squad they are, that 5 that remember how to play, are starting to come out on top of some of these situations as the game goes on. And I think they're happy to almost be on attack side now with the way they want to come at this side of MIBR. So Vandals almost all around here through low armor bias from Tex and the squad. Focus looks again to be towards A, so they just kind of do a not a default, but their regular 1-4 here to set up towards mid. The question is, how could MIBR use the comp? Is it really just artsy to go back and forth through sight? How much does double tap get used for a push out and Paint to get info, right? Looks like they'll only use it for the fights. Would it be main control consistent for MIBR if it goes down this time?
And that's what they're trying to do. Pull back more towards the A side, get info early towards Catwalk, double push towards B main, but unfortunately here the double swing was not the best spacing, which allowed Tex to have just micro adjustments to get these 2 kills, these 2 victories, and open up the B side. TP towards the back though, that's Artazine alone. He gets a 1-for-1 and Aspas clears out the rest. Once again, for the second time, Azine stuck in a 1 versus 3, but doesn't even get 1 for his troubles this time around, and Leviathan had now tied up the game.
It's ridiculous what Tex is doing right now. Brings me back to Shanghai a little bit. You see Tex and Aspas playing A on Icebox, and that's basically all they needed there, the way they worked around each other. Here, Tex is just on kind of solo missions. 2 kills here, 3 kills there. Those 2 to start off the round. And what's MIBR going to do in this duelist composition is only 3 players trying to come in. Really strong stuff. And LEV, I think LEV is now letting MIBR get antsy. Their composition kind of wants to move. It kind of wants to find you. So they're more than happy to see who's going to be crawling out of the woodwork on the extremities as Tex picks up 2 to start that last round. So where do they go for round number 17? They've tied it up again to 8-8. A low buy for MIBR is the only thing that's really going to cause for pause here for Leviathan. They don't want to get shotgunned. They don't want to get silly killed. So this one might slow down.
It's a great call, especially now that you're playing a solo initiator with MIBRs on their composition. So you can really get aggressive info when Shazam's been playing towards this B side, but on the rest on the A side, you kind of just have to play a little bit more reactionary.
Revealing area.
Leviathan understands this so that they're playing this a lot more slowly within these rounds. They're just still trying to sniff out where the stack could be here, knowing that MIBR has a lower economy this round. Only a stinger from Azine, 4 sheriffs for the rest of the team. It's a 4 stack on the A side, but still a solo hold on tree from Shazam. 1 smoke basically eliminates how he could help the team within the A site.
They could null command here, but it looks like they're actually going to go buy it. They just want it from the plant. They're going to try to pressure the site.
And out about the flash. Mazine gets 2 with the stinger now. Finally double flash. There's the push coming up from the top. Artazine finally connects on the King. Knows that Aspas is stuck towards hell. A 2 versus 3 disadvantage for Leviathan. The spike is down. There's only 16 seconds left. Trying to get the wall banks. Not breaking the door yet. Recon Dart out on the attack. Splitting 2 players. Allowing now the plant to come down for Calm. Shot darts coming through as well from MIBR to answer back. None left for Shazam. Only 3 shurists in the hands of MIBR on the attempt of a retake. No weapon upgrades. None in sight. As Nanoswarm's trying to clear the corners. Still a lot of time to work with for them to micro-scale back within the site. They finally spot Aspas towards A main.
That 52 HP is scary versus these sheriffs.
And Calm's trying to set that crossfire. There's that first peek.
Nice shot. Oh.
There's that second one.
Damn.
Long range onto Aspas. A thrifty round converted by MIBR.
Liazzi's sheriff is
It's gonna be a close map.
Right now in this first game he's in. Picking up that one, great communication by MIBR to kind of take a breath there for a moment and not go for the fast peek. They identify 1 A main.
MIBR looking
Just
good.
had to identify really 1 more, and Liazzi found it on Jenny. After that, blood was in the water, and they sank their teeth in. What a round. Never out, it seems, as they pick one up and bring it back to Vandals here in a full buy. 3 ults now. Let's see if they use that dimensional drift as another just win card from the defensive side if they have something cooked up.
Yeah.
Looks like just gate crash over towards B if Artscene has to be there, and they'll play reactively again here to LEV. Going out to mid.
Kill contract also available for Pain. He was setting up here towards the B side in case there was any pressure coming through from a turret. Now it's a KO ult, so none of that util, none of those ults that you mentioned will be able to be used here towards this B site for now. All of them being nullified. Mazzino trying to lead the charge here as he's pulsing through towards his B site. Clearing everything, clearing the KJ utility.
Overload done.
But there's that push from Tex. Through all of the chaos here, somebody has snuck through. And Tex has a perfect opportunity to get the backstab here onto Paint. Paint realizes that. Sixth Sense looks back here towards the back of mid.
Yeah, it's great communication and call that Paint should be looking at that, but it still may be timing in favor of Tex. They're going to start hitting A to create the opportunity. And that's 2 down.
And Mazine, unfortunately, as his teammates are falling left and right, could only get 1. They had the high-low at least to hold the A side and a weakness towards the rotate on from B to A. And unfortunately, realizing that garden was
It's
open.
the same.
It was not pinged ever by MIBR to be careful
Good
of those
luck.
positions when you rotate back. So 2 opportunities so far for both of these teams that have been capitalized, right? You look at the Thrifty round that Leviathan just lost, where they didn't clear the right side, which allowed here Mazine to get 2 kills with a Stinger. This time around, lack of communication here from MIBR. You see Tex getting a perfect first blood, and the rest of them just flooding in towards the A side to win this round.
It's a nice strat by Leviathan. I mean, if you think of the playbook so far, it's been, Tex could be on the left side towards B. They play A, maybe 2 cat and 2 towards A, or 4A, and maybe mid. Here, they run no command, K-Walt up mid, stop at market, and pull back. First fake of the game, and bit by MIBR. They left tree open, and Tex just made a house there, and nobody could come through. So really nice job by Leviathan to just switch it up slightly with an easy little fake there that MIBR misread. So still some alts. Artsy going to go for his biggest purchase this time. No shotguns or anything outlaws. It's an op. So they're trying to do something now with timeout too. So that makes me think you're almost playing this like a jet now. Gate crash to the other side, or give yourself a second shot after your first one. Change your position. Just be a regular sniper and kind of stop whatever momentum that they might be getting on the side of the Leviathan.
I think this is also like the first hop that we're seeing this game. It's been very
absolutely.
back and forth on how people are really pressing forward on executing towards each side and being very meticulous in how you're clearing on his defaults on the attack too when you're scaling on the side of both MIBR and Leviathan when they had the opportunity to play the attack so far. But yeah, this timeout being called by Fraud. This op, it's a glass cannon if I'm not mistaken before we got into this timeout screen. So they have to find the best value out of this, because losing an op early, and then you're only gonna have Paint with a kill contract, and then the rest of the team could potentially be up in arms here where they could get shot left and right. So they have to be really good on how they could maximize the positioning here of this op.
Yeah. And again, these are very, very big wins for MIBR. That op is a glass cannon as it comes in, and you expect MIBR still has the roster changes of different members coming in. So it's going to be difficult after this too. This win means a lot.
It's also very interesting that they're pulling out the glass cannon off in a moment where you're on a deficit for ultimates as well. The dimensional drift could be huge, and you won't be able to come out of a dimensional drift and get great value with an operator, but we'll have to see. Maybe the game plan is also not having to use it at all if they could get the first blood, an early pick with this operator who's posted up on middle. We're going back and forth on trade of utilities, at least with the initiators, and it's Leviathan's call to pivot back towards the B site, and you see the gate crash moving in towards this B site as well. Potentially an early TP if they do get any contact towards B.
Yeah. I wonder as well if they see that op, they get a peek, and then it just gets iso-alted or get taken out of the game if Paint can take you out. Ways to just identify where the members are. Shoulder peek from Liazzi. That's going to be the turret contact first. Safely played. That almost was his life there. And here comes the timing.
That was definitely good timing. One more extra peek, he was donezo, but at least Leviathan's ready to fight inside this B side. Spike has also committed inside there. There's a dimensional throw trying to find information. The Hunter's Fury on the attack, trying to clear towards the back of the site. Shazam being suppressed towards the back, and Aspas gets the big calm, also lands his Hunter's Fury onto Liazzi.
A few more towards Boathouse. Shazam has a lot of work to do.
Still alive towards the back. The double swing, there's that first, but couldn't land that second one onto Mazzino. A 1-for-1, a 3-player advantage, and I feel like I've seen this before. And for the third time, Mazzine is stuck in a 1 versus 3 against different players, and also coming from a different spot. But we seem to be pretty good, at least on Leviathan's side, on how you want to commit here and play this pulse plan, and it's going to be very difficult. Mazzine potentially here might have no choice but to save his Vandal, and unfortunately as well, I think
they know,
pick up a knock that was left behind here towards that B side to try to save it, try to do at least some econ damage, but Leviathan finally able to fight back when it was like 4-1 in favor of MIBR, and they finally take the lead here in this first map.
Oh, poor guy chooses Aspas for his first ultimate.
Second,
yeah. Unfortunate. Unfortunate to get just ranked #1 by the analyst desk. Let's try this one. Rough stuff. Yeah, it's going to be tough, honestly, to grab anybody on the side of the Leviathan in that ISO wall. Let's see where they go from this one. 10-9. Sheriffs are there, and they've been very strong for MIBR and the patience they bring to that play.
They don't want to skip a beat now for Leviathan. It's an anti-eco, but Mazzine has the hero Vandal. Yet we want to commit the lockdown and push towards this B site. Smoke coming through, trying to get some players picked off towards the spawn, but everybody stays alive for now. Spike finally coming in, it gets planted. 2 players towards the market for MIBR, 2 towards the spawn, a decoy to come out first. Lots of util coming across. And it actually smothers Leviathan on the pulse plant for now. 2 players playing towards B main. Beautiful recon dart, allowing Tex and Mazzino and Calm to go to work.
Save?
Like a house of cards.
Ooh.
4-time. Mazzino on a 3 versus 1. Poor guy. Poor guy.
It's looking tough for MIBR.
We've seen so many games lately just across everywhere where these attack games are just like, okay, yeah, so they got the groove, here they go. It's like they're not stopping anymore. Whoever's on attack this game just seems to have the vibe right now, and that's Leviathan's. This is just, like you said, smothering util, but shooting through the smokes, just peppering the side of MIBR as they tried to get into the site, making it impossible. 3 rounds in a row now for Leviathan as they are 1 away from game point here. Looks like they have a low buy on Ospas, but blades are there, so not even to worry because they still got the money to work with.
I think Shaz might have missed his recon dart. They had the vulnerability ready with the Hunter's Fury potentially here to try to get some fast pings and a surprise fight towards A main, but they could potentially do here towards Catwalk. I will join to clear out towards the front. And there's that Hunter's Fury coming out. Pings onto 1. Will he get the contact and connect? Fortunately not, but Calm's down to 70.
Yeah, hard to kill another Sova player. They know the dance. They know the tricks. They almost get taken out. Liazzi just misses the crosshairs of Tex. Gets out safely.
Once again, misses a turret, which doesn't give a chance for MIBR to really fight back towards B main if they lose control here of market. Again, weak side on B. But this time Leviathan trying to execute and take control of tree to start. Knife spawning 2, including Paint, who does get the first blood though onto Ospas, who had his Blade Storm. Paranoia coming through on both ends, and now it's a trade of kills. A 4 versus 4. A swing out for Shazam.
1 for 1.
It's
not enough.
Towards A, and it's up to Tex once again. This man's on fire on this map and is keeping the team up and alive here for Leviathan.
Slow play from Liazzi, definitely a possibility here, but almost too tall of a task.
Ooh.
There's that first one though. They tried to do the crouch in the front. Protocol's now being denied. Both Timmings coming out in the first one to fall. No double here.
Oh, sees 1. All right, identify 1, look for the second on a fight, try to get that third party from the teammate.
Estimates here that the second one has to be Hell. He drops now. Clock is ticking, so he has to make a move. There's that first swing, and Mazzino with the wide one.
NT. But yeah, it's not for them.
Very well played by Lev. Nice patience there by Mazzino on the take. Makes it look good, but still stopped by the side of Lev. Their momentum stays. And again, yeah, Tex just cleaning up here. Very big return there to be getting double tap on the Blade Storm, but it still wasn't enough. This Tex just insta snaps around here on tree and then towards heaven. Close. Very close. Not out yet. Still can grab 3 rounds here. A few buys can make it happen for the side of MIBR, but you better believe Leviathan is going to come on hard this round.
The money's not good.
Yep.
The knife denies utility from both duelists inside A main. Still seems like Leviathan wants to fight this though. Just outside of that smoke, there's that palm flash with the Allen drone. Trying to clear at least around the smoke. Now they finally spot Artazine. Time to jump. Puts the gate crash to try to TP away. Could be a fake 1-2. There's that jump spot to spot Ospas. And it's committed now to fall back towards the A site.
Just trying to create a little bit of trouble on A main. And credit to Leviathan for not really biting on that and giving up any util. They're just kind of listening and hearing what's happening around them. So I'd say upper hand Lev right now in that close positioning to just crash on A. Basically ready to knock the front door down based on whatever Tex is seeing here mid.
It's important right now for Paint, who's currently playing towards tree. And you see also Mazzino pushing out with the judge. They need to control this area. Should they lose control of the A site, the Aussie has a lockdown to work with, and they're going to need to keep that area so they can rotate across and use it.
30 seconds left.
And with the call at 30 seconds left, that's the call to push towards that A site. They'll realize that it's open. Mazzino is up to a big fight here on Catwalk. Caught here in... Could have been caught, but Tex isn't clear.
They got the lurk.
All All right, 5v4 retake. Can they convert? This should be MIBR's favor, but LEV has themselves locked in as the lockdown comes through.
And that's the biggest kill to do. This allows their Liazi to cut the lockdown. Players now coming in stuck. They have a lineup being set up. Is it going to break? And it will. 3 players now stuck inside the site. There's that paranoia thrown towards the hell. There's a swing in, but Leviathan are still holding their ground. Only 2 players left here to take down for Leviathan to take the map. It's up to Shazam and Artizine. Artizine now dropping down. There's that first, but the second one knocked through. Messina with
Good
the
shit.
And Leviathan fights back to win the first map of Ascent.
6 was enough on the defensive side. It seems everybody was feeling it from the attack side here to start off on Ascent to get us going on stage 2, and it was. Tex coming out so strong there. The little things that were giving Leviathan the advantage, and just on that last round to write it is the fragmentation grenade, right? Had they not had that, that's probably MIBR's round because everybody was staying in sight, waiting for that instant. So Leviathan having a bit of the upper hand in some situations, I think, allows them here to topple MIBR. But the way MIBR is playing, you still got to be worried. They are just all out right now and having a good time.
100% for a team that has only practiced for 3 or 4 days, has 2 stand-ins. They look so coordinated in this moments where they could fight back against MIBR. This gives me a lot of faith into the series that it's not going to be a blowout, and we'll soon figure out if it'll be a blowout on the second map after the break.
Every time I needed a new phone, I had to switch carriers.
I told him, at Verizon, everyone can get the best deals. Like that iPhone 15 on them.
Switching all the time, it wasn't easy.
35. You're gonna be here forever.
I know.
Here's your wireless contract.
Do I need a lawyer for this? Those were hard days.
Representative switch!
Now that I got a huge storage and battery upgrade, I'm officially done switching.
New and existing customers get iPhone 15 on us when they trade in any iPhone, any condition, guaranteed.
I really wish you told me sooner.
I did.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Metadinha já foi, tem que confiar no parceiro. Artezinho, puniu, vai na busca. Finaliza!
Un disparo directo enviado al cráneo del nuestro. Masino, ¿cómo amasa? Son las 3 bajas.
Smick standing here with Coach Itobaka after we see Leviathan whip on map number 1. I know earlier you mentioned that the team is going through a sweet honeymoon phase, but the beginning of this map was definitely looking good for MIBR for a couple of rounds. We saw you call the timeout when the score was 1-5 in their favor. What did you guys talk about to pull back and even out that half score at 6-6?
I just had to remind them our fundamentals, because obviously we started bad, and that kind of put us in a position where we felt the pressure and we just felt scared to play our game. So I just had to calm down the boys a little bit, remind them that this is an attacking composition that they had. It's a weird composition, something that we haven't seen before. And after that, they just kind of got into the flow, and it was pretty simple after that.
Well, it's great to see the team come back. Congratulations and best of luck on map number 2.
Leviathan pick up the win in game 1, Ascent. Now, the thing is, MIBR, they made that one a little scary for a point in time there for Leviathan, but ultimately Leviathan, through those fundamentals that we were hearing Coach Itobaka talk about, Mel, they were able to pull through with that win.
Yeah, we were thinking about what his impact was going to look like, and I mean, you can't deny that right when the coach takes attack, they bring back 4 or 5 rounds and bring back like a 1-5 defense half. You can't argue with his impact, so the big time out there, like you said, I think it was really interesting because from Lev's POV, it's got to be so tilting loading into the server, seeing ISO Yoru, which is definitely a comp they've never like practiced against at all. Seeing that, being down 1-5, like it takes mental resilience and composure to like recognize your win conditions and what's going to make the other team lose when they're playing this comp. So,
and I think they recognize that. I mean, he said there, like, this is a weird comp, but also attacking sided, right? Like, you're especially with the way that they've just been put together, this team, it's going to be attacking sided. And so just recognizing that everything is fine, and as this game continues, we'll be able to take advantage. I think that's exactly what we saw.
Just for my own brain, I just love the fact that our MVPs are Mazine and Mazzino. Just want to point that out. First time it's happened, and I'm enthused. But yeah, that being said, though, you can see that from what Itobaka was saying, Wyatt, about that composition. You were really starting to see those gaps be present, and that is certainly something that they'll have to revisit.
It's funny as well that the timeout, that's one of those moments where the coach calls a timeout and then he tells Tex to get 3 headshots for the sheriff.
Yep.
Like,
that's what we got.
And then they go back in the game and they win the round because of that. Perfect.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Perfect coaching.
Let's go ahead, though, and jump over to Coach Fraud to hear what he has to say going into map 2.
Smick standing here with Coach Fraud after the loss on map number 1. Fraud, earlier when I spoke to you, you said that the team only really had 3 to 4 days to prepare for the match today. What was the strategy as it pertains to communication, especially when comms can get so important heading into those rounds?
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to do everything on English, even though we have more Brazilians. We want to make sure that we're trying to do our best to communicate in English so we're all on the same page. I think that was a little bit more of, you know, if we had a little bit more time just to really communicate, I think that we had a good feel for how they play and what to do. But obviously they're a very good team, and, you know, our limited practice makes things tough. But I think that overall we showed a little bit about how good we can be, and we're going to do our best to bring this back for the rest of the BO3.
Sounds great. Best of luck on Icebox.
And I think that certainly was what we got there. We saw an MIBR, Wyatt, that looked rejuvenated, that felt like they had some fire in their belly. And it played out really well. Granted, they weren't able to pick up the win, but you could chalk that up to a variety of other reasons, not them just beefing it, you know, like it has been in the past.
Yeah, definitely. It looked like, I mean, you said fire in the belly, like Shazam seemed to be the spark for that because this team is in the dumps. They have not won a map yet. And
you need someone to bring back the life.
This guy who Shaz was talking about, he wants to play. He wants to compete in Tier 1. And you could tell when the cam was on him, he had that authentic passion every time. He was getting hyped in a real way. It wasn't make-believe. Like, he is there to play and do his best and try to win. And that is rubbing off on the rest of the team, it feels like.
Yeah, well, now we're going over to Icebox here, and, I mean, opportunities for shenanigans? Potentially,
I mean, there is. I feel there is a lot of comp diversity on Icebox. Some teams you see running Omen, you see Gekka, you see KO, you see Soba. Like, there is opportunity here for some goofballery. I mean, maybe a deadlock. We've seen deadlock on Icebox before.
Yeah.
And I think it's funny too that I feel like Shaz is gonna keep that energy going, because if there's one thing that's universal that transcends language, it's being a vibe merchant. Just go nice, and like any language in the world, no matter what team, is getting hype.
Yeah, it's definitely, I completely forgot too. It's like, yeah, they got a common English, and this was a similar situation at Leviathan we're struggling with at the beginning of the year. So it's kind of a unique position that MIBR doesn't have to be in for the whole time, because they are going to have, you know, their players coming in eventually here, Wyatt. But what do you see? You look very intense.
I couldn't tell if Ospas was on Reyna, but listen, I did see that Artzin, I thought was maybe on it. No, he wasn't. I'm hoping to see a Reyna here. It's something that Ospas, it's an agent that Ospas played at the beginning of stage 1 pre this buff. I think the new dismiss is insane. The ability to reposition off of it now with the speed to get that extra distance is really solid. And I'd like to see him experiment with that. It's not going to be the case.
Doesn't happen. You're wrong.
All reliable jet. It would have been cool to see.
It would have been actually really cool, because, yeah, I mean, that speed off of the Reyna is out of this world. But that being said, though, as we look at the lineup and as we stand right now, I mean, Leviathan, you got to be feeling a little bit more confident for Lev. They picked up that first map win. This could very well be a 2-0 here if it keeps going like this.
Yeah, this is pretty stock standard as well. Like, the comps are pretty normal. Like, Gecko isn't really out of the ordinary, and Lev's been running this comp for a while now. It should be a done deal, and I mean, it is an Ospas jet map.
Well, we got some good old-fashioned Valorant. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters for map 2. You got Vancilli and Riv, of course, on the call.
Definitely an interesting second map here on Icebox, where you don't really have anything out of the ordinary coming this time around for MIBR, but this is a big test here for Pain. Once again, first time on the stage and has to go head-to-head against Ospas on a Jet v Jet, where potentially now the ops will come out. So I'm looking forward to see if this is going to happen and if Pain could actually hold his weight.
And it's cool to see that Paint gets that role, right? He gets into the Jet. This is where he is on fire. It's like Jet, Raze, Neon, and then Yoru, and then it keeps trickling down a little bit. But yeah, these are his plays that he's seen in Tier 2 professional play from where he is right now. And we'll see if it can be enough against Ospas. We know what Ospas has done to other teams. You remember the Cloud9 match that he had against them? Holy moly. Ospas can put people to bed on Icebox. Let's see if they do it here. MIBR needs this map to keep in the series.
Ooh. Trying to go semi-quick. You saw the snake bite being thrown very early by King, just to prevent any pushes coming out from A main, and shot darts also coming across, but no kills. Nothing yet. And MIBR is just going to slow the tempo. And as they do this here towards the A side, they don't have too much coverage of middle. This gives an advantage now for Leviathan to start walking down.
Nice coverage. Insert Tex. Somebody who's felt very comfortable already in these tight situations and can give very good audio calls on what's happening. Knowledge of Ospas looking down B. You can see the movement already from Lev. The macro is correct here to sit on A.
Look at that, just cycling the toxic screen to the high tide, just slowing it down for Leviathan, and it's going to be slow for the players walking across. First blood for Calm, but Artazine is there to avenge Paint. Even things up on a 4v4. The beauty of the Gecko, allowing him to plant to let the rest of them fight. Shazam somehow picks up the ghost and still lands the headshot onto Mazzino. RNG not in favor here of that harbor. Now Ospas and Tex. First one on the flank. There's that first dink through the wall, unfortunately, though, so Liazi stays healthy. Shazam swings back out for that second kill, and this is not uncharted territory for Shazam on a map like Icebox. And Ospas is now down to a 1 versus 4. Nice first little second one as well. Activates a dash to jump across, and you're playing the time now for MIBR. Shazam and Liazi both low. One shot from the Sheriff, but it's a ghost picked up instead. Reconer now pings him out, and that's going to be too late. No time to come in for the defuse, and MIBR will still be able to get the best around, but
damn. Another pistol for MIBR. It's the third one.
As he tries to deny his own.
Right?
Very nicely done. We're going to get a blade
I think it is.
There, and we'll
Pretty
see
sure
if
it
can be
is.
Tested on the side of Pain, but great first round by MIBR, pushing forward. You can see they were all locked in on one thing, moving forward. Flank was controlled, and nobody was scattered, thinking something was uncovered, double checking. That was just really solid there. There's Shazam. There's that smile. Team is pumped. They are hyped, and they'll get back in this second round feeling good here to start off Icebox. So full explosion on the spike, keeping Lev out on that first round. Let's see if they can get the second one here as they make their way towards B, but they're going to leave Liazzi on the lurk this time.
And they're just trying to do a contact snake bite and hoping that their classics are going to do enough damage here to get some kills.
Oh.
Zaz gets instantly shot here, and now Dizzy spotting too. There's that snake bite, and Pate doesn't want any of that smoke behind yellow. But Mazzino still opens it up here towards that front of that B site, and that's a weapon down and upgraded on the side of Leviathan. 2 Guardians now in their arsenal, around 3 classics, as the pivot is back for MIBR towards A.
Really nice read by Lev. Just the simple BA second round's going to be at the other site. They have a good kill, possibly a weapon to pick up here if they figure it's not too controlled. And now they'll go towards A.
And why not here? Leave Aspas alone. He's been warmed up since the first map. You just saw what he did on the pistol round, so they give him a lot of trust to anchor the A side alone. There's that ADS, but unfortunately no shots connecting. It does get a body shot there onto Shazam. But then MIBR realizing here that it's Aspas towards the A side. It's like, okay,
exactly
let's go back towards B.
This insert of Mazin makes it a little bit easier to know the run across is safe, and they've done a nice job at calling that. Run away from the Guardian, nobody else is going to have something like it except for Harbor. That's already been picked up and ran off the site. So Plant comes in. Do they flip? Do they stay?
They'll stay for now. Wall is still up here on the attack side. Wingman is back, gents and ladies and friends. They'll get the plan down now for MIBR. And it's a 5-player retake for Leviathan all the way back towards the spawn. Slowly re-clearing back. Not really any type of util to delay here or deny the tap on the spike on the attack side of MIBR. So we'll have to come down to these gunshots as soon as the walls come down. There's Liazi with the first one. Aspas answering back with the Guardian. Finally, shots are going back and forth like a Christmas tree comes at through the kill feed, leaving Mazin alone. Mazin again cannot get the opportunity to clutch in this 3 versus 1. Leviathan able to score back with their thrifty.
This is why you see Leviathan taking the Harbor, the way to cascade forward, create your own options, create your own walls, and have an option to get back in the site. It really made it easier for them to step forward in these positions. Beautiful dart there to reveal the rest of the members and how they could start to pressure onto yellow. What a lower buy retake from Lev there. Holy moly, MIBR losing around they should not have lost. Let's get back into that. That thrifty is going to sting for MIBR. And Leviathan bring that ascent momentum right into Icebox. Push up already. Calm trying to get on the ultimate. Flashbacks of him getting a triple from just outside screens here again. So we gotta be careful how much he gets in those alt orbs.
And yeah, they also deny that from Shazam, who was 2 away of his, which would have been really good here going into the next round should MIBR lose this eco. It's on its way there. Shazam the first to fall, as we were just talking about him towards the top of the pipes. 3 players of Leviathan towards the back. Util from the Killjoy. Don't even let them cross over the 410 until these shots finally come back with the chairs, but this should soon be done. Artazine, only 1 shot to the chest, is going to take him down here with any type of util and weapons that Mazzino and Aspas has, but at least the damage has been there.
The 2 that had guns last round still have guns this round, so it's the money is kind of hurting a little bit, but Lev should be okay to still get a few buys in there. And we have Thrash up for the side of MIBR. Some of those ultimate options are finally coming up so they can push through. I was going to say, I mean, you said last round they're avoiding Aspas, and here it really didn't even matter. Calm was hitting the shots, the rest of the team, as A was getting taken with that low buy. So here we go. Aspas does have the money for the operator, comes out with a full armor buy. And it's going to be set up once again at B. We'll see how much
they have a Gecko ultimate though.
Once they hear that ring out, but again, a little bit of strength from the Harbor trying to get this alt orb onto Calm as they're pushed off. So nice job by MIBR to thwart this early option.
Aspas loves that spot with the operator on top of yellow, so MIBR want to pivot really quickly with the Thrash towards B. Screen is not being cleared though, as
it is.
So understands the position of Tex on the top. From 410, drops him down, weakens up towards the A side, and it allows the trade to happen, but there's that double swing from the high-low out from Leviathan. Back on a 3 versus 3. Hunter's Fury available for Shazam. And we're still waiting for Aspas to rotate over and finally makes it out towards Boiler. King wins that fight, though, on the right side of 410, and also on the left side. That's why also some players are calling that spot a 410 King. Mazin stuck alone in. Can he clutch for the 6th time?
Yeah.
On a 1 versus 3?
If we look at that situation, and the Paint opens it up as these last few shots to come through. Wait a minute. take it back.
Up against the op. Spike is down, out of reach, being watched by Aspas with the operator. And one shot miss from the superstar could be an opportunity for Mazine to clutch this. Leans in towards that left. There's an shot that's missed. But he manages to escape. Looking back up, trying to find that spike. There's that second peek, but he will not miss a second time.
Incredible stuff from Aspas to come up in the clutch. Doesn't even look
Esposito.
phased at the tense situation that he just went through. Pulls in another round for Leviathan. Breaking down that round a little bit from MIBR's side. Paint with such a nice opening kill, like you said, knowing that angle was going to be there. And then I think the strats are going to high risk for the reward they're getting. That was very high risk peek to throw your body on Jenny just for someone to peek through the wall instead of finding what util can be used, what patience or kind of stopping the moment could give you. So maybe a little bit of that pullback and reset in these moments where they have numbers up could favor MIBR. Almost tagged, but they don't know it's Aspas.
But because
and someone else.
The Aspas missed that arm shot, so it allows for them to scale up even more with that. And that forces a Hunter's Fury to come out early from Calm 2. Will not hit anything. And this is an opportunity now for MIBR to group up here and fight this spot. That's gonna hurt for a bit though. As he's gonna be weakened up as he meets up with everybody towards B.
Nobody even giving a peek towards the right side where Leonzi has a Marshall. Just protecting the operator, really. Putting everyone they can close enough for around Lev on Aspas. They're looking to clear a zone, that peak.
Solid yellow, dash on the top, another op shot miss, so the wingman still stays up. But it's a fake here, wingman, to force the plant now for Artazine. They'll get it at least. Players are falling down, but they'll get the plant for MIBR in this 30 round. And a reckoning actually involved. Liazi now being heard. As Tex was ready for it the whole time. Cove kind of missed though, it's out in the open. But it's enough. There's only 1 HP left for Mazine, who does get 2 kills out of it though.
Oh my gosh, Mazine.
That's not bad, not bad.
Just, if there's only one more person, so he's not LMS here, I think these go so much different for MIBR. But that's the thing, Lev's not letting that happen, right? We're not seeing it because Lev is pressuring correctly. The util here with the Sova util and the Harbor walls and the Viper kind of util coming through, we see how much it has caused MIBR to have to scatter, right? They're being seen through the smokes they want to find cover on. And yeah, just 1, 2, and almost a third if they could have gotten the height on that shot, but it's Aspas still with the updraft.
It's also nice, at least in that thrifty round that we just had by MIBR, that lurk up that Liazi tried to do towards the A side, something that he was very good to do on the attack side of MIBR on Ascent, was actually denied here by Tex at screens. That's good information for them that they could take over and carry over in these future rounds when they'll realize that they're always going to have to keep a player back here for Leviathan no matter what. They expect these type of late lurks happening out of Liazi, and this timeout from Braun potentially allows for them to change that tempo of how they want to default around this map of Icebox.
It's a great call. I'm trying to almost pick apart Leviathan before you're hitting the site. Seems like the answer, because that combo of utility is too much, right? They haven't really been able to see that combo with one down. A 5v4 was still pretty difficult on A for them to take. So they're getting towards B. It seems like they are gaining a bit more ground, but only once the round has passed maybe 30 seconds, right? They're kind of relying on Leviathan to over-rotate and move out of their original positions. You can't rely on things. You have to make those things happen and know you're getting an advantage out of them. So we got to see more from MIBR here. See if they can get one of these ults down and pressure Lev. Make Lev play proactive, or I'm sorry, reactive instead of their proactive play, rather.
And it makes sense because Leviathan's been really good at cycling also the utility around the Viper and the Harbor. So if you're gonna wait out one thing to cool down here for Leviathan, at least on the Viper, there's always gonna be something else refreshing. So they have to be ready for that. Not sure here if they heard the rappel across. Yes, the wallbang does come through, but it does not connect onto Aspas, who has a good position now, just at the bottom, and lands that onto Artazine. Blade Storm forward, up drop, right in the face of Paint, and finally Shazam takes him down.
Oh, the little wiggle giving him the advantage off the aim. Aspas finds 2 to start off, and already MIBR
no way, dude.
have to find a way to work with 3. We said this would be the way that MIBR finds the round. Whittle away at the Lev players, but still very proactive, pushing forward. Aspas gains the first 2 kills, and they may even try to get his op at the end of this round, to be honest. Towards B, though, Leonzi with those roams you were just talking about.
And who better than Tex once again to understand these lurkers and these bushes? There was no alarm bot there, no nothing, so an opportunity there for Leonzi to get some sort of advantage and potentially go for the dual win, but sometimes it's just going to be on the other end. It's just Tex being on point here of how he's been playing throughout this series so far.
30 seconds.
Being able to stop him finally. And you talked about it, when he actually has another player with him, he doesn't have to clutch. He gets these moments.
That's the 4. It just took the one more. Just a little bit more of that advantage to create the opportunity for the side of MIBR. They got a lot of work to do here, and these rounds are taking the entire team. Like Leviathan is putting the pain on. It's going to hurt the economy. So it's an uphill battle here for MIBR, even more so. We got starts like this from Aspas, knowing he's got to put up numbers. But Mazine is still there. The safety net over and over here for MIBR. How do they start this next round, though? They have to keep the momentum. Aspas just seems to be too on fire, and he's already crept up to be in the face that belong.
And it's Mazine alone. And the sprays comes first. This is a perfect bait right there for Aspas to get that corner and to take him down. And that might force here MIBR to move a little bit more quickly towards this A site.
Double walls.
The timing of the high tide. Wingman comes across. And there is that swing, the dash forward, creating that space, but Tex once again is there. Nano Swarm onto Shazam as they trade each other's on the kill.
Spike down.
But the anchor is just too good for Leviathan towards the A site. There is that last frag coming out from one end to the other. That's Aspas for the opener and the closer.
Just these shots here, those last 2, they kind of paint a picture of how, you know, the members of Leviathan shot, moved, shot. A little more patience, feeling like they can take more time in the situation, where MIBR is, I feel like, you know, chasing the frags. Like, oh, we got to get another one, then turn and get the next one, which is, you're kind of committing to that spray right away, and Lev's taking these firefights one-on-one quite easily now. To restep, a shot, restep, and just takes out their opponent every time.
Here.
Tough for MIBR to win these fights. Now down on the buy. 5 ults ready, though.
Exactly. They're forcing around this with the ults. Bladestorm for paint, 2 Vandals, and there's Aspas at 10 HP. Bladestorm cannot catch him down, though, as he takes control of jail. Trying to find a surprise kill because he's solo. Just maybe a one and done. There's that first. King there for the support for the top of pipes, and it is not working to punish Aspas at all. Shazam and Mazine left. Shazam trying to stay alive. Winning that duel is going to be Mazino. And now classic to classic. It's Mazine that wins it. But Leviathan shuts down the opportunity of buying around the ults here that MIBR had and will force them to be on another eco.
I feel like Aspas has nothing to worry about in that situation, right? He's like, who's going to peek next? What doesn't look like a wall or a corner? Oh, that's a person. Because Util is flying over his shoulder. He's covered on the left, covered on the right, has somebody back above behind him. How can you not play with confidence in that situation when you're backed up that well?
And at 13-1.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. That's absurd. 6-2 now. As Leviathan really striking here on Icebox.
Still want to tempo this for MIBR.
Look at, they cover. Where did Aspas push again this time, right? They're trying to get quick to these identify positions where they can drone, they can get a dart out and take a bit of space.
And even if they wanted to tempo and try to fight back against Aspas, look at how much Aspas has in terms of HP versus Artazine after. Now forcing the other Guardian given to paint. Mini block Dan's Law as he's trying to push forward and can't find anything behind that Viper smoke. And that's going to slow down once again this attempt of bringing up that tempo for MIBR to try to capitalize on maybe oppositioning from Leviathan, but the utility is too good.
It is. Just that take on yellow. You have the alarm bot and the molly to stop anybody pushing, and then you have King put up his denial plant orb, and you can't see Aspas get out. They have an answer for everything right now. And now, looking for something, MIBR pulls all 5 members back to A. Really chipped at their HP now as they try to take the site.
Might have to use these ults if they potential. Maybe not anymore.
Dear.
It was an opportunity here to maybe secure the rounds with the amount of ults that you have. You already see the Aussie trying to run back, and he had the lockdown in his hands too, so it might be the call. Falling back now as the toxic screen comes up. There's that hit, so we are going to try to delay. Lockdown now in, and that will force the hand of Leviathan to try to fight back here on the top of 410. Shock darts are now coming through. High Tide coming across as well. Repel. That's moving in very silently as Mazzino gets the kill. That will be the pit falling down. And also, the lockdown has been denied. There comes the Hunter's Fury, but we're fully sticking to here. Com's gonna be able to get it because the first one did not get the hit.
Com knows, he knows the Hunter's Fury's hits. Also, seeing how Mazine's wall pit went out there, usually we see something, it looks like a dizzy. On the right side of the A site, it kind of forms around Jenny, and then it gives you a little bit of a height spot underneath the bottom of Belt, which did not happen, and they were able to instantly spray down Mazine. So you didn't have that. They're pressured again into these situations to use an ult, but get into position. Leviathan is just, they have a fuse lit every round, and MIBR are worried about it.
Yeah. You saw the first pulse too, just missing on the right side of Generator, which is why here Com could have fully stuck it. It was at 150. Now MIBR, around where they potentially could have had it with these ults. We'll have to try to go with another attempt. First time here you see the op coming out from Paint on the attack side. Trying to leverage that towards the B main as they were expecting potentially Ospas to play towards yellow once again. Late Owl drone to try to clear it out. Now they have that space gained.
Lev has not been giving anything to Mazine or Liazzi in these roams. It always comes down to the peak on the first, and again, Paint goes down. Trying to make something happen with that operator.
Protocols are just too good here for Leviathan as well. The high-low that they have is way too high here for players to really react on anything when there's jiggle peaks and shoulder peaks, allowing the one on the top of B heaven of the B side to get that pick.
I love this pit, actually, from Lev. Just backed into the corner. Somebody's always creeping and lurking there. The site never feels free unless you take him out. King starts off on Mazine.
Yeah, and apologies, looks like it was the lockdown on the defense the last round. So this one was safe for Liazzi to use here on the attempt to take this A site for the plant. Wingman gets denied here on the top of the A tower because of King's position. And the Reckoning is going to get too much information here. Artazine stuck. At least denies here the opportunity of Leviathan to get a flawless. But Leviathan looks to be running away here with the defensive half.
Absolutely, they're too confident in their play. The way they're protecting each other, the death ball that they're moving into, they haven't seen it lose in how many rounds. So they're confident to continue running through, right? Whether they're starting 2 or 3 at screens and then having just Ospas up on the catwalk, on the overhang. Ooh, oh.
You see a slight movement there as he shot, so he went right into the wall. Fortunately, no opportunities for Paint to get one pick.
Unfortunate. Just literally pixels right now could change the situation in those shots, and the timing and the movement is going in favor of Leviathan. 8-2 now. As they're feeling comfortable, honestly, in the start of the stage, seeing what's happening to teams, even though it's a change a bit there in the coaching staff.
8-2 now.
Expect Leviathan to be able to still pull through those wins with the composition that they have, the strength of the players, and what we just saw them do at Shanghai on the international stage.
Got a future champ right there.
Absolutely. Could have been there young. Playing on high sense, tiny little computer.
Make a roster of my kid in 18 years.
There you go. There you go. Be tier 1 in no time. All right, we get back into this. Com's got the ultimate. Thrash for Artsine. They've been throwing that pretty early before they even get closer to 410, more so behind pipes when they throw it. So the site clear isn't kind of as worrisome for Leviathan on that. We'll see if they change up how Thrash is used here and maybe pulled back for a second run. But you gotta note, Ospas still 14-1. Hard for MIBR to do anything with that man on the map.
And that's the thing. It's hard also for Paint to get anything done too. There's not. Well, hold on. Let's hold that thought. Mazine is able to sneak through and get that kill on Mazino, so that's a great first start. And he gets information.
Mazine killing Mazino.
Thrash trying to clear out towards A. There was a recon art that was being used at the same time.
Sage.
And that's confirmed now that the A site's open. An opportunity for MIBR to move in and go for a plant.
But they're not. They're waiting a lot, leaving it up to Wingman. The wall still denies them coverage to even know what's on the other side. And lo and behold, they're good enough to get that one. So now it's post-plant time.
They even missed a nano strong to try to cover up towards that spike. So that might have to force MIBR to stay within. and fight towards Fortan, fight on the top of the tower. Thankfully, though, they had the player advantage. King trying to squeeze in here on top of the Raptors, and he will spot Shazam. The second swing to come out connects. That's paint to fall as well. Those players that have to play forward positions, well, all denied because the Nanoswarm cannot delay enough. It's up to Tex going to stick onto the defuse. Wingman trying to push forward. Artuzine landing two with the Guardian. Trying to get that one, and he will be able to get it. Only one left to go, and that spike is still taken away. King is too far out. The round will still come in for MIBR.
Jeez.
It's almost like a...
It's the same as the pistol, like. They kill everybody, but they die to the bomb.
Was a good one from MIBR. They stayed true to using
Which is sad, like, when you think about it for taking MIBR. Even the round you win, like, you still lose everybody. Like, your economy is like just dog shit. You have nothing to work with.
It has not seemed that way almost all map. A fourth round would be huge here from the attack side. So
Full small shield with another Guardian.
With breathing room. But Aspas with the up, one away from Blade Storm, ready to activate here on the final round. Or Tex again for the first blood. Crazy stuff from his pushes down mid. Hadn't really seen that since the first few rounds.
Exactly. That's how it caught here at MIBR off guard. They were still trying to default here and figure out a way to fight against Aspas. The wide swing. Looks like he potentially got the connection onto Shazam. He's down to 34 here.
Getting out of this B has been so tough for MIBR. They lose one or two members here. Finally getting some power in numbers in and under the site. But this is tough. Almost the quietness of it has to be giving them the heebie-jeebies here. No one's peeking, but they do hear the off from Aspas.
That push up from Niazi could be everything here, but unfortunately just got spotted by Mazzino.
There's one.
There's that 5 long range shoot towards the loop. Now we have to stick off the spike, or at least get away as the spike gets planted.
Scanning ahead.
You heard the Hunter's Fury coming out from Com. There's only 2 players left to take down. It's Paint and Shazam. The subs now for MIBR. One holding towards the yellow. Shazam with a recon dart trying to clear. It's a shock dart at least towards the default. Vulnerabilities coming through, and Aspas connects the shot onto Paint. Shazam, there's just too many bodies to fight against. Leviathan comes in for the defuse, and they'll take the half 9-3.
They're so quick at reacting. They make it feel like the spike has longer to beat because they're already there. They're already fighting continuous for the entirety of that spike beat. And they just give MIBR the pressure there.
It was close, but nonetheless, still a victory coming through from Leviathan so far.
Yeah.
Definitely a different 9-day positioning on where they're at compared to the Ascent game, where they had to fight back to tie the game up 6-6.
Absolutely.
But now it's time to at least toss it back to the desk so they could break down the first half.
Sound guy?
Thank you so much for that, fellas. And, you know, yes, a completely different game than what we saw in Map 1. Map 1 could be defined, I think, by surprise, we're doing cool things. Map 2 is, hey, we're Leviathan. We know what we're doing. We're going to walk away with this one cleanly.
And there's even rounds where Aspas has money to op, and he just, I guess, detects a 0 aura or something in the server because he just decides not to op some of these rounds. He just starts, like, owning them with his rifle. And I think there's a lot of rounds from MIBR that they kind of just misused their ults. There was so many opportunities for them to convert a round with proper ult usage, and they were just totally missing on that.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of rounds from them later on were really disconnected. There was one where, at the very end, Payne and Shaz, excuse me, were fighting forward. The rest of the guys were way too far back. And Aspas has just taken full advantage of that. I mean, look at the difference. That's Map 1.
The entirety of Map 1.
The first half of Map 2.
Yeah.
I mean, he's stepped up massively.
It's the Aspas effect that has, you know, honestly been kind of make or break for this team. But another player who's also been playing really well, I just saw as we were coming into this, is King, really putting up a ton of numbers for this squad. So it does feel like, you know, the heavy hitters of the squad now, they're starting to heat up. This is going to get a little scary here for MIBR. Is there a chance, Mel, that they can climb their way back into this?
It's going to be really tough. I think Lev's attack is going to be I think it's going to be great from them. And frankly, just based on how they're playing their defense, Ospas is just going to go in, get 2, get 3. King's going to clean up. Everyone else is going to clean up. It should be a pretty dominant win from here.
Yeah, it feels like when it gets down to playing the fundamental, you know, Valorant, what we know and what we expect, it's like you got to go for Leviathan in that instance, right? They have more experience as a unit, but on top of that, Wyatt, it looks like this could very well be curtains for MIBR.
Yeah, definitely. MIBR, I felt like they had a lot more fire in that first game, and now it's kind of been extinguished.
Well, let's see how this all closes out. Send it back over to Vansili and Rivington.
And hopefully now in the second half for MIBR, they could find that spark again to bring that drive for MIBR to potentially push this onto Bind if needed here.
Yeah.
They're able to capitalize this second map against Leviathan on Icebox, but as Steve mentioned here, Riv, I mean, King's popping off, Ospas is feeling it.
That's the next one. The quiet shining in the crown on this one. King is absolutely topping the score charts right now. And he's done it before in the last stage. Just kind of starts popping off, and you're like, oh yeah, wait. There was somebody else fragging with Ospas this game, making it so tough for MIBR to even make moves. This LEV is encroached into A, and Ospas is already at work.
Well, that's how he can entry.
Oh my gosh.
Even before the high tide came through, and even before the bubble came across. Yeah, he's got 1 HP, but he's done his job. Allows Calm now to plant the spike, and for all of Leviathan to play within. Ospas will once again be first contact on the top of Jenny. Artazine potentially the first contact on the other end. Wingman to come out first. Shots missing, but the other players in their positions are just too good for Calm and King to allow Leviathan to get the pistol on a flawless. And the first pistol actually that Leviathan has had this series. Surprisingly enough.
Yeah, very true. Because MIBR still has the Thrifties under their belt, but I think the momentum for Lev here is too much. Ospas being able to open the sights, kind of remembering the way he used to play, and I think he recognized MIBR is playing loose and a little free too on this one, so he went into the loose free mode. He is spinning around on some of these rounds, and really not even getting on that pistol, not too much util.
Yeah.
So you can see Led's ready, confident here to push through, get this one closed out. Gonna be a little hang back from Tex here to make sure there's no lurk. It's a pretty good commit.
Ooh.
Just a tiny bit of chip damage to Artsy in there. My word.
Yeah. You want orb? It's gonna cost you.
Yeah. And that's what we've been seeing Lev do even from last map to this map is start with those little things, whether it was the Odin and dart towards tiles or here, just messing with the orb to give yourself that chip damage advantage.
And even if they have the number of power numbers rather for MIBR towards this A site, they just don't have the HP. With the amount of walls that are coming through from Leviathan, you kind of have them guessing where the hit may be coming from, because now we stopped the temple for Lev. Back towards A main, trying to take control of middle. There's still a turret, rather. Watching over if Mazine decides to overcommit to walk down towards mid.
Wonder if they wall towards A, go B?
Yeah, looks like a high tide recon
out here.
Yeah, definitely.
Slow movement, good call by MIBR here. Get themselves inserted on the right site. Distraction by Mazzino is out, and oh man, they're gonna run into a wall. Oh, they're backing up. Left. They wait for the site clear. The patience of Lev here. It could have been a ruse, but right now they're making it to play.
Because the turret's still there, that's spotted nobody too. The orb now popped up that allows all of Leviathan to have a 5-player hit inside A, and that is beautiful calls coming out from King.
That's wild.
10 seconds
Avoiding all of the danger on this.
Spike planted.
And they've done already almost a kill in Artsy and damage right now to MIBR without seeing anybody.
Well, they'll see somebody now.
There it is.
Ospas towards the spawn, Guardian kill onto Shazam. And he's just gonna go to town here. That 1 HP player about to move up. Liadzi all the way towards the spawn, dash now, disactivated. Well, yeah, they'll just wait it out for MIBR. It may just look like they, especially that turret back towards the spawn, time to dot a spike.
It's like, yeah, we'll hang out. We don't want to give you any more alt orbs because you are already farming right now.
Yeah.
Look at that 19-2 on the Jenny. Ospas finally getting out of the last seconds of the fuse on the spike. And Leviathan bring it to 11. Confidence here from Lev as MIBR keep themselves safe just for the deaths on that one, but it won't be safe as they get into next round. Working the map, understanding what's happening, opening kills. It's kind of like Leviathan's checking off everything right here to just make this an easy icebox for themselves.
Yeah. At least their classics work against each other. Full range, you know that it hits.
All right. This is a turning point for MIBR, but I feel like even after this, there has to be multiple turning points. They only have 2 rounds to work with if LEV can pull them in their favor.
They're definitely going to have to dig deep. Now you see the denial of the Nanoswarm on top of Boilers, so... At least for Leviathan, they don't really know where the KG utility is yet. Allen Drone coming out from Com, the bonus round from Leviathan. Grouped up towards the A site. Standard just like the pistol round, high tide to come up. Nardazine is tucked in. He's trying to get one and he'll get it. With support now. Oh, King almost got that second one. But it's a 1-for-1. Paint has fallen. Advantage still for MIBR, and Leviathan can now slow the tempo. Wall comes up. Tex is trying to make a play. But none of them will make a play for Leviathan as Artazine is able to get 4 in a round to give MIBR the 4th round of this map.
Get Thrash up a little bit quicker, and I think that's MIBR has to keep closing in. Just feel like your opponents are using a bonus buy each time. Like, play with that confidence, maybe. You still got to be careful, but still peek, still swing with each other. We see how they're working here. Artazine calling the shots, playing from the get-go, trying to get the flashes over everybody's shoulder, and how they're trying to assist and kind of play this situation. We see that Paint's on that right side of the site. Artazine, if you know, Fraud said he has very good English in the shot calling, so that's not a problem. Shazam's just left, so a lot of good communication between those 3 to keep this A site locked down.
Makes sense.
If they need to.
Those 3 of them grouped together to work towards the A site, and the other 2 communicating their own language here towards that B site. So it works out. You're trying to maximize whatever you could here with the in the situation that's provided for you. And that's off here, the coaching of Fran that's trying to make the best of it. Tex now lurking up towards the tube. 1-for-1 towards the front. Mazine jump spot. There's a wide swing for Mazine to get the pick. Duel now in favor of MIBR, but the spike's been planted towards the A site. The delay has come through, and the Allen Jones starts things off. The spot Mazzino forcing him to fall back. King, though, still there with Calm. Recon Dart to answer back, but Payne finally gets the entry in. Osboss is still holding towards the dice, trying to land that 3rd one, but it's a 1-for-1. Cobb is now alone. There's that first and second onto Paint. Clock is still ticking on that spike, and he's got the Hunter's Fury. He's just going to run back and play to his favor. Bazine now tapping on the spike. There's that Hunter's Fury, and there's that kill from Calm.
Wow. I see like Osboss just hiding in that corner round after round. Nobody is clearing the man. They come up big. Nicely done again. And MIBR is having so much trouble getting themselves back into the A site with numbers. They're losing so many on each take. This clutch coming in finally from Com at the end. Ooh. Super clean. And that was just after those 2 members had taken out Osboss in the back. So there's like one person of LEV for MIBR to work through right now is multiple. It's tough. It's not just that first shot and they can move on, which is really stunting the pace of MIBR's retakes. Again, everything they can to just deny LEV a little bit of an advantage. But it seems like it happens anyways as they take the space.
Buying all the way down to 0, trying to stay alive. Artazine only with the Sheriff, and they're trying to bring the aggression to their favor, but Artazine is down to 30. Mazine still connects, down towards middle, and that's also the KG utility down as Tex falls.
King's rotation towards B can bear any fruit here. They move slow, and they're not going to have too much mid coverage. Okay, Orb goes up. So comms towards King there. You can see how they're working the communication. And they're going to choose the right site. But how does Liazzi play it? Been smart towards each lurk situation, but now he's got to defend alone. Can he survive this?
He's just watching the angle out in the open. Allen Jones going to clear him, though. So this is not going to be good. Somehow King There's no communication coming through, so he gets the kill there onto King with the wall bang. Big mistake coming out from Leviathan, allowing MIBR to potentially close this round and stay alive in this game. Commitment from Leviathan towards this B-side, high tide, potentially forcing him to fight back towards the spawn. Com trying to find the timing as the wall comes down, and he will finally be able to take down Liazzi, as Mazzino will get the plant on the top of B-Heaven.
Really nice, just creating little quadrants to fight in through the smokes as they come back in.
Com's at the bottom, though, trades out Osboss. Now Wingman falls, and Com once again is solo. Thrash now being pushed forwards, trying to land that shot, but it's the bunny hop of that fish. That's too good. Shazam lands the kill, goes for the defuse, and he will get the Hunter's Fury in the next round as MIBR is able to play the retake.
Whoa, the pressure is on, and it pushes MIBR that much more. They come away with the round. Liazzi, incredible hold on B there to disrupt, holding such an open position for so long with a drone coming at you, you kind of like, I'm either dead to rights and someone's coming with me or nothing's gonna happen. And he gets out with almost everything there. His kill in his life, eventually to find the rest of the round going in MIBR's favor. And that was the defuse. Most of these have been kill rounds because they've been so crazy, as you see. So that Hunter's Fury
I fell for Tex.
Up on the Blade Storm. Don't think we'll see that this round with the low buy, but they might. Yes, they will. It's instant. They're gonna try to make something of it right away.
So get him under. But there's still Liazi there, just holding under the boxes.
They don't know.
Great job by Mazine here to create that diversion to allow Liazi to get those 3 kills.
Oh my gosh.
And the second one to fall towards the snow pile, and he will also fall with the snow pile. Crowd wants these, but Paint wants that kill.
Of course, it's the new guy. Great round by MIBR. Cleaning things up. Also, as Paint, he's one away from his ultimate now, as we saw the Blade Storm just get absolutely thwarted there.
Yeah.
So, slight momentum. A lot to do here. Still, no, they have a lot of work to do as they're calm, cool, and collected. Nice distraction here on the strategy.
That's the
Liazi 3.
That was something here, if I'm not mistaken, that King did with Aspas on the defensive round towards that long B. That also denied Mazine on that lurk towards B main at the beginning. So you're starting to see here in MIBR continue with good communication. Those that are able to anchor towards that B side, very well done by both Mazine and Liazi. And that also forces out the timeout, the first one being called by Leviathan on their map pick.
That's right, and we are looking at 6 chances. That's weird, it's free him. 6 chances here, 12 for Leviathan, and this is when Itopata calls the timeout. The timeouts he's been calling have actually seen success. The ones they called back to bring Ascent back in their favor was actually the Sheriff round. We saw Tex get the 3 for Market. It was a read on the play. Like, your players are gonna play great, but the read on the play after that timeout really helping to come from Itopata. So see if it happens again here for Leviathan, the way they've been attacking this time to get through MIBR's defense. Buys on both sides, a little bit of low armor on that left, but Reckoning is going to be strong here for Leviathan on their side take.
You know this is going to be a round that's committed now for Leviathan. They have a buy around this, and they're looking to get the early recon towards this B side just to snuff out any type of defender players playing towards B, and it seems to be an opportunity here to get the ping against Liazi.
Standing ahead.
A little lot of noise being made, that's about it. Spramming through the smoke in mid, darts out to the left side. I don't think with too much being seen.
And he pushed out, so he's calling, I don't need any rotates, nobody to help me out. Let's get ready to fight towards the E main, and Paint will get the first blood there.
He wants it again?
Out on the defense, it does get that first ping. Shazam trying to take down Tex, but Tex survives at 11. Artazine still gets the pick though onto Aspas as he falls towards the belt. And the defense is looking pretty good for MIBR this round. Artazine with the combo.
He saw his hand, no?
I didn't see him. Trying to grab his orb, and now the wingman will finally spot Calm. Top of the head, now Paint on the top as well to support. 3 in the round for him. Close to a flawless is MIBR, as Tex will deny that opportunity, but MIBR will still get the round.
Who can use the 60 seconds better? Looks like MIBR did that time. Really great control for each other there. On pipes, high, low, playing the elevation at A, and that, I think that's one of the first times Lev has really seen that, because they've been going back to just hitting it with the Viper Bite and throwing out the Shock Dart. So yeah, the first time MIBR does get a chance to fight, Paint just wipes everyone out. With a little bit of help there. Okay, he's starting to feel it.
Nice, him all grouped up for Leviathan on a lower buy. Just trying to get the orb towards middle, but right after King will meet up with the rest of his team. Pushing together. Trying to fight against the A-side hold, who actually has 3 players there for MIBR. Aldron's gonna push one away. High Tide comes out on the attack. Leviathan's trying to come in for the plant.
Liazi switch sites now, he's at A.
In the back of Dice is where he is positioned. He'll get the backstab onto Aspas. Second one, though, cannot get the kill.
Oh, that's a swing.
Calm also gets that pick. 2 left alive for MIBR, and will it be a thrifty once again from Leviathan for them to win not only the round, but the series? Pit now comes up, and that'll slow down the tempo here from both of the teams, but an opportunity and the advantage for Leviathan to get the plant.
I suggest you move.
Oh, yeah, Reckoning comes out. They're going to be able to identify at least some positions here with those circles. It's slow moving Paint trying to get through, but they're going to choose to work together on this one.
Even with the high tide in front of the pit, not allowing for the players to just walk through. An early Huntress Fury as well, just to try to create a diversion. It'll connect onto one. It's up to Paint alone, dropped by King. Leviathan will then close the series 2-0 against MIBR.
Took a little bit to shake off the rust there for the Aspas and the squad of Leviathan, but they finally do. Tex on the first map of Ascend, absolutely pulling through some pivotal rounds there. And on the second map, just seeing King and Aspas go off seems like what we would expect from Leviathan. On that side of MIBR, though, coming out strong with the Ascent comp, there's enough in that firepower to throw a team for the loop.
Yeah.
But we do see that the strats aren't there. They don't have too many protocols, and we're going to be looking for that main squad.
Yeah, especially when it comes down to Leviathan's map pick here, something that they're comfortable to play with a double controller. But again, you got some good minds that can maybe try to ante against what they do, but it wasn't good enough this time around for MIBR. But at least now on Ascent, you could see here that they're not afraid to think outside of the box and fight with a different composition and get still good value out of it. And my positive aspect out of this one, it shows to me that Shazam still has it. He's put some great numbers there on the first map, second map. Payne has done a great job as well as this ISO pulling out for the first time on Ascent. And he deserves an opportunity to continue a career, at least in Challengers or now at the VCTs, because for me,
Absolutely.
feels like he's proven a point here with the ISO.
Yeah, very big shoes to fill for anyone if you're coming in on the main stage. So you have a very big credit to Paint coming in, Shazam stepping in as well, and we'll see how long they do have a time with the squad as we move forward throughout the weeks and get information on that. But Leviathan, Aspas turned up on Icebox along with King. They had the rotations. They were able to also find out what Liazi's idea was once that happened. And Itopata coming in, the timeouts mattered. It definitely changed the play style. They had different looks coming out of the timeouts.
Hey, good shit.
In your scrap book.
Yeah, and the analyst did mention that this was a must-win here for MIBR.
Right, it was.
In for a chance right now. I mean, he might still have a chance here, but it's tough.
Now the big game.
What would happen here for MIBR?
SEN NRG. SEN NRG,
what
sorry.
impact they could bring here towards the VCTs? I think it looks pretty promising for that team.
It does. They have the clutch potential. They kind of have that round potential. The aggression and the looseness that they played with, it's comfort for them. So imagine that being the full team. But it's not an imagine, it's not an if kind of day. It's a what happened, and it was Leviathan taking the double.
Exactly. So that's why we're going to send it down to the floor. So as Mix is ready for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Vansili, standing here with Calm as we see Leviathan take down MIBR 2-0. It all started on Ascent, and I have to ask, earlier Coach Itopata also talked about how that was a weird comp to go up against, seeing that ISO for the first time here at VCT Americas this year. What was that like for you to go up against?
I think at the start, we definitely were getting first match back jitters and stuff. And then after that, we just had to, do how we've been scrimming. And yeah, I think after that, we kind of adapted to the comp and then we felt better.
Sounds good. And I want to dial it back to just a couple of weeks ago. I know that Shanghai was definitely not the way I'm sure you and your teammates would have wished things had panned out. How do you go from, stomaching a tough loss like that, resetting, and then preparing and practicing for stage 2?
It just takes a whole mental reset. I mean, we made some changes and, we've been feeling top form. And obviously, I don't think we showed our absolute best today, but I'm really excited for the future, and I feel like we're building something for a championship roster.
Obviously, a big change that also came in was the departure of Coach Goked, and now it's Coach Itopata. How different is the structure that he brings in? What are the biggest changes that you're feeling as a player on the team?
I think Ito brings a whole, a kind of different perspective for us. Goked helped us a lot at the start, but I think after that, Ito's kind of helping us build towards our confidence and being more loose and stuff like that. So honestly, I'm super appreciative. I feel I'm starting to get a little bit more comfortable. I had a good clutch today, so happy about that.
Absolutely. The fans love to see it as well. For now, thank you very much, Com, for sharing your thoughts. We are going to take a quick breather, but when we come back, it'll be a North American show match that everyone wants to see. NRG versus Sentinel. Stay tuned.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The team I'm most excited to play is NRG, just because I feel like NRG matches are always a fun one to watch, always really good viewership, and usually pretty close.
Weaving backwards and forwards, final moments will do it! The half by conversion.
Sentinels, to me, is a very good team, fundamentally very sound. They do a good job of taking map control, they do a good job of throwing feints. They're also extremely good individually.
There's that side step, easy kill, and that is the round confirmed for Sentinels. Saucy's so good behind that map.
I'm excited for the matchup in general, and like I said, I love challenges, and that's probably the biggest one.
Welcome back to stage 2 of VCT Americas and our second match of the day. And this one is going to be a mega banger. Wish we had the horn, you know, before we can just hit the horn there.
That's right, down from the ceiling again.
And I think it's safe to say, co-streamers around the world, you're welcome. All right? We're
Thanks.
doing you a solid here, guys. I'm Golden Boy. You got Mel, Wyatt, Balla. Talk about all the good stuff here. I'm excited for this game. It's going to be awesome.
You're right. It is a little nice viewership stipend for the co-streamers.
Yeah, it really is.
Free money glitch.
Enjoy the subs, everyone.
Not only is FNS not streaming and taking your viewers, but you get to watch him.
Yes.
So, I mean,
and now you get to judge him. It's
Yeah.
amazing. Look at that. What a time is a flat circle. Is that the phrase? In any case, though, I don't know. Oh, come on! That's the buzzer. That's the time we get the buzzer. Ay, Dios. All right, folks. Well, here's the thing. Unlike a lot of the teams that we're checking out in stage 2, the Sentinels lineup intact.
no reason to change anything. I think we all kind of identified one of the core issues that the team was having, genuinely, was just burnout. I mean, they were going for a long time, non-stop ball, and you know that that will drain anyone at a certain point in time. That being said, though, they still didn't put up the numbers to be able to make their way to Shanghai.
Yep.
This is the team we have now.
And
Still
the comparison, too, is Gen G over in Pacific, right? They also had that same sort of, actually, probably
Good
less
call.
time to come back through it. But they make it through and they win the next international. So I think for Sentinels here, America's a little bit more competitive and you end up not making it into playoffs. And so that's the thing right now, that the margins are close. They are difficult and they need to step it up. But we know what the peaks are for this team. And I think with this patch, it should favor them too.
Yeah, but they definitely needed to take a breather for a moment there, right? They needed a little bit of rest, right? They missed out on qualifying for Shanghai, but, you know, they were able to get some fun in the sun. Look at these guys enjoying the sun with Tarek.
Yo, what is Tarek doing there?
He's a part of the team.
Yeah.
You know, in a way, right? He's the seventh man.
Damn.
Hey, look at that. Great mind. Go ahead and take it. But you know what? That does, at the very least, make you feel a bit happy about the squad if you're a Sentinels fan, because they needed that break. They were constantly talking about it. And Mel, you know, you going through a grueling schedule yourself right now, as a matter of fact. I mean, could you speak to that experience of having to really just, you know, go pedal to the metal nonstop like that?
First, I want to say, you know, every team needs a rest merchant, and Tarek's right there. So, listen, every team needs some R&R every now and then, and if Tarek's serving the rest merchant, then there you go, you have it. But having some time off can be so nice, because one, it can just like reset, like any negative feelings you've had in the past, you can kind of get some more time away from it, which is normally the best thing you can do when you take like a really bad loss. Is just time is the only thing that can really heal that feeling. So having that time set aside is great, but also coming back with like a fresh mental, like fresh practice, fresh maps and stuff like that can be a huge boon.
And 9 championship points as well. So they're not in the clear quite yet, but they are damn close, Wyatt, to, you know, being in a comfortable position with their championship points. But the thing is, obviously, is that record-wise, right, still got to make sure you're in that playoff position.
Yeah, the record is what I'm really looking at to get into the playoffs, because they're tied with NRG. Both teams are 3-3 right now, so this has big implications. And also, it's crazy that G2, the team that went the furthest for America at Shanghai, they are also 3-3. So that little section of the standings is neck and neck. This is a massively important game for them, for both teams.
Yeah, it definitely is.
I think 100 Thieves too. I think it's all super close right there.
Too close.
Which is ridiculous. So this makes all the difference, and you're going to see them have to step up throughout, because I think they have, both of these teams have insane schedules coming out, right? The teams that they have to play, they're going to have to play G2, they're going to have to play some of these top teams, and it's going to be difficult. So they have to start off strong here.
Well, let's go ahead, though, and hear from the players over on Sentinels. You got John QT standing by with Smix. What you got?
Smix sitting here with John Cutie ahead of your match today. Today you're going to be going up against NRG for the second time this year, but this time it's with Finesse as the IGL. How does that change things for you going up against them?
They're definitely going to be harder to beat. FNS is a great IGL, and they had a lot of success with that core. They definitely, I think, upgraded. They need that leadership, so it's going to be difficult, but we are very confident. Yeah.
All right, well, we'll be looking forward to it.
You got to respect what FNS has accomplished as an IGL, and that gives us an opportunity to move on to his squad, NRG. Now, after failing to qualify for Masters Shanghai, they decided to make some major changes. Marv is out of the team. Demon 1 is on the bench for right now, and they bring back, if you remember last season, they were running it back again for the Squeakquel. You got FNS versus Ensom coming into the team here once again. FNS abandoning a lucrative co-streaming career, right? I don't know, maybe to come back here and compete again. And of course, and Sam too. Yeah, that's right. But the thing is that both of these players, especially Sam last year, was a standout for us. In fact, I was shocked to not see Sam playing again because he was so great last season. So for him to come back into this lineup, I mean, Bala, this has to feel good and familiar, I would say, for the core that was left, right?
Absolutely. The Squeakquel is crazy, but absolutely. Both of these guys are fantastic last year. Obviously, they didn't have the success that they wanted all the way, but to see them come back right now, I think Sam, for me, was probably the best controller in America. So, yeah, I think filling in Marv's shoes here is going to be very easy. And then I think the most important thing is to get some leadership into this squad. I think the amount of time that they had, Finesse coming in here, he's going to be able to take over Ethan's position and make things work.
And Ethan seems happy. You could see it in the picture there. He's got his cat ears.
He does look very content in that photo. Yeah, alleviated the stress of trying to pick up IGLing for the first time and stepping into the massive shoes that, you know, FNS had left behind him.
Yeah.
Because every single person that is an IGL and I think in some way looks up to FNS. Like, I mean, you could probably speak to that yourself as an
100%.
IGL.
Dude, we have a call out legit called Pujan. Like, I'm sure that every team, even like abroad, like looks up to this guy. It cannot be understated his impact. And I feel like Ethan as well, it can't be like slept on that he made the process of transition so easy. Because I feel like sometimes like IGL transition can get really ugly. Like maybe you get like an ego, you're like, I want to IGL the team. But I think he was the one that came to him and he was like, brother, we need some help, bro. Like, get in here, please.
Yeah, I respect that 100%. Well, let's go ahead and hear from the man of the hour. Finesse is back, and he's standing by with Smix.
Smix here with Finesse ahead of your match today. Finesse, it's been a while since we saw you in the Riot Games Arena. 10 months since you last played an official match. How does it feel to be back?
Feels good. It's very nostalgic. A lot of these rooms, the hallways, all that. I mean, it hasn't been that long. But in esports time, it's been pretty long. Yeah, it's nice though. It's nice to be back.
All right, I'm sure all the fans are looking forward to it. Best of luck today.
That is about the excitement that we were hoping for. I feel like Finesse saying, I'm excited to come back. My guy is at a 10 on the hype scale.
The halls, the rooms, they feel good.
It's those sterile white halls. Love walking
I mean, he's already IGL. He's like, we got to get through the halls.
We got to get through the halls, guys. Oh, man. All right, guys. Well, look, here's the deal, right? We all know that FNS could have just kept on streaming, right? But he decided to walk away from that to make another run for a global. This guy has found success in the past, held trophies over his head in Valorant, has been influential, as we found out, you know, from Mel as well. Like, this guy has accomplished so much. So for him to come back here, it has like, and mind you, I'm not making a one-to-one comparison, but it does feel a little bit like, you know, Jordan making his return back to play again. No, not comparing him statistically, obviously.
Did Jordan ever lose to Billy?
Jordan. An impactful
Holy
player
shit.
who left and then came back. That's the comparison.
There's gotta be a
Fucking Billy Billy every time.
You're gonna say some garbage.
That was some crap.
That wasn't crap. It was a great comparison, damn it. I was thinking on the fly, you pigs. In any case, no. Not you, Mel. You're a saint. Never change. But that being said, though, this guy does have an incredible track record, and he's going to be bringing this right back to this team of incredibly talented players.
And honestly, it was pretty shocking at the beginning of this year to see him pursue other options and leave behind what is an unbelievable legacy before, especially back in the beginning, right? 2021, 2022. That was incredible what he was doing there. And that's why he got those accolades. That's why people looked up to him. So I think it's not surprising to see him try to pick it back up here, because it's not over. It's absolutely not over.
For sure. But there is another player that is coming into this we haven't really touched on all that much, and that's Sam. He's also coming back into this lineup. We said before, one of the best controllers, if not the best controller.
He might have been the best player on NRG last year.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
A lot of times he definitely was. Lock-in at the beginning, of the year, he was insane. And then he still had a really high level for the rest of it. But I want to say maybe that was the peak, but was definitely the best controller from NA last year. I don't think there's any question.
But now he's back, Mel, and you look at the composition of players that are on the team, there's going to be some question marks regarding like who's doing what and how things are going to be playing out here. But you know that Sam can deliver pretty much on anything.
I think especially with this like meta change with like obviously Haven coming back, and then we're seeing the devs trying to push us towards Neon a bit. I actually think this is going to be a great patch, not just for Som, but like the whole team. Like Som's going to slot in really nicely because Victor's going to be able to play maybe agents like Neon. And I feel like Victor, I mean, his Neon back on Optic on Fracture was like, whenever I saw how they were playing the map and getting map control with the Neon, it was beautiful to watch. And I think Som's gonna be able to slip in kind of easily if they can nail the maps that we're gonna play Neon and Raze on. Maybe a question mark is the Jet maps, just purely because we haven't seen Victor and Jet in so long. What, like Breeze 2022?
He did a little bit last year, even.
A little bit.
Yeah, I don't remember the maps.
Plays the artist, maybe.
He definitely was good. Well, I remember when he was playing it on Breeze, he was kind of popping off, and I remember it being a surprise because he had never played it before.
Yeah, but I mean, there's going to be so many questions here. I mean, do you guys kind of feel the same way, where it's like, who's going to play what, or do you feel quite confident?
No.
Yeah.
Look, there are questions because I think replacing Demon 1 is such a crazy thing to do in the middle of the season. But I don't.
Especially with the patch
these roles are going to go.
Of the fucking,
are they going to have time to cook?
the fucking Dreadies patch,
and kind of recapture that energy? Because back then, man, every single tournament we thought they were going to come out with something new, right? Yeah. Every single time they were the leaders, and that was something that they prided themselves on. So that's kind of where I'm at. I think Victor for sure is that duelist.
Yeah. All right. Well, as the sole person who picked NRG, real quick, how we win in this one?
Yeah. Okay. I think. Everything in my brain is telling me SEN should win. They've had time together. They've had a full 5. They should come back nice, like, and refreshed. But NRG has FNS and Psalm. Like, I don't know.
There you have it. You heard it from Mel. Let's send it down to the stage.
Riot Games Arena, it is time to get this North American showdown underway. Give it up for your first team. It's NRG! Now it is time to welcome NRG's opponents to this stage. Make some noise for your Sentinels!
It's the matchup we've all been waiting for. Sentinels versus NRG. John QT versus a returning Finesse. It doesn't get any better than this, but of course, we saw the predictions. We saw everyone siding with Sentinels outside of one. Outside of one. But that being said, NRG, I mean, this is still a team that when you see the players on the other side of the field, guys, you gotta fear, you gotta respect. They have the accolades for a reason.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Ball said it earlier when we were talking about this matchup. Like, yes, going Sentinels, but I'm giving this a 50-50. I'm sure
I agree.
SEN can win. I could see either team taking this. SEN should be much better than they were in stage 1 with some time off. And this NRG team should be much better with
Can I
FNS
just
coming
say,
back.
50-50 right now, but that's because of a lack of information, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's because we haven't seen Sentinels in so
Yes.
long. And we haven't seen what NRG could look like with Finesse at that helm. So
new patch 2, new map, Haven's back as well. Like anything.
Might as well just forget anything that happened before and just be like, who knows?
What I need,
where it's at right now.
What I need,
what do you need,
someone on SEN, and I'm gonna say Zekin because listen, not to be the guy that's up at 4 a.m. with strings and papers on the wall attached to each other, looking at Tracker GG to notice that Zekin has played only ISO in about 2,000 ranked games in the last week. I would like to see him on ISO, and I would like to see him kill contract FNS today.
That actually would be amazing if that was the case.
And I need FNS to win.
Yeah, imagine. Now,
I need that for the culture, GB.
It's just a use of that term. Yeah, well, we'll see, man. I would love that. That'd be incredible there, of course. But, you know, also, let's not forget, too, right? You got Zekin, who I think at the tail end of stage 1 certainly was like, you know, not necessarily, still playing great, but cooling down a little bit more to where he was like a Masters Madrid, right? It feels like this whole Sentinels team, and we've already harped on that quite a bit here. But if anything, is there an opportunity that we get Zekin on Neon, for example? Is there, you know, I was going to mention ISO, you mentioned that as well, or do they just stick to the standard? No, you think they're going to change things, Ball?
I'm shaking my head because I've got spoilers.
You got spoilers. I'm focused on the conversation with you.
I know.
Open
up
so, oh, there you go.
Oh, we got a lot going on.
There's a lot. Okay, pop off, guys. I'm going to shut up.
I'll start first. I like the Clove on Lotus. This is something Oxygen have been doing in Challengers. That's the only time I've really seen it on this map. But they've made it look good. I'm excited to see NRG give that a shot.
Yeah, and then the Deadlock for Sentinels. Deadlock Cypher here, right on Lotus. This is super interesting. There's a lot of really nice walls you could throw over the top of things, like in Waterfall that we've seen before. But none of the duelist changes.
I was gonna say, I really like the Breach paired with the Neon on NRG. It's giving me shades of when Optic played Fracture, like I mentioned before.
I don't know,
it's
man.
Such a natural, great combo, and I think they're gonna get that chemistry.
Deadlock
back
instead
then
of
when they were
Fade.
running very similar defaults, like opening it up with the first stun, then Neon stunning the second. And then the Deadlock interactions are gonna be crazy. Actually,
No, instead of Viper.
Well, I think we're all just like you, Mel.
It's like Cypher instead of Killjoy and Deadlock instead of Viper.
As we get ready and send it over to your emotional support casters, it's Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, do you think FNS causes
Yeah.
players that? Those emotional support players, these little kittens, you know, gives them a bit of a stroke across the stage?
I was also just giggling. Out there in the crowd with a sign, pick Clove, had that much chance of working, instantly rewarded.
Instantly, yeah.
These are nuts comps for a clash of two teams where maybe I was coming into this thinking, you know, can Finesse revive this squad? Are we going to see some of that more tactical, slow-paced Valorant, a real battle of minds? This is going to be a battle of mad ideas.
Yeah.
This is going to be some kind of wacky, crazed genius.
You know, the desk was teeing it up, right? They were saying, despite the fact that they think Sentinel should be the favorites, it's been a long time since we've seen both of these teams in this iteration of NRG. But FNS Core going up against Sentinels, a lot can change, including the map pools. We're heading into stage 2 itself, and here's a fast, yeah, very aggro. Stun already being offset, used. Victor taking his angle, John QT.
Spike down.
And everybody being collected up and corralled into this corner here. Sentinels now being squeezed, having to use a bit of util now to see if they can pave a way back out of this fight.
It's a great idea to slow the tempo down. They have Spike. I like the idea that NRG are not forcing the fight. They play that set strat at the beginning, and now the battle becomes collecting the objective.
The spike drop down as well. Plenty players left to watch here. NRG more than favored. You look at the damage across these Sentinels players, you'd have to see some miraculous shots. Fault line there just in case. Down to a crawl.
It's so difficult to get this back. NRG's strategy has just worked excellently. Smoke dissipates, door open by tens. Can he hit a shot to turn this
fight, isn't it? If he can get anything done, but no, Som survives and they all topple in the end. So a pistol round win for NRG.
What a beautiful one. A lot of teams have been running this strategy where you put a lot of utility pressure on the push out through Mound, and then you have two players that also push through B. But there are not many people who run it as a pistol round idea. And when you're playing double initiator on this map, I think on the defense side, you've actually got to have ideas like this. You might think to yourself too, NRG have not had very much time really to practice. They can't have too many of these set plays, set strats. But they've been saying they've been working straight up like 10 hours a day, no off days since Finesse and Som joined. They've been grinding.
Find you.
Obviously playing heavy catch-up. Bit of a prep disadvantage for the team, but they do have that slight advantage here with the crap now. I mean, just catching out Som.
That's a great little punish.
Yeah, obtaining a gun from it. How much more danger is there in a round?
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say, we've seen Tens do some deadly things with Guardians. You know, C9 in the previous stage were running a strat where they force bought a Guardian on some of these eco rounds just to see if their star player could make magic happen. Certainly don't count them out. But remember that Som can still have impact over here on the C site.
You're already seeing it, yeah. Smoke propped up across the choke. Cam broken. Horn through as well. Finesse going to be feeling this kind of pressure and heat, but he still lands it at the advantage there, at least with the armor at the shock. Benton Sentinels from really scaling into the back of this site, but now starting to gain some ground forwards. Finesse also going walkabouts, but his head on a wrong type of swivel, looking in the complete wrong direction. A plant online for Sentinels, a bit of extra pocket change, potentially putting them into a winning position in the round as well. Depends if they can do anything with this one gun still in their hands. Nice movement, it's tidy from Ethan, cleaning it up. John QT, 15 health though, and he's got a lot more to do, and he cannot do it.
Good shit.
Well dealt with there by NRG.
I have SEN winning though.
It looked like scattered a little. I think we're going to see a lot of scrappy gameplay in this. And not because the teams are bad, but because it's so difficult to recognize what your opponents are going to be doing when we're seeing this kind of cutting edge of the meta. There's been quite a few teams that are running the Cypher Deadlock idea. Yeah. It's come out of Tier 2 by the look of things and started to make waves in Tier 1. We saw Fnatic running it on Ascent. Turtle Troop really trying to set the meta out there, but bringing it over here to Lotus, and Wyatt was talking about the Clove being run as well in that secondary tier. Looks like they're going to try and fight aggressive again over towards C. But this time running it as a trap play off cam contact or finesse jump spot.
Wow, my eyes are down. Cam's broken.
They are begging Sassy to walk into Mound. Come on. It's only finesse here. Don't you want to go into the Cypher? Don't you want your kill on the 42-year-old that can't? Surely, come on!
You're doing him dirty, man. You're getting cheered by the crowd.
No, but that's what I'm saying. It's not true, is it? That's just the trap.
Of course not. No, of course.
Celsius would never call out finesse saying he's a 42-year-old. Never.
But they worked their way towards the A side anyway. It's open for them. Especially with that kill there onto Som. Remember, slap the impact playing the Clove. All grouped up from NRG. It's a bonus round for them as well, so the weaponry is a little bit weaker. See if they can make their mark. No real theft. Gonna be spotting up most of them. Sentinel's post-plant position as well. It's pretty immaculate here. It's hard to see them even losing this one. Stuns set up. Able to catch the contact of any of these players here with the horn. Dealt with. Finesse though, right from the side. Grab net. Oh, no. Oh boy! TP just about, but still the stuns are coming through. Plenty of them where that came from. Wingman, defuse, nade, rebounds. Gonna be broken here. Gotta get bodies onto this one for any chance of winning. Sticking, crashes forwards all the way, but not enough. Celsius wraps it up. A tiny eye by Power Ace.
And in classic Celsius fashion, finishes things off with the SEN bundle classic for the Ace. They got the job done there towards the end. It did look a little dangerous. SEN keep committing into the same area that they've just killed Clove. And so Som is able still to have quite a lot of impact in these situations. Over on C and now over on A, providing those smokes and allowing his team to play around them. So that trap play didn't find anything in the previous round, and NRG just run it back. Slight variation as they walk into Mound here.
Taking a lot of space here. Oh, Tens, he's eager for the first engagement, now realizing he's going to be caught and trapped. The TPs can't escape it. Victor, he's so fast onto it. An attempt of a pivot there by Sentinels, at least to maybe relieve some of that pressure. They open wide the door, but now lurking their way forward. Celsius.
Look how good new Neon looks in that situation as well.
Yeah.
Victor's just able to capitalize on that so quickly. But SEN, you're right, Brett. They've found a bit of space here. And NRG gave up so much of the rest of the map by stacking 4 players on C, as they have been doing for a lot of their defense rounds. They are SEN overthinking this, though.
Go on walkabouts.
And into Crashies.
Crashies has got his back to all of them, essentially. He's just watching a slight pixel angle, I think, from this position. And yeah, he is none the wiser, it seems like. And gaps in the defensive protocols there. NRG, they have only had basically a month together, so it's going to be expected.
Just not fast enough on the pivot to cover those holes.
Planted the spike.
They knew, of course, that it was a fake over towards B, but maybe just expecting SEN to be trying to draw out defensive utility, not going for a big push like that. Yeah. It was bold.
It was a crazy play.
Still.
Them into a 3v3.
Drop in a smoke.
Smoke's now down again. Celsius here and all this noise being made. Victor is well ahead of the rest of his team. Medal rebounds. Low HP in the end, but not enough for the kill. And Zekken still holding his ground in from the side. Sassy will strike. 2-2 now for Sentinels. Wonderful mid-round adjustments.
Looking great there. There's so much risk in taking that kind of pathing. As you go, you know, you could get caught by somebody who's rotating from A over towards B on that fake tap. You could also get caught in a crossfire over somebody towards heaven and somebody rotating back over across from C. But SEN threaded the needle perfectly there. And NRG's decision to try to fight aggressively over Mound in a lot of these rounds, it's looked decent. They've got themselves advantages, but by overcommitting there, they're losing out in other areas. I think one of the weaknesses as well of running the Cypher deadlock on this map instead of a Viper is, in theory, it should be more difficult to re-clear rubble. You don't have that wall to wall up, post people up, wall down, and clear rubble that kind of way. You also don't have the snake bite as well. But NRG are not really playing around that fact. Maybe just trying to think about their own win conditions.
Yeah, so far, I mean, heavy play by NRG over towards C Mound. Now B as well on the stack. I mean, it's a half by round, so you might as well put your eggs in that basket. Maybe see if you can get a win that way. Seeing if they will run themselves into that B site, but no. Over towards C for SEN. Barrier, that was over the top. We saw the lineup being set up from Mound.
Yeah, and it's a great barrier. We've seen other teams run this as well.
Just locks them out from playing the Flood retake. So NRG can't really play into this one, but they're still holding for this util in their hands as well, spotting all these bodies. Well, flashed up a little bit late and delayed. 1-for-1, give it away to Rifle.
Yeah, no one with second.
Drops back. Ults now have to be committed here. Annihilation. Actually didn't connect. Ethan, tasty little treat for him. Pulled and backed away here, and still walking down that Mound Avenue.
So tilting when you get caught into that deadlock ult. Ethan's going to be losing it there. But okay. It was an eco round. They forced out the deadlock ult on the other side. So the silver lining still. But the ult bank is getting large for SEN. And they're feeling like they're getting a good read on what NRG are doing. The more reps that you get against an unusual composition, the more that John is going to start to get an understanding of how the whole team wants to play. It's not just the way that Finesse is calling, but like what ideas do they even have with the comp?
Big ults online now. Beginning of this round, no util being used. Other than the cap. Victor his, he just didn't know where it was, so it had to be revealed, eventually broken.
And this is one of the more standard defensive setups from NRG. It's one of the first times that we've actually seen them fight over towards rubble. They're not posting anybody up. I thought maybe Som with his ult would be looking to play in that direction and try to fight real heavy over rubble. But Som is anticipating that this one is going to end C, probably reading into the fact that Zekken's one away from the showstopper. That would be the most natural place to pivot to. Pick up that orb over at Mound. Showstopper in. It's not what SEN have got in mind, though.
No, very different, actually. You don't really expect this. But walking their way over towards the B site. One trip to stop them.
And Ethan's just put away his fault line. He was thinking about stunning off this trip contact.
Purely contact up until right now. Explosive with the satchel play straight into the site to cut
the spike. The spike is at such danger.
Rotating away, now it's dropped down. No man's land, full control now for NRG, and chaos.
30 seconds
That's where the round's been thrown into. With only 30 seconds left, at risk of a Melons moment, but we'll see if it ends up playing like this one. And Sentinels just make the call to save. Just back away. No, they've got the ult.
No, they've got the ult to play with here. So Tens is going to be able to pick that up. You can't deny it with just one player.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's a travesty.
I mean, a fall line. Okay, rolling thunder to try and deny this one. Still, Second's got enough time. Down below, stuns up. Second plant sticks it, but eventually.
Holy shit, Sentinel.
Time being bled down to the final moments there. Minute details.
What a recovery then from NRG towards the end, deciding to send it after losing 2 players. It looked like NRG were in complete control of that round. As soon as the blunder came through, of John dropping spike over towards A lobby, not anticipating that double push coming out through C Mound. As soon as the spike goes down, NRG should have been in control. And then 2 kills came through real quick up top here.
The rolling thunder saving the day there by Ethan.
With the aftershock as well to just clean up the plan. Good stuff. Big ults invested. And NRG back to their old tricks, looking like they want to fight over here. Is it going to be some kind of trap? Nope, they're just shoving it in.
4 players going forward. Stuns A bit of friendly fire. Barrier, oh my god, I mean, second.
I got you.
It's a hard shot to hit with the Victor on the Neon. Fast moving all around the place here. Now it's up to Som. Saw the presence of the players over towards A. It's up to him to see if he can beat a stalwart defender. But he's got Zekin with a showstopper to deal with. Still, instant ult. Popped off. Satchels just evading with the movement. Still, he can't evade the rocket. Secondary cleanup now. Players moving into position from NRG. Already FNS looking for that early face. Drop down towards Pit. Wingman going to be missing his mark, and that just leaves the crashes none the wiser. A lead taken now, flawless. It's the fashion, it's the way that SEN do it.
Will chatter in the cold.
These set plays were working at the beginning. Pistol round was looking great from NRG, completely caught SEN off guard. They didn't quite have the protocol to be ready for it. In this round, wall goes down immediately, double face there from Zekin and from TenZ to punish Victor. And on top of SEN improving the way that they deal with that aggression, you also had a team stun coming out. Neon, you can buff Neon as much as you like. If you stun your own Neon, that's not gonna help.
It's a rough one. Definitely a rough one with Sentinels. Looking drilled on these angles.
And I was talking earlier about how much depth NRG were going to have. They've definitely run a variety of defensive setups. But I think also the composition is just requiring them to play more aggressively. Having double initiator in this spot, you don't really want to be playing for info necessarily. You want to be trying to use that initiator utility to bring the fight to SEN.
Yeah.
And they've kind of struggled with that. SEN have done a great job at adapting to all of that pressure. It's still only early on round 8, but it feels like SEN are running away with it right now. They have just lost their big ult cycle, so there's a chance here for NRG to get back into things, but probably not in this round.
Or opened wide, just bait out bits and pieces of the utility from NRG. They got their sights set towards B, and that's a lovely combo. See, somehow not connecting into the corner there, so some surviving 4 now, but plucked at the seams. There was a weaker buy from NRG, worth considering into this, but Sentinels are now really starting to get that momentum underneath them.
Yeah, they're looking great. I mean, they're really working the map. They're taking B main for free there, putting a lot of pressure A at the same time with the cam. Open door, paranoia comes through.
One down.
It feels like NRG are finding it difficult to get a read on where the SEN players are in order to hit them with that big utility. Ethan had his big round with the retake, where he got a huge amount of value with that Rolling Thunder, but outside of that, the Breach util hasn't really been able to precisely locate people and provide a follow-up. So timeout here called for NRG. Do they have an ability to play a slower game with this composition? I think it is somewhat possible to try to do something like fight a rebel early on in the round, post up somebody like Som, and try to rotate basically off the information that Som's going to provide.
I don't want to get too into the weeds in terms of the agent changes either, but, you know, Neon, she's missing a stun now. Typically, you see a Neon offload if you're going to try and fight for the A rubble like you were saying early. Victor, when he's been playing over towards A, he hasn't been using it. He's been saving it because he knows he's only got the one.
Yeah.
So you do have to consider all the little changes and the way that they add up and the way that you might play normally with this composition, the way we've seen it play in the past, at least when teams use the Neon. We'll see. I am curious how deep that playbook goes for NRG, because like we're mentioning, they've only had about a month together as a team with this unit, this core.
But at the same time, I mean, the core has been
around for a while.
Around for quite a long time. It's only Ethan, really, that's been integrated, and they've known Ethan, they've played with Ethan.
Deep smoke. What is that? It's beautiful. Keen eye from Victor and even sharper aim. It's rattling away the shots, but the Tracer reveal his position, and Sassy does return that fire. Earns himself a kill. Still, the spike has been chopped down in the middle of nowhere, and Util's going to have to be expended here to try and push back and away these players. NRG. When you even realize this?
When you see that the spike is down in uncomfortable spots like this, it's just the premium tell that SEN were not expecting aggression in that area. Same as when John got caught with it over towards A lobby. They just weren't expecting NRG to be that aggro and fight inside 10 smoke like that. Now this time, of course, they don't have the Omen ult to be able to go and retrieve that, so they've got to try to create some angles elsewhere. They're hoping that NRG are playing super heavy still around Mound, trying to deny them from taking that area, but it's only Som that's been left.
Okay. Just to open up the door to 2 players, though. We'll clear most of this, so it gives them access to the spike. But the trouble is, time is of the essence, and
Cypher playing in front of his utility, fucking close, playing for C.
way ahead of his setup and making all the noise in the world. Straight through the cage. You just get that information
Like,
for him and out back.
I don't know, man.
But it looks like B is going to be the goal still. Going to be slowed down and stunted. Fault line missing. Being held off the contact of Ethan. What is the call now? Over towards B is really the only option for Sentinels. You're going to try and lock this one down. Not going to be pushed back.
It's a big 1v1.
Prevented from planting, so an extension into the round for Sentinels themselves. Double phase is nice. NRG.
Yeah.
Cool, calm and collected.
They have the wingman too, yeah.
Nasty
It's
from
out.
Crashies.
No, they know.
Second, the final player looking
Smoked.
to hold off the horde. This is looking like NRG have got themselves
No
in a
nade,
great
no
situation
nothing.
to convert.
What's a save?
The jiggle peeks, the little shoulder peeks the Crashies throws out there. Looking to bait a shot, and I was all ready to praise Sassy for having excellent patience with it.
Yeah.
And then Crashies just waits for that extra player to come alongside him, swings out, dominates.
It's little moments like that, that realization that yes, this core of the team, I was talking about it in terms of, you know, the map depth, not really having too much time to practice together, but little moments like that where they're calling, play together.
Yeah, it's nice.
Makes a difference.
And once more, that round set up by getting an advantage off an early set play. Similar setup here again. 2C, 2B, just leave A to finesse. Seems to be the major adjustment they make coming out of the tag timeout. And Som on a pretty filthy off angle, without the ult to be able to play it. These stuns, they've kind of given NRG priority over angles a lot of the time, but they haven't really been catching people for kills.
Sentinel's been doing a good job of, you know, trying to play it cautiously.
Yeah, they're always
bait
baiting
out
it
at
out.
util. Yeah. Pull it out ahead of time. That is filthy.
Didn't need the second bullet.
Yeah, can only do that on line. Welcome back to the stage, Som.
On land, surely.
On land, that's what I meant to say. Listen, we're shaking off the rust. It's been over a month.
SEN have fallen into NRG's trap here as well. This is where Finesse has got his setup. Victor is providing them all the information over on the other side of the map.
Grab their forwards. Fault line's good as well. Slows it back and around here.
Second's gone walkabout. He's got upstairs here. And it meant the fact that the deadlock wall was used should mean that Crashies isn't paying too much attention to it, but he absolutely is.
Still watching. He's going to be taking a fight in the reclear.
He didn't clear it properly.
Second who gets the timing right against him. Som on the off angle. Doesn't catch it. Got a single player to be found there. All dropping down now. NRG. This game of timing.
But then
Just
gets one though.
a two-piece. Only the one though. Instantaneous with the trade. Victor through there with the slide and the glide, but he just can't make it happen. Ethan's too low, really. Surely it's an impossibility.
And Som has only got 50 credits here as well. So I think ideally Ethan does actually want to save this.
Yeah.
It looks like he's backing off just to try to make the next round as good as possible. Unfortunate kind of errors there from Crashies and Som. Crashies really was thinking about that stairs push, despite the fact that the deadlock wall was used to fake the fact that Zekken couldn't be in that position. Crashies still had his eyes on it, and then he just didn't full clear it and decided to jump, run past.
Slight miss in the timing.
And Som's been really trying to get value out of some of these off angles and hasn't quite been able to find the kills he's been looking for. But that one, that was a brilliant way of opening up the round. Well, so far, this map seems to be coming down to, can Victor get them an opening pick by doing some kind of aggressive set play? If yes, NRG are in a good spot to win the round. Because SEN are then playing purely reactively. If no, and it becomes a slow-paced round, SEN have got pretty great ways of closing things out.
It's always going to be a bit of a slow siege, I think, for Sentinels at the beginning. They are so scared of the trap plays.
Yeah.
They understand the win cons of this comp.
And of course, NRG's comp usually would love to play retake setups as well. But I think against the Deadlock Cypher, when you might be running into wall and trip in post-plant, they don't really want to opt into that as much. So that's another reason why, in this specific matchup, they're having to force the fights early a lot more. Whoa, that's early.
Yeah, early showstopper just to clear Mount because they don't have any prior control of this one, and the Sanctions have all been used up. Second. Let's rip there with the ult. At least still the rocket rebounds. Som still healthy. Moving forward. Spotting it with just the head. Bunny hopping around. Still wants to take up that space. Through back off the side.
Broken all of Finesse's utility. Lost a little bait peek and now they're heading into B.
Okay, Nightfall being used. Faking that presence and pressure applied over towards the B side. Not too sure how many more connections, but what is the site that Sentinels want to land on? It looks like they're uncertain themselves. They don't even know it. They double face it, straight through. The trades this time advantageous, all for Sentinels.
That stun's very annoying for Crashies to deal with. He doesn't want to give away his positioning because he feels like he has a good timing. But that means he can't really shoot.
Yeah, any noise being made, and he would have been stunned up anyway. Dead to right, Victor dropped 4-7 now, that scoreline. Heading into the final round of this first half.
What a round from John. Didn't see it on camera, but maybe we'll get a replay. John won a duel against Som, and that was the reason that they went back over towards C. Here it is. Just spamming over towards Som, who was desperate to try to apply some pressure onto those players on Mount. And completes the round with another 2 afterwards. The IGL from SEN. Finding big value despite the fact that he's towards the bottom of the scoreboard right now, but calling a good game and hitting some good shots when it matters. Right, going into the final round of the half here. Everything's still on the line and back to this set play over towards C.
Or at least feigning like it.
Faking it.
Yeah.
Nice.
You can see there's only the one player. It's Victor over towards the C site, hoping that Sentinels will go for a fast pivot over towards B and A where they stacked all of these players.
Yeah, but the problem is...
Nice shot.
Beauty. I was going to say, the problem is that SEN have actually adopted a slower protocol in response to that. They throw at the deadlock wall and then try to double face to shut down instead of reacting in the opposite direction. So it doesn't get the value, and now Finesse has been baited in.
This is absolutely crazy stuff. But the IGL's got to step up to the challenge here.
That's quite nice.
Make your mark. Flash forwards.
Ooh.
No, just about broken. Just about broken and still sassy.
Let's go, Saucy.
Holding his ground down with a rifle in hand. Beginning to feel like desperation here for NRG in this final round.
Listening.
But 4 on the board on the defense side, honestly, it might not even be that bad. I know they're about to run into a deadlock Cypher comp on the defense, but NRG's composition themselves has a lot of explosive stuff to it.
Yeah.
Can NRG make it even better by winning an extremely unlikely 2v4 towards the end?
I mean, with the time already burnt off the clock, Som took a marathon sprint, man, just to get there.
I don't see how this one's possible.
It really doesn't look possible
John
at
has
all.
stuns in the post plan and the ult to work
Yeah,
with.
Annihilation. It's already holding it.
Oh.
Yep, dodged. But again, the time's ticking. You can hear it onto the spike, and as soon as that smoke dissipates and fades, an 8-4 finish.
Let's go, Sen.
So, lovely beginning here. The first half of Lotus. Just for Sentinels. The sides are going to be swapping around as well, but yeah, nice stuff. And honestly, it is still up in the air, like you were saying, Josh. You know, you don't really know how these halves are going to be playing out, especially with the comp that NRG have. It can be explosive.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting when the sides swap. We don't really have very much data to know whether 4's enough here for NRG or whether they favored the attack on the defense side even. But you're right, it did look a little desperate there towards the end of this half. Yeah.
Nice shot.
Enemy remaining.
Sentinels just locked in fully. Ready for the win, really, at any moment and time. Let's send it down to Suze, down on the floor in the audience with some Sentinels fans.
Thank you very much, Bren. As we know, this is a family show, and we have quite possibly the most wholesome family here at the Riot Games Arena today. I'm joined by Haley as well as Steven, and is this Ava?
Ava, yes, our baby.
Hi, Ava. It is so nice to have you here. Oh my goodness. So I've heard that you are huge Sentinels fans. Tell us,
women
how
and
did this
babies,
start?
man.
You know, especially with the little one, that can't be easy.
No, it is not, but he's an amazing Valorant player, so he's been a fan since about 2020.
You got her in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah.
And then when she was born, you know, we had a lot of rough late nights, and there, what was it?
Oh, it was during the AVL. We were playing, or we were watching them play a lot, and Yeah, it was just a lot of times at night where we would watch them play.
We would watch them play all night. Yeah.
Got you through those long nights.
Sentinels got us through it.
Yeah. So, watching from home and now being front row here at the Riot Games Arena, seeing these players in person, what is that like?
It's amazing. I feel like they're superstars, so it's amazing to see them in person. Yeah.
Okay, this map has definitely been a little bit tight here and there. What are you guys thinking? How is this gonna pan out?
We know them. They've got it. Yeah. They've got it. She's here. She's their lucky charm. Yeah.
Sen baby.
Sen baby. Sen baby.
We have our very own Sen baby, and correct me if I'm wrong, you made this for her yourself.
Yes, I made this so they can come out with some baby merch. Woo!
Well, there you have it. Thank you so much. And Brennan Sideshow, back to you.
I really wish that they hadn't made it, and that was just baby merch that Sen were already selling.
Yeah.
They just got ahead of it and tried to corner the market early on.
We'll get Rob Moore on the line. Listen, the Sen fan base, I'm sure they're getting older. Listen, we're going to be having some kids.
Yeah.
Money to be made there, but...
Yeah. I mean, that is how you really build the next generation of Sentinels fans.
Baby merch.
Baby merch. Yeah.
All right, 8-4. Pistol round. Highly important as per usual. And we're talking about how explosive this NRG comp could really get. And you can see just the way that they rapidly take up that A rubble control.
Quite a bit of utility used early on there for NRG before they hit the site, but still have that flash, stun to be able to work with. I think Zekken, just caught a glimpse there of Victor before Victor was ready to take the fight, but already anticipating that stun coming through.
Sees, not quite avoided, but you can tuck into the corner just to delay the damage coming through. Victor still jump spot, least with all of that. Rapid into the movement. Beautiful work here. NRG dealing with any sort of an attempt of a refight.
That is a fantastic dizzy. I think he threw it through the gap in the ceiling to be able to put huge pressure onto those Sen guys.
Ravner does rebound though. Catches. They're gonna be able to hear this one. Victor doesn't make any noise, doesn't seek to even remove it, still holds it down, getting a bit scrappy and a bit messy. Still, NRG, another pistol round win.
Managing to avoid running into the deadlock or the Cypher there, finding that gap, and utilizing their utility quite nicely.
Yeah.
Not that they found the perfect timing on Zekken, but here it is. This dizzy over the top, bounces off the ceiling, flashes both of these players, and sets up 2 easy kills when Sen were trying to defend them right at the door. That's nice. That's a great way of maximizing your double initiator utility.
Yeah.
Seeing plenty of teams going for 1, 2 players buying pistols. NRG taking no chances. Everyone buying whatever they can to make sure they convert this and get back into Lotus.
We need to see improvements, at least in this category, the attack side rounds for NRG. Something that I was thinking about heading into this series. I mean, the NRG of stage 1, they were looking pretty abysmal, to put it lightly, I think, on that particular half, which is part of the reason why FNS got called up back into action, I think. The IGLing, it's a hard job. Calling up the old retiree of FNS, getting him back into the fight here with the dizzy. No one going to be holding it, so it's an open sight here for NRG, but that's going to be a story, I think, that we follow all throughout this half.
Here,
Attempted a flood. It's not with the weapons, though. So Sentinels, them flying here with a bit of the util. Zelsa's classic in hand. Does make light work of Ethan, and there's definitely damage done, but you can't imagine it being a reality. Prowl around, jump spots. Making it look easy for Finesse.
Get yourself comfortable back on the stage for sure. And the way that the Cypher works, on both sides, it's quite difficult to pull off these flank plays. But NRG had the advantage on defense that they were very explosive when they pushed out. Whereas if Sen ever push on defense, it's not going to be a big set play. It's going to be a slow, lurky kind of flank. And that doesn't do very well against the Cypher. So I think they're going to find it difficult to really take space on defense. It's much more about just having the Cypher and the deadlock annihilate one part of a map. As you can see here, putting the stack on the other area.
Yeah. A lot of damage exchanged here. Victor really on the bad end of things. Dropped down to 21 health.
If NRG have done their homework, normally these Cypher Deadlock comps, they do tend to stack Cypher and Deadlock utility on one side and then have 3 players fighting on the other. So it's a bit of a pick your poison. Do you want to go into the heavy utility or do you want to go into the heavy players? The meta at the moment in Valorant has been to create like a strong site, weak site, and then disguise which one is which. This composition just tries to really make everything strong in different ways.
Yeah, the heavy stack of all this utility. I mean, look, that looks like a nightmare to get through. A lot of game plans to try and break some of it, but really, I mean, you're not running a raise, so Aftershock running forwards. What's going on? There's no way, man!
Oh, it's a tragedy.
There's no way! Can't be doing that. Lock down, slow down.
30 seconds
By all
left.
this utility, 30 seconds to make a move and a mark onto one of these sites here, but calls being made by NRG. They want to go over towards A. Finesse. All eyes on him. Smoke fades away. The positioning here. Slide off and sees the barrel and he's betrayed by it. So Tens, he's offered an easy one. Fando still with barely enough time on the clock. 10 seconds to go. Getting into it here, but trying to deal with the horn. I think just about revealed. So Zekken plucks Ethan out of the scene, and only one remains. It's Crashies to do the most. 1v3 with a wall getting in his way.
It's a fairly decent bonus round, honestly, from NRG. I know that it comes in comic fashion with an Aftershock to kill their own player.
God, yeah.
But we were talking about how brutal that choke point looked to get through. Just didn't also think that Ethan was going to make it worse.
Yeah.
But yeah, that actually wasn't that bad of a bonus round. You know, getting the plant down, doing a little bit of damage to the SEN players. They're all on light armor. One Bulldog as well being brought into this round. NRG still with chances.
And Sentinels looking like they want to opt into this fight over towards A Rubble. How do you deal with it though? Stun. It's forward and flies. Gets Victor deep onto the line. And spam. All bangable. Paper mache walls in play. Door rotates. And Zekken. This guy is locked in, so eager for that first engagement and a fight that is won.
Go, go, go.
The options just feeling like they're running short for NRG. They've slowed it down just a tad. Reaching the middle point of the round.
You know that you're going to be heading into 3 players here, most likely. You know, a deadlock wall is still up, so there's no reason for them to still be checking B.
Smokes up, Tens. Backs in the way, at least with the TP, so he's not going to be holding towards the back of the side. And the contact plays are working out in the favor of NRG.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that SEN decided to play full offside there. They had 3 players, you know, 2 in committed positions, and could have brought Sassy over.
Speaking of committed, Victor, this spot, he needs to get value, and he does do so. 4 versus 4, but really just locked down into place. But
Holy shit.
He entered the TP from Tens as well, and he knew precisely the timing to take. Double up now. Abundance of players to help him out, and they've bailed themselves out of a really tricky spot. A great round win by NRG.
Rough there on the timing from Tens. I don't think it's even particularly necessary. They could have double swung over towards site, made sure that that angle was clear, and then cleared pit off the back. Just wanted to do it with a little bit more style and pizzazz and get punished for it. NRG now putting the squeeze on the SEN economy. There's still players that are going to be able to buy very comfortably here, especially with 2 players surviving from SEN. But they're keeping it suppressed. And that can end up paying up dividends later on. NRG, though, are really trying not to go into the Cypher Deadlock site. They're pushing things into Zekken, Tens, and Sassy. That's got to be tilting from Tens POV, but you know, when we're watching it from Victor's spot, it was obvious how that kill happened. Yeah, it's very nicely done. So a timeout being called here by Sentinels, and I think this is also going to give an opportunity for NRG to think about how they're approaching this. The slower you play against the deadlock wall, sometimes the better it can be. If you're going to force the deadlock wall out early, then you can play around it once it goes down again. You take map control elsewhere, and then once the wall drops, you know that they're going to have to rotate a player to cover for that. They're also not really trying to deal with the Cypher util on defense. They're not going and breaking Zels's setups particularly. Like I said, they're just trying to run it into that 3-player stack, but they have enough util with the double initiator. They're actually making it work.
Yeah. So what is the call to be made by Sentinels in this spot? So that's a clear game plan by NRG.
Yeah, I think it's a tough one.
Yeah. Spread out the util a little bit further.
You can certainly try to bleed them out of utility, right? So you take fights in aggressive positions, but not fully committing to them. Just looking to slowly give ground over the course of the round, but make NRG pay for it with util, so that once they actually get into a post plant or an exec,
right there,
they don't have too much to work with. Instead, though, it looks like SEN are just gonna
fight them.
Go full WK.
Sees up and over the top. Nobody on NRG really going to be taking that fight. Fault line comes after the fact, really, that the fight had already been done and happened. NRG are also walking their way now in through the BE side as a sensor at their back. And they do need to be careful about this one because, well, just out of range, but making the noise, trying to pre-fire it now and find it, but they can't quite spot it. It's still there, and it stuns them up! Bloody hell, it's all being used. Conjunction, connected up, chained up, but still, how are these kills ending? 4 versus 4. Anyone's game still into this round. Actually calling for that pause. Bit of a buffer now as they want to bide it.
It's a total bizarre one. And John Cutie used the Annihilation in the middle of all of that, didn't find a kill off the back of it, despite the fact he was shooting it into a couple of players stacked up. NRG slowing things down. This is pretty classic finesse. Looking to go for the re-hit on B. Another contact play, trying to abuse the fact that they're not running into the Cypher here, that it's only the deadlock.
Spike drop.
It's a good call. It's the correct one. Open sight. Thrash doesn't see anything. Gonna be sending this one back for the second go of things here. Fast flank. It's gonna be occurring by Sentinels, just trying to wrap themselves around.
This is really early, and the fact that TenZ is opening the door means that you're gonna be looking in that direction, not thinking about John and Sassy.
Orchestrates quite a lot here. Thrash. It's really just being used out into the open. It's what's open. Detained and gliding. TenZ. It's up to him to see if he can defend his team, but he only really managed to do it for but a moment now with the time ticking away against Stern. They're taking a sweet time of things. Got to get some bodies onto this one. TenZ with a defuse, but they're all in thunder. Denies all. Kills. Not quite found, but still a round win.
That's a bit of a weird one, that round.
It's a strange one.
That's a bit of a weird one. Even the way that TenZ got back into sight. He was trying to do a fake teleport play or something. Didn't realize there was a player tucked in the corner. Utterly bizarre situation. But NRG once again on the attack side, finding their way through the Cypher deadlock setup. Initial skirmish, cut noise, re-hit over towards B. Really nicely navigated. And a hard read at that point. Again, coming out of the timeout, I think, it actually gave NRG the chance to think about, all right, the Cypher is setting up primarily. Zelsys is primarily over towards C.
And we're already into the action. I mean, missing the first few seconds of things. This time it's Sentinels just opting into the fight. Straight up a bit of a brawl.
I mean, they're on an eco round here. It's only Zekken that can particularly cause any danger, and he has instantly by taking out Victor.
I'm not sure if the gun was retrieved or brought into the round by Zekken. He is on low money, so I have to imagine that it's maybe an investment on his part. Yeah, and Sassy has the other one, so everybody's set up now. Great read by Sentinels, jump spot. A little bit off there. Potential for Zelsys to get punished, but he just skips and hops his way back to safety, and now we see ults being used. Showstopper, Zekken. He's forwards. Spearhead for the team. He needs a kill to make it worthwhile. Rebounding with the rocket. Damage done. Not enough for the kill. Crash is still alive and kicking, but still will fall. Classics doing enough, and with the rifles picked up, the firepower is there in spades. Sentinels. Quick turnaround.
Heartbreaking situation there for Son towards the end of things as well. Has the ult online, just has to let it disappear. In an unwinnable spot. As Sen put together a thrifty round, which should never really have happened. As soon as John threw that wall over towards Rubble, Finesse had the read. They went over towards C, they got themselves a site. But these fights just happening so alone. Why is Ethan completely separated from the rest? How to lose an anti-eco. Get individuals trying to take 1vx's all around the map. Donating weaponry. That might be the round that wins SEN Lotus.
It's got the economy back up into their favor. NRG with the aftershocks. The only thing that can really clear these close trips. Beautiful time under grab then. It's going to be locking down all sorts of players here. Victor, it's the ult and the overdrive. Look at the barrier mesh in their faces. Som instantaneously back in action. Not dead yet, but he does need a kill to stay back into the fight. Still double faced up. Sentinels, they've got that discipline. Now seeking to back away from this engagement.
Look how incredibly difficult it was for NRG to get through that with the Cypher and the Deadlock utility. Finesse has found a lovely timing though. Great read on what was happening in the macro awareness of the map. He's slunk his way up into heaven. I think Crashy's here. Oh, he hasn't realized.
Down B.
Perhaps not even really thinking that the door was open there and that was a possibility, but what a beautiful timing that Tens has got.
Timings. On timings. It's FNS who catches the back of the head of Tens. 2v2 still. Spike has been dropped down.
Yeah. I think Sen should have a pretty good understanding of where people are.
No way.
Timing again.
Oh, way! They just missed each other. But it's Sassy with the edge once more.
Left.
Ethan. Barely a smidge of HP, only 30 health, one bullet to the chest. Will absolutely topple him. Topple indeed. 11-8. A hefty lead for Sentinels. Economy. It's tumbled now for NRG.
It was them that were putting the pressure over on the other side completely, but a thrifty round where Zekken just had a hero weapon and an ult has turned this map utterly on its head. And you can see why NRG have not been going over towards that side of the map. Having to get through the Cypher util, the Deadlock wall, the grab net, the rotates coming through. Some got killed, had to ult just to stay in things.
I mean,
Even then, NRG almost made it work.
Yeah, they did. They're having to commit their aftershock just for the corner.
Yeah,
just a trip there.
Yeah, just to break the trip. And getting rid of one trip, I mean, on most maps, that would be a pretty big success. But here, it just feels like that's the first of 5 to 10 things you have to deal with.
Yeah, many hurdles to overcome with the double Sentinel comp. Calling for the timeout. It's NRG. Looking for answers. I will say, you know, up until now, one of the things I was paying attention to was the attack side calling. It's a clear difference, isn't it, from stage 1?
Absolutely.
I mean, the macro calling, I think, is
way better.
Leaps and bounds.
Way better. He's finding individual lurk timings, overall calling nice pauses in the round as well, making it a little more difficult for Sen to figure out where they're going, but it is a weird map to judge that because of the Cypher deadlock on the other side.
Yeah.
But yeah, a nice combination of contacting and bursting. It feels like Finesse is back and calling a good game, but they're still going up against Sentinels.
The heavy hitters. Team is really looking for a bit of that redemption, you know, missing the mark. We're just missing Shanghai entirely. Now back after a little bit of rest and rejuvenation. Here's a lot of damage, isn't it? Oh my goodness, Zekken spraying and praying away with the Phantom. No punish in sight. Lots of damage done to these NRG players.
And you might be thinking to yourself, well, NRG here, why don't they have some like fast B strat to run on the eco round? Running a fast B strat into the deadlock stuns sounds horrendous.
Call line re-clear though. It's a nice mosh pit. Clears the way, no punish though, onto 10 still there with a flash. Victor's just seeking the peek off of it. An attempt to take a cheeky fight. 10 still alive and kicking, and definitely with the support of the rest of his team. Everybody collapses. Up to 12 now. One more step to be taken for Sentinels, and they have wrapped up Lotus nice and pretty.
Sassy got 2 through the smoke there, supporting Tens. Everything working for them. And Zekken once again having a blinder of a game. Yeah, Sentinels didn't make the international event. Their regular season for both of these squads, their record is not good. 3-3. But this year, no one can deny that Sen have not been playing some excellent Valorant at times, and Zekken up at the top of that, especially when Sen were on top of the world earlier this year.
Just not being matched.
Not by an individual on the other side, not today.
No.
At least not yet. Different defense setup here, as you've got TenZ anchoring C. Maybe anticipating that things were going to be sent in that direction. Expecting that mix-up.
He's dealing with the Barry Mesh sent forwards and flying.
Yeah, they would be able to get over that if they hopped on top of Root. So John Cutie's got to pay it a little bit of attention, a little bit of respect. But heading back towards C, I mean, SEN, what a read on this from the very beginning, I think, knowing that this was very likely going to be headed in that direction. Pings out, pressure going to be on TenZ.
They're going to get ruined by the trips, man, I think. If the Aftershock is in the same place as before, I don't think they're placed in that corner. I think that's 2 of them out of the way. Thrash, at least, might be able to just tangle up some of them. Only onto the 1. Hopping through, no kills collected, and there they are, lit up entirely. No one dealing with the horns. It's a fast flood called out by Sentinels. They want to put an end and a stop to this map entirely. Tangled up, rooted in place. And what more can you do? Annihilation. Movement skipping forwards here. Som just seeking to evade any sort of capture, but he can't evade the bullets. Nobody can. The 1 left to stand, and Ethan barely alive. 6 seconds left. No options left other than to stick the plant, and they know it's over. Sentinels, a 13-8 finish to Lotus.
What a map to start this. SEN taking on NRG. It wasn't the classic Valorant that maybe the fans were looking forward to, but I don't think anyone will be disappointed with that spectacle on Lotus.
No, I'm happy. I'm here for it, man.
2 utterly bonkers comps that maybe we'll be seeing more of, and SEN looking like, I think, the better team in terms of adapting to all of the madness on display. Some really lovely spots. Zekken again taking over a game. I mean, a true world-class superstar player that personally I've been missing watch playing. We got treated to some amazing Valorant over in Shanghai, but yeah, this guy is different.
Yeah, we're going to be stepping away. Up next, GB and the analyst desk are going to be breaking it all down for map number 1, so do not go anywhere.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Window silling gets an easy pick. And a third one right there. Oh, Timaz works.
Why are you just letting this loose so damn early? Tree blinded with the paranoia still.
It's Mick standing here with Coach Kaplan after we see the defeat from the side of NRG and Sentinels takes map number 1. Kaplan, I feel like this year has been such a roller coaster. It started off with y'all winning kickoffs and then becoming Masters Madrid champions. And then, of course, stage 1 didn't finish, I'm sure, the way that you would have hoped. What were the biggest learnings coming out of stage 1 as you reset and head into stage 2?
Yeah, it was really hard coming out of stage 1. The meta had been kind of figured out. Everyone saw what we were doing. You know, we've worked so hard to prepare for our previous tournaments, and we just weren't in a spot where we had the time and energy to do that. Learned a lot of lessons about that, but to be honest, I don't even need to apply them because we're in a spot where we got to rest up and prepare a lot again. So just grateful to be back in a situation we've proven ourselves comfortable in.
Well, it's great to see that with this map win. So congratulations again and best of luck on map number 2.
Thank you very much.
Sentinels pick up the win against NRG in map number 1, but NRG made it a fun match, especially toward the beginning there, but Sentinels certainly found their stride, were able to pick up the dub with a 13-8 victory, but it all started out very, very, like, exactly what we would have wanted, right? Like, we saw the neon, we're like, oh, we're going, hit the go button, and that's literally what happened, Wyatt. It felt as if, like, they understood the win condition of that comp very well, and they wanted to play that to great effect.
Yeah, this game was all about the pace, and it was set from round 1, the very first pistol, where immediately NRG are going in off that neon, pushing down C mount, pushing out of B so fast, immediately. Look at Victor's position. We're at 1 minute and 40 seconds into the round, and he's already in the attacker's spawn. That's where Sentinels spawn at. And then on the second half pistol as well, they had another really good play into B here with that dizzy that goes through right there, that little top part above the wall, and then Victor able to capitalize off that with the neon. But that pace that they were dictating really got slowed to a halt when you play against that Cypher deadlock on defense.
Yeah. I mean, I gotta agree. One of the most enjoyable games I feel like I've watched this year because of how much diversity we had in that. But like you were saying, with the way that they're using the comp, there's also the flip side, and how Sentinels had not only an innovative comp, but also we're playing around and against what NRG has. So I have a round that I want to show that actually shows John QT responding very well. Here, they're immediately starting to realize how the C-mount is, they're still losing it, but they're able to actually really work the map. This is the round where they walk through B, get the flank onto Victor, and just absolutely shut down from there. That sort of thing is recognizing that comp, when they go for the C-mount pressure, they're overextending, right? So B, they just walk right through, get that flank down, and that's the sort of thing that John QT instantly picked up off. And that's really important when you're going up against Finesse, who hasn't lost a beat in the IGLing aspect, I think.
Yeah, well, and in that IGL role, though, right, like, you're definitely seeing some great calls being made, but on top of that, though, a recognition of the win conditions on each side of the field here. Did you feel like the compositions, Mel, played out the way that you would have expected it, given how we saw it laid out?
I think so. And we were even talking about how, yes, this comp does, NRG's comp does look attack-sided, but when you look at, the other team's comp, Sen's comp is quite defense-sided with a double Sensi. And we were talking about how, like, the win conditions, you can focus on your win conditions, but when you get into the game and you see the other team's comp, which you've probably never scrimmed before, it's going to be hard balancing, knowing what their win conditions are and balancing it, how it contradicts to yours, and, like, trying to account for what you know they're going to play for and what you want to play for. And in the moment, it can be kind of sensory overload, especially when these agents aren't very picked very often. But I think it played out about how we expected in terms of where the comps lie, in terms of what they benefit the most from on the respective side.
Absolutely. I love the deadlock Cypher. I think it's amazing. It makes it so easy for the defending side, as you can see, to just load up one area of the map with a utility and then focus their effort in regard to stacking players elsewhere. Yeah, the C hits were just a nightmare. I mean, and also all that utility against a neon. I mean, when you're going in fast, you don't have time to be breaking trips, dealing with sonic sensors, all that type stuff. Yeah. And I think the Cypher deadlock is nuts. I'm all about it.
Wyatt is the biggest fan of this comp. He's been saying it like all day. He's won every map. Cypher deadlock. Cypher deadlock.
It's so good. It's literally so good.
Hey, you never know. That could end up being something you regret down the line, just wanting nothing but Cypher deadlock only. You know,
I don't only want it.
Ah, okay, we changed our mind.
A little bit of
here.
variety, but,
now
but
he
there
wants
should be like
variety.
one team playing at minimum, or they're trolling.
Let's go ahead and hear from the coach of NRG to see how the team's going to get back into map 2.
Smick standing here with Coach Chet after that map number 1 loss against Sentinels. The OG squad is back together. Obviously, Sam and FNS back as the in-game leader. In preparation for the beginning of Stage 2, do you feel like you and the team has had enough time to bring that original synergy back? And has that been easier or perhaps even harder than expected to do so?
I mean, I think our synergy has been good. We're just testing a lot of new stuff, especially with the patches. So we're trying to take advantage of like our Neon and kind of like the old style we used to play back in the day with Optic. I think we thrived a lot in fast plays, and we're just going to try to exploit that more on these following maps.
That is very, very exciting to hear. Best of luck on map number 2.
They want to lean back on this stuff that got them to the dance to begin with. And I actually do agree with that. I actually like that mentality. I know you were quite enthusiastic about that as well, Mel.
I was so excited when I saw the Neon because, I mean, like you said, like they were the best when they were innovating. And honestly, we all wanted to see it, and they did come out in the first map doing it. So I can't really complain too much. Like they tried it, and it has legs. Like I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to get this fast control off rip to every attack round, and then they slow it down from there, then decide. And I can respect the fact they're trying to leverage Victor's Neon.
I will say that running that new type of style, which they've had experience with, but in the meta, up against the Cypher Deadlock might be the worst combination to do. Not only figuring out all the stuff that happens with that, but I think it's also maybe potentially a hard count in the first.
Just a fascinating situation, right? Optic, or rather NRG going to their comfort, right?
Again on Sunset.
Here we go. We got Neon back again.
No breach this time, though.
Yeah, that is, well, you know, so you're not going to get a lot of those traps, but instead you're just going to get a lot of movement, right? It seems like that's just their point. That's their game plan. Just push as much as they possibly can.
Ooh, and sticking with the exact same, I mean, they made this comp the meta.
Yeah, that is the set meta comp.
Did they switch breach to KO? Or was there KO before? Either way, like I still think the double initiator makes so much sense with Zek, and they always set him up so well. I'm not mad about it.
And he's in great form right now too, Zek.
He looks fantastic.
Well, let's go ahead and find out how this whole thing's going to shape out here. Whether or not we're going to go the distance, well, let's find out and send it back over to your casters. It's Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys.
I'm so
Let's find
interesting.
out if it does go to distance.
We'll see it
I
all.
mean, NRG got a lot to answer for, I think, in terms of just what they're going to be capable of doing on Sunset. Sentinels is their map pick, already leading one up in the series as well. They are very well drilled and tested on this map. We've seen them, take wins against very good teams in the past. For NRG, kind of what Chet was talking about in that coach interview, they're just really leaning into the heavy Neon meta, and it showcases, I think, with Victor being your primary duelist, what they used to play way back in the day with this old squad.
Yeah.
So really just trying to lean into those strengths.
Yeah, and I think it does also lend some justification to putting Demon 1 on the bench, which is a pretty controversial decision.
Yeah.
Putting the best player of last year onto the bench when he has said himself he didn't want to be there, doesn't want to be there. But NRG have picked up the Heretics comp, and Heretics themselves play this fantastically on Sunset. Do NRG have that kind of coordination?
Victor catching the initial contact. Sentinels want nothing to do with it. Immediately you can see them 180, turning around, slow walking away, now getting a bit of a move on.
Now normally you would expect to see somebody playing slightly more aggressively at A, so you get earlier information. By the time Som realizes that they're heading in this direction, it may be too little too late to hold on to the site.
He's the flash clear.
He's not calling any rotates yet, though.
I'm seeing the
second. When it's the raise, that's instantly going to start to rotate away from B. But I love the fact that SEN have kept 2 lurkers around the rest of the map. It gives them
Nice
options,
shot.
but one option just taken away by Victor. The other one, Tens, trying to lurk his way into B right now and telling the rest of the team to come back in that direction too.
30 seconds left.
This is the call now. Sentinels. 4 players up, they go straight through mid, going for the B split. Still from the back, Cam tagged up, taking a moment here to just pull it out of the body. Second, he's eager. Here's the reload. Time is really running short. Plenty of players. A rapid approach.
Only good for one
Back
though.
of the site now. NRG not wasting any time from this one. Already got access to it. Tens That's
Good
just a
shot.
classic, even a pre-fire into the smoke, anticipating that second player to move through. Sassy can really do some damage, and more so than that, to kill Found. A 2v1 is where Ethan is placed. Almost an impossibility for him to win. Such low HP. Tap, jump spots.
That's a lovely pistol round. The desk was talking about how map 1 was defined by pace. And I think that's going to apply again here. There's a lot of initiator power coming from Sentinels, but the speed and the set plays are probably going to be coming from NRG. So SEN slowed things down after they put a bit of pressure over towards A and still had those options of going back over to John or Tens. Calling a really nice game there. For NRG, remember, this team has not had a long time together, even though this feels like a core that's been, you know, glued with that permanent chemistry of friendship for a long, long time. Spanning back all the way to CS, right? Not even just in Valorant. Finesse getting blinded like 5 times there. Is just eating them all. But they are walking into a little bit of a stack. Now, when you watch Heretics, they have tons of really disciplined, like, mid-reclear strategies and stuff like that. But I'm not expecting NRG to have as many, because like I said, they are in a bit more of an experimental early phase right now. Yeah. Despite the fact they've been putting in quite a lot of time over the last month. It's only 1 month.
Yeah, I think this NRG core, despite them existing for a long time, as we've been mentioning, you've got to place those expectations, I think, almost like a next year thing.
I mean, that's
a bit of a crazy thing to say.
I mean, it's a brutal thing to say, but it may well be true. You look at what both these teams are working with here. They're both 3-3 in the regular season, but SEN are in such a better spot just because of all of those championship points. Even if they did beef it in stage 2, they'd probably still make champs. NRG can barely afford to lose a single match, and they've got tough opposition as well. SEN being one of them that they find themselves toe-to-toe with, and SEN looking to pick up a fairly clean second round here.
The beginning as well of this entire match, I think redemption was the key word for both of these orgs, right? You know, both of them, panic button kind of being hit here by NRG with the changes that they made. You know, Finesse and Som coming back in, looking if they can redeem this year. For Sentinels themselves as well, you know, didn't get to prove themselves on a big stage of Shanghai, but a couple of the players have said, you know, maybe that's to their own benefit. Blessing in disguise that they didn't end up having to, you know, play at another international tournament, reveal more the strategies, take a bit of a reset, you know?
Certainly.
Let's start this party.
They've had a lot of time to reinvent themselves. We saw that over towards Lotus with them playing an unusual comp. Whoa, early from Victor, but doesn't commit off the back of it. A paranoia as well was just in case somebody was running fast up elbow from Som. So really getting baited out there into thinking that Zekken was scaling super aggro.
This is 2 rounds in a row now where they've seen the Neon presence and Sentinels want nothing to do with it. Now a fast movement up through B, but already plenty of players there. What is that by Tens? 3 fire to the corner on both. Just expecting that there's going to be a flood attempt coming out by NRG. I wanted to praise the calling that they were stacking out with as many bodies as they were.
Yeah, I mean, the macro understanding is absolutely there. They realized that SEN were coming into B, and they had every player ready for it. But just on the angles that are tucked alongside walls, and bullets find their heads, great prediction. Som's walking down mid. Could he catch a timing here? Make something
Boy,
happen?
here's the cams. Looking for it, finds it. Spots crashes too. The second does onto the entry. Still player disadvantage for NRG.
And Crashies decides not to try to make the hero play. Instead going for a disadvantage retake. Just banking on the fact that they have some smoke to play around. Everybody in B main though, these post plants, they work so often.
Yeah, good luck. That's all you can say really, a tap. Darts revealing at least 2 of them. Flash forwards.
Go, go, go.
The time ticking. Anybody going to be getting themselves onto the spike, seeing if they can isolate some of these fights again. No one has been sticking this spike or putting any pressure onto it this entire time. Some finally on it, but he's going to be taken out from the defuse. Fault line there. Crashes now, has to stick this one all the way, and it needs to be defended. Victor!
Good shit.
Entirely the wrong place. Zelsis comes up huge.
I know. I'm great. Another big round from Zelsis. following up with his ace from map 1. That's a bonus round conversion from Sentinels too. Those post plants, even if you play the retake perfectly, are so difficult. But look at these opening kills. I mean, NRG is stuck in a 3v5 to start things off. It was incredible that they managed to pull things back into a winnable situation, or one where SEN had a lot of pressure on them. But if one person had been on that defuse a little earlier, maybe it could have made all the difference.
What the hell is Tens up to? Okay. I mean, I respect it. Here's the all being picked up. Plays inside the smoke. He was anti-flash.
Yeah, dropping down inside
but he
there
dropped
one
out
way.
into the one way, so...
It's interesting in interviews that I've been watching from the NRG players, kind of how this even came to be. We've talked a little bit about how these players are all friends, right? And I think NRG have... Chet has even described them in the past as being a bit cliquey in a bad way.
Yeah.
But I think in this situation, it just works so nicely. That is a shot. But can you imagine the humility you need to be able to go back to Finesse as Ethan and say, mate, I thought I could do it, but actually I can't.
It's a hard job.
Can you come
IGL
back?
Yeah, stepping up to that challenge.
You genuinely need to be such good friends with somebody, I think, to or have absolutely no ego whatsoever to be able to do something like that
30 seconds left.
and not allow your pride to get in the way.
Yeah.
What?
Utility being used by Sentinels just on this take, and it's a nice and pretty wrapped up anti-eco. Up to 4 now.
This is light work.
Yeah, but to
Yeah,
follow
to go
on
back
that
to-
from NRG's perspective, Finesse and Som are coming back into a team that has not been set up for success just yet. Obviously, they're coming in to try to save the season, get them over towards champs, but that is going to be a difficult path.
Yeah. That's why I said I mean, I feel like these changes they've made, bringing in, you know, Finesse and Som, it has to be like a multi-year thing. I don't think you can expect success into the second half of the year when it's this late them coming in. If they make champs, I mean, great, sure.
They're certainly going to try.
Yeah, but you can't really set your expectations there.
Yeah, Finesse has talked about that as well. He was asked, I think it might have been in an interview with Pedro Romero, like, do you think you can do it? Are you capable of it? And he said, that's the wrong way of thinking about it. You just have to prove it to yourself step by step every match. Here, looking to play a retake as Zekan's showstopper just opens up the whole of the B site. NRG's composition now in another spot where they have to try to use as little utility as possible to take the site back so that they can keep putting pressure B main. And Senna already one step ahead, looking for that reflank as Zelsa's John are in mid.
It's John QT, man. It's the dagger in the dark. Like you said as well, that reflank of Zelsis coming in through. It's being watched for by Finesse, still holding it. Crashes now defuse onto half as his whole body sticking this one. What do they have to push this one off? It's only bullets flying forwards and away, but still half gain. Som sticking in, nothing to deny.
Whew. This time, NRG are there. Yes, they lose every player, and their economy is going to be fairly shambolic, actually. It's going to have to be an eco coming out of that one. But the big difference as to why they win the round in that retake is that they got people on spike early. Crashies managed to almost get the full stick before he got killed. And yeah, the denial of that mid flank coming through as well. But it's a Pyrrhic victory. I mean, look at the... I guess they're going to invest into it, but 3 Guardians?
Yeah, half armor. Don't know how much util they're really able to get pulled together.
It's a must-win round for NRG. Otherwise, their economy really is dire, and they're down 5-1, 6-1. The first half spiraled away at that point.
Deep drone now. In through mid, clearing its way. Sentinels hiding any traces that they were in that spot. John QT just pre-firing. Actually does catch the cam that was heard earlier. So FNS got that deep line into B.
And we aren't seeing the same level of tactical depth that we see from Heretics when they play this comp. You know, none of that mid re-clear, none of the fast set plays, none of really the aggressive re-clear strategies into B main either, but that's to be expected.
Yeah.
Heretics have been scrimming together since October. This team has not.
I think a lot of people will be questioning, you know, when we're making comments like that, right? They're saying, well, this team has been together for a long time in the past. But the trouble is, Valorant evolves. It's a different game. It doesn't stay in the same state. We've even had a rapid switch up and change up with the patch recently. You might think that's in the favor of a team like NRG, but it's a lot of building back up to make sure the map pool is up to scratch.
Another retake situation. 2 flashes, but no fragment for Ethan.
It's proactivity. It's the name of the game right now for Sentinels, and look at that. Hook line sinker. It's Victor who's going to be caught. Catch to the side. Beautiful flash now with the refight. NRG want to make a go of this one.
And they got to win this round.
Do indeed. The knife. Forward to the back. Ethan! It's the back of the head that is finally killed and collected. These bullets are flying forwards. Spraying away. Finally toppling them. And like you said, it was a must-win round from NRG. They navigated almost everything pretty damn well.
Yeah, that paranoia that came through from Som was fantastic. I was worried there when he was reloading out on the jump peak, but did a nice job of things. The proactivity was beautiful from SEN, and NRG were a little slow to deal with it. But a paranoia and a recon combo was all they needed to get back in through that spawn angle. Win the round, upgrade all of their rifles, and create a nice little bit of pocket change to work with heading forwards. Now NRG have got 4 players over towards edge.
Yeah, this is...
I mean, it looks like we're going to be heading into a time... Oh no, the timer was paused for a moment there, but not going into the tack.
Flash overhead. Even with that, the stuns, there's a fault line and a reface. Hunter's Fury will not help you out there. There's no one else to really capitalize off of this one, so Sentinels. Advantage gained, and that's just all from playing really slow. Waiting out the util, waiting out the aggression.
This push down mid is quite nice, though. This push down mid is lovely because they're still trying to deal with Som spamming into that smoke, so they're not thinking about mid here, Sentinels. NRG have taken a lot of space and have still got a lot of information. That B main trip continues to tell NRG.
Oh, crashies, crashies.
Ah, brutal.
Hops onto the box.
Overstepping things may be just a tad. If he'd allowed the play to go into B, he would have had an awesome timing. And now a 3v5.
Sentinels even realizing themselves. Oh boy, that was intended for 10s, I think, to maybe get that plant online for A, but at least he still has the space and positioning. Cross-map knife. Not giving him anything at all for NRG. Doubled up together.
30 seconds left.
Immaculate aim, as to be expected from 10s.
A spray down just can't quite be completed there for the 2-piece. Sassy. Drop down the spike, spots the last, and it's an easy one onto the IGL. 5-2 now, that scoreline. Sentinels, it is their map pick. To be expected to a degree, I think, as well, that there would be that dominance, but you can really see it, man. I mean, they have a full understanding of the way they want to play this map.
This was a perfect counter to a set play that NRG ran. It's one that we've seen, again, from Heretics, but SEN instantly had a response to it. So a positive in the column for NRG that they have that level of tactical depth that they're now showcasing in a couple of these rounds, but already SEN were prepped and ready for it, and Celsius breach utility just shut that one down. Almost a little too easy compared to the chaos that we had on Lotus. The crowd here, mostly Sentinels fans, but fairly subdued. Just kind of a sense of contentedness, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, enjoying the show, right?
Yeah, 5-2 up. Everything feeling like it's in control of SEN. NRG with a couple rounds that they strung together, but nothing really concrete to work around.
Yeah. Nothing really crazy.
And just to think about things from SEN's point of view, obviously NRG are the ones that have made the explosive change and hit the panic button.
Yeah.
SEN would have wanted to go to Shanghai. They wanted to be there. John said it was devastating to have the watch in Shanghai and not be able to play. It was itching to play. But like you said, it's allowed them a little bit of free space to work on themselves. And after Madrid, they said that they felt like other teams caught up to them. They didn't have the time to work on themselves.
Yeah.
And so there's a good reason why SEN were favored in this match. Although, like the desk was saying, there were so many unknowns because of the gap.
The gap and a patch change.
You know, you're never confident.
Haven back in, for example, even though he got first banned by NRG.
I know, Finesse first round banning Haven. I didn't think I would see the day.
No.
Hopefully, just for the fans' sake, that's not a permaban for the rest of the stage, because I'd love to see him call on that
Haven being played, man.
Yeah. But But Sen playing slowly here, looking to try to feel out what the defensive setup is. NRG had stacked 3-4 players over towards the A site, and now they've just left Finesse to kind of hold it.
Yeah.
They might have assumed that Sen were going to run a fast play over in that direction. And since it didn't happen at the beginning, now spreading back out a little bit.
This might be a crazy comment from me, but I mean, FNS's position, it feels very committal into the site. He's really got to get something done here. His trips not really able to play off of them. He's just holding the cam for any sort of contact.
Yeah, I think it's... I mean, he's got a cage to play around, but I think it's quite likely Zekken would pre-fire that spot if he tried to pop it. So he's probably dead. Maybe can take one with him if Zekken does decide to showstopper exec into A.
We're down to 30 seconds, Josh, and guess what?
30 seconds
a lot of NRG players now looking at this B split. Sentinels, options that they even have. I mean, there's no signs of life anywhere. Sentinels are left really just scratching their heads. They're wondering which side is going to be free. Showstopper has to be used, and that's an ult command to answer it. So Ethan, he can quickly rip away that ult advantage, but it doesn't stop the gun. Bullets flying straight forwards. Paranoia dodged and avoided. Still tagged up. Zekken close to the pillar. He's got his teammates to back him up now. Side to side, shoulder to shoulder with the Paranoia forwards. That is pure proactivity. There's absolutely nobody that can match this guy's freak.
Finesse is on the other side of the map, by the way, because there was a long-range 0 point. The knife from Ethan found John Cutie in elbow. And so Finesse still thinks that John is lurking, ready to stop him on the rotate. So they just had to run that retake without their Cypher. Tragic situation.
Yeah.
And Celsius
he stood up.
staring across. I think he knows what they just did. Another situation, Bren, though, where NRG actually have the read on where to stack. The site that Sen are going to hit. Like, the defensive info play is actually working quite well. But their ability to get in and put pressure on Sentinels, it's just not quite there. Zekken found the perfect timing just as Victor was getting his arms into sprint mode. And NRG's economy ruined again here. This is looking very dominant on Sunset.
Yeah, super dominant. For Sentinels, straight back into the swing of things here into stage 2. Talked about whole team really looking for a chance to, you know, get the right footing underneath them. I think for teams like Sentinels, where they took the off-season so seriously, full practice, full intention of actually winning something for once. They finally win Madrid. Victor, make me eat my words now, going into storytelling mode, but okay, eventually players toppling, containing themselves against the anti-eco. But it's difficult, I think, for a winning team that puts the full focus to really get back into the mode and the mindset of trying to win again. That's why the Sentinels players have spoken about how good the break has been for them.
Thanks, little man.
Absolutely. Getting back into that right mindset.
And while Sen are somewhat expected to be able to make champs, and a lot of people in Americas are looking at them as, you know, one of the favored teams to go and represent Americas, despite the fact they didn't earn the right for Shanghai. On the other side of things, on the flip side for NRG, they're like the outside shot that's really got a massive uphill battle to even get into that position. And I know that we've been shooting a lot of bail for NRG on this map. It's not competitive, what we're watching. No. It really isn't. And again, you should expect that because NRG have not been together as a roster for that long, and this is not their map pick as well. So it's probably not where they put as much time in. But for all of the caveats that you can add into the expectations for this team, the reality of it is, they can really only drop like one match in stage 2.
Yeah.
If they lose here to Sen, and then they lose another game against any of the competition they're going up against, it's devastating for their chances. It essentially rules them out. You know, maybe not mathematically just yet, but it probably will in the long run. So this team's in a spot where they gotta pick their game up super fast.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Crash is there, trip, okay. Slight connection, but no one to punish.
And once again, 3 players over towards B, but not choosing to actually put any pressure on the Sen players. Now getting into back sights. Oh, man!
Damn.
Just can't stop him. Victor seek to do some damage. At least the trade onto Zekken, but not much more for it.
Spike planted.
The retake timing there. It's a single flash from Ethan that Crashies tries to swing with, doesn't wait for Victor. And SEN, once more, winning a dominant round where they get the site for free, navigate past the Cypher utility, and then easily deal with a pretty sloppy retake. And that's been the story of this map so far.
Yeah, it's been pried open, I think, at this point. NRG being tested in that aspect of their gameplay. They haven't been up to scratch.
The coordination and how tight they are just isn't quite there to run a composition like this that relies on everything being in the right place at the right time. When you watch the top teams play with this kind of comp, every T is crossed, every I is dotted. And that is really difficult when you don't have time.
Just to be taken. Victor lurking his way up forwards. That was the ult earned just from that orb. Picked up. FNS will not be able to anchor. ADS battles Ek and just tucking. Dodging his head now out of the danger zone. Still tagged up, and Ethan will finally punish. Still, Victor from behind. Here's the stun. Rebounds, expecting that one. And a glide and a dash. Not much more past it. Celsius earned his way back up now to this rolling thunder. Full connection. Up into the air. Still it's a 1v2. There is a lot to do. Celsius hearing a tap, a couple of spray, reveals his position. Zom wins this fight out. It's an important one. Nobody's still sticking this one. He realizes that you can play your time now, Celsius. You can really slow this one down if you so wish. 6 bullets left in the chamber. What can you do with it? Ethan sticking, twisting, turning. Not enough.
The bundle. Holy shit.
Devastating clutch to Celsius. Rips away from NRG. He toyed with them there. I can't believe how much value he's getting out of the SEN Classic though again. I mean, he finished the ace with the SEN Classic on map 1 and pulls it out to do the dirty work again to Ethan's head. While Ethan's just spinning, desperate, helpless on the floor. Like a beetle flipped onto its back. And NRG, the buy is not looking pretty heading into round 12. It's rough. And I think it's unfortunate that it's a fair likelihood we might not even get to see very much of them on the attack side to get to answer that question about whether they look better there. Because at the moment, it's just all SEN all the way.
Okay.
They're looking primed and ready to take that 10th round. In the first half of Sunset, there is no opposition to push them away from elbow. It's a refight, flash over the top as well with the gliding. I mean, it's just feels improv-y really at best there from NRG. They're looking for a way to get back into this round. Ethan very committed now onto this corner. Tucks his way deep onto the side with a knife at least. Seeing that there's 3 players there, he's got his back to plenty of them. Ten's going walkabouts. Crashies an important kill for him to collect. Ethan, no. What is that? Somehow they want to make it work and make it happen for them. 1 now to stand here. This final round of the half. Hunter's Fury right on time.
9-3.
9-3 finish, but what can NRG do with it?
Switching sides.
All right, we're going to get a replay towards the end of this half, and I hope it's what Ethan was able to pull out towards the end there. How did he get 2 with the Guardian to make this one in any sense salvageable? Sassy with some lovely shooting to open things up, but this is what we missed. Oh, lovely timing onto Sassy and John. Is 3 enough? I mean, I don't think so.
And that is the big question, isn't it? Is 3 enough for them? The attack side calling has been better, as evidence from Lotus, but we'll send it down to the desk and see what they think.
Sentinels looking outstanding on Sunset, which, you know, when you really think about it, I mean, that is kind of Sentinel's whole MO. This is a great map for them, and you know, the NRG are learning why today, Wyatt.
Yeah, absolutely. They were playing phenomenal rounds when it came down to countering what NRG were attempting to do with some of the aggression, which there really wasn't a ton of it from them. They weren't going down mid, they weren't getting that aggro in B main. But yeah, they did a great job countering some of the aggression and then also in some of their post plants. They're just fantastic. This was a round where Victor had pushed all the way down A and had gotten killed, which was just a nice counter from SEN. They baited him in, stunned him, went out that round, which was nice. And this post plane here from Zekken was just incredible. Look at the flashes coming in, though, from his teammates to set him up there. His movement in that moment was amazing.
The sync from him and Tens is unbelievable. They move so well together. The timing is phenomenal. On that map in particular, like, I honestly felt like he was the guy playing Neon with how fast he was moving in
For real. I mean, he was zipping around the map there, Mel. But, you know, yeah, I mean, brings up a great point, right? We're not seeing NRG play their comp to their advantage, but now we're swapping over to the attack side here. Is there a potential change that you could maybe implement here, especially that you have Neon?
I feel like it's a little hard to play as fast as they did the first map because they don't have that breach to like supplement the Neon. And with Neon only having one stun now, just kind of sending Victor to just go hopefully get some map control with that singular stun is a bit far-fetched, to be honest. I feel like SEN has a pretty good hold in this game, and I'd have to see something crazy from NRG to have any hope in that.
I will say I felt like the strat book was a little shy of big for NRG on that defensive half. I think it'll be much easier for Finesse, who hasn't called on this map in an official yet, to have a bigger idea of what to do here.
Well, let's send it back over to Brendan's sideshow to see how this one ends.
Yeah, kind of mirroring the thoughts, I think, of Mel there, where you're going to have to see some sort of miracle, I think, from NRG to come back into this one.
It's a very interesting point as well from Martin. Finesse hasn't called on this map. You know, it's a new one for this year.
Yeah.
So this is going to be the debut. But he's been a great caller on attack sides in general. I think he's got a very good way of thinking about the game. But that doesn't mean he's going to be able to dig you out of a 9-3 hole every time. I know he's famous for once telling the team, just get me 3 and I'll win you the attack side, but you know, that's very map specific. Victor, though, has got a lot of space here. It's a slow round. NRG making it feel like it's heading in a different direction. And now make the pivot through market.
Need a defeat. Sure that they can't really follow up from this one. Zekken getting tagged up. He has to give up that space to Paranoia. Forwards and flying. Still Sentinels. They have that advantage. Still holding on to it. Cannot win these fights out, NRG. Trying their hardest, try as they may. Still, Sentinels never, ever really taking these solo fights. Always doubled up, always with an advantage.
Standing ahead
in some way or form, and Crashies is left to pick up the pieces.
Look how SEN also got their players into the site to actually challenge NRG as they went for the hit. That's not at all the way that NRG were playing when they were on defense. They were passive, a little scared, sat over by Boba. Not willing to throw that utility in and flood defenders often.
30 seconds left.
Crashies essentially in an unwinnable spot here. The rest of the team is just going to be sat silent, realizing that this is not the beginning they wanted to stage 2. And the record likely to be going 3 and 4. Sassy picks it up. And 10-3 the scoreline. SEN dominance on Sunset. Look at the way that they play the defense, right? They're using the Paranoia early. They're using the flash early as well, the Dizzy, to get in through Boba. Not playing for full retake, playing to help John when he's anchored in that position, and playing to put pressure on the attackers. NRG are forced to force.
You have to, really, at this point. Stingers, the Sheriff maybe, half armor at play. Full mid control. And actually going to be given a lot of space here, but just gliding forwards. Trip was dealt with. Still John QT. He's eager. Draw blood straight from NRG. Flash dodge just from the smoke there. Still Ethan. There's a collection. There's a double face by the Sentinels players, but they're going to be toppled for their mistake now. It's a 3v3. Signature moves being made by NRG as well. Calling for that pause around that minute mark. They've got plenty of time to work with, but their backs are towards the one angle where Tens decided to just go walkabouts, man. And now you can hear it with the footsteps. It points it directly towards the easiest kill of his life. Now it's 11-3.
And the Force even not finding value for NRG. A tragic spot. They might have to buy up again with odds and ends. as they realize the inevitable is happening. I mean, Sunset is definitely going the way of Sen at this point. It's an inexorable tide of rounds headed towards Sen. You can see Finesse knows it. They're going to take that tag timeout.
Yeah.
Just to look forwards towards the future as well here, as we head towards what looks like the end of this match. NRG, it does not get any easier for them. Their upcoming schedule sees them face it off against G2, the team that got furthest out of all of the Americas teams at Shanghai. Then playing against Crew, who, I mean, maybe Finesse will think that that's an easy game, because back when he was playing, that team was 0-9, but this year,
those slouches.
And while obviously Finesse has been co-streaming them, Crew are looking really strong. Yeah. And then finishing off the season with a game against Cloud9, who, you know, up and down, but when they're up are a dangerous team to play against as well. So, and a reminder that NRG can barely afford to drop
a series.
Matches.
Yeah, they can't afford to really drop a series. So
After this,
it's why I kind of went into this entire match, which sounds odd, but just thinking about, okay, this has to be, if you're making a decision like this, you're hitting the panic button. A multi-year decision, right? Surely, right? You're just trying to build up chemistry, you're trying to build up the back pool, look towards the future. It sounds odd, but I mean, the chances were so slim anyway.
They've gone for chemistry in the short term because they thought that that was the better option. It is, I think, inarguably a downgrade in firepower for this NRG team.
Yeah.
Having Demon One on the bench and Marv cut, but they were hoping that the extra coordination and chemistry would allow players to shine. And there's
Quite
Victor
nice.
with the Bulldog, applying tons of pressure.
Yeah. That's a lovely one. Applied onto Zekken, so he was just a sitting duck. Victor wants a few more. Lovely flash!
This is what you need to see, that coordination between Victor and Ethan.
Yeah, he's feeling it.
Get the ace.
He's locked in. Pops the ult. He can hear him. The footsteps. Car and away. Jump 15. Oh, he won't give him anything.
Oh, not the investment of the ult and still not getting the ace. All right. 11-4 the score then. NRG still with some fight in them.
No more men.
Of course, it's that same opponents, by the way, because these teams are in the same group for Sen. A different order, obviously, but all of the points that I was just making about things being difficult for NRG towards the future, they still do apply to Sentinels. The thing with Sen, though, is they have that amazing cushion of all the championship points that they've got.
Exactly.
By doing so well at the start of the year, that victory in Madrid, having such fantastic repercussions later on down the year.
Delay with the fault line here. Does the Sentinels just go for that refight? Hoping that there will be a player sitting out wide, out of position.
Tens up on top of the newsstand.
Whoa. Who's going to be spotting who first? Not too sure how the angle works out. Victor, he's got the advantage.
Yeah, he's further away, which means that he's able to spot the toes there of Tens, despite the fact it looks like Tens is going to see him first. A flash here should pop Zekken off the angle, but he's going to quickly be able to recontest if he wanted to. Sen are incentivized to take more risks, I should say, in this spot.
Flash and a dart. Hello. You're caught into the corner. That is disgusting stuff. Victor can't adjust his aim in time, though, but a paranoia is good and true. Lands it along with the flash. There's waves of util. They still haven't removed Sassy, though. Over the top. That's the Dizzy. Running and gunning gets the job done.
This is looking nice from NRG. They've actually got some really good plans to set up Victor on this A site. It's going to require some adjustment from Sentinels. 7 rounds in the lead right now, but if they don't make the adjustments, it's going to get a little tighter. And their economy is not in an amazing spot here.
Yeah, Sentinels forced to save.
Yeah, they might look to try to play for some exits or upgrade this Guardian, but all of the guns pretty far away. The coordination that was lacking a little bit on their defensive side and on the retakes, maybe just a lack of preparation on one half of the map, because so far I've been fairly impressed once the sides have swapped with the way that Ethan and Victor are playing off each other.
That's pretty nice, actually. Dynamic duo.
But that's the kind of synergy you need to be present all over the place.
Yeah.
I mean, the game is just so tactically deep right now. When people are having this conversation in the community about the level of play, you know, now compared to in the past, when that former EG squad, the champions of last year, were syncing up tons of different ult plays all over, I feel like the tactical depth of just the rounds, even without the ults, has skyrocketed this year.
Yeah.
So many teams with so many micro plays. And that's the kind of stuff you need to build into the playbook. Normally it takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
NRG are going to have to speedrun that, and it looks like they've got a decent basis on the attack side. Like we said, SEN going to have to adjust, and they're taking attack timeout to figure out what to do about this.
Because despite the lead that they've got, 11-5, it can slip out of your hands, especially when the money situation looks a little bit rough now. And NRG have some veterans on that team. You know, for all we're talking about them not really having quite the map depth as of now, because they haven't had a lot of time, they definitely know how to come back from a map here and there. They've definitely done it themselves.
Yeah.
From time to time.
Yeah, they've got good mentality on this team, generally speaking. It did look like they were a little dejected and thought they were out of it, but these last couple of rounds might have revitalized the spirit. For SEN, an adjustment that they can try to make, if you run 10s over towards elbow, you can get a nice paranoia anytime the Neon decides to go aggressive, which I think is a pretty good counter. You don't have to throw the paranoia unless the Neon is in your face, so you're not going to waste that piece of utility. We've seen Leviathan run a setup a bit like that with their defensive protocol that King runs. But it's an eco round here, so that tight timeout not really going to be for what they go for this round. Looking to try to apply some pressure though with a bit of a retake here. Nade.
Does he need a nade? Yep. It's as soon as...
Okay! Fed into the blender!
Yeah, all right.
Zekken and Sassy turned into mulch to feed the roses. I mean, no chances there.
It's a cheeky idea that was cooked up though by SEN on the eco. Didn't work to fruition. And everybody's going walkabouts, obviously seeking to make a play. Hello, Tens. Is anyone going to be watching this one?
He's got another trip.
Yeah.
Go on, do the limbo under that as well.
I don't think it's going to work that time.
Go on, give it a try. Give it a try. Get under it.
There's no shot. There's no shot. There's no. This is going to be heard.
Finesse.
Finesse. Oh, okay.
All good. All good.
All good. John, I think, meant to go into the cam there potentially, not too sure, but fires away a shot, reveals himself. Tom whips out a gun just in time. That was a strange one.
That's a lovely, silly round there.
Yeah.
Lovely, silly round.
Block it out, Omen.
All right, so the tactical timeout probably to make an
We
adjustment
have a
for
note
this round 18.
on an
We see
Omen.
an op in the hands of 10s. So I was talking about putting 10s over in elbow. You start the round with paranoia prepped. Not throwing it off rip, but just holding it. But it looks like instead they want to post him up with an operator. I think that's going to be tough against this team comp. He is in elbow. So what are they looking to do here? Just play him supportively with the op?
Yeah, looks like it. Maybe debate and switch. That can be in debate.
Yeah. And the paranoia just kind of thrown out there.
Yeah, I think it's because Zekken was tagged up by the knife, so we couldn't use the second satchel to get out. They were worried about them following up on it, but are they going to expect this cage up? It's nice. It's real nice, actually. TP backs away. Zekken still committed. There needs to be a shot found, but no connection again. This time Zekken falls. Tens with the reposition. Nice and quick onto this one.
What on earth?
Lots of players, though, going to be hitting him.
He's got to hit some
fast?
outrageous shots here.
Yep, onto the shoulder! And he misses it. Straight through the wall. Lucky to be alive as FNS, but he's
everybody's
full
here.
health. Yeah,
Everybody's here.
Everybody, make sure to meet them. Clearing that one with the aftershock. Forwards, trying to make a play. Another flash peek, and the re-clear is just immaculate. Still, all bodies lining up now for these anchoring players. Tucked to the corner. Celsius last alive and the most to do. 4 bullets left. He needs to connect at least a few in the pre-fire from Crashies.
Damn.
Will earn themselves a second or 7th round, I should say, for NRG. They are steadily, slowly but steadily, earning their way back into it.
You might have been able to tell from the puzzle in my voice when I was talking about 10s with the op in that round, but I genuinely think that was a horrible decision. To run 10s with an operator in counter to this play, to me, it just makes no sense.
Yeah.
They're playing with a lot of pace. They have a large amount of utility to push you off angles, including stuns, cages. You've ruined your own economy now as well because you had to buy down so much in that round. To me, that makes absolutely no sense the way that SEN adjusted out of that tag timeout. And I think they've just opened the door for NRG. That's a baffling one.
Yeah, business is booming right now for NRG. If you look at the money situation and the off angle by Tens, getting not rewarded. That's shock dart!
What a shocky.
That's pinpoint. How the hell did he land that one? Right on the Tens, but he was trying to go for the evacuation. Dizzy not pre-fire it though, and that does find it. Stun, nade. And Victor, he's not long for this world. Surely not. What? With the movement, Sassy, he's somehow in there getting 2. But there's 2 left to stand. There's no way that SEN do this. You gotta be joking me. Rolling Thunder, pushing back. Crashies. He stunned up. Second. Sky, the way he moves, is just fluid in action. Sticking now. Zelsis needs to be held, needs to be defended. And Second, who takes the fight to them.
He's been an absolute monster today, hasn't he?
What
Gets them to the 12th round. 5 health.
There's no way they win that.
This should have been the turning point for NRG to make the comeback a reality. Sassy gets in, nobody looking at him at all. And then Zekken cleans things up on 5 health, empowered by the Rolling Thunder. That's ridiculous. Zekken's monstrous performance on Lotus carried through massively in the first half and delivered there in round 19.
No time wasted for Victor. Jump spots those good.
They're still doing the operator setup. Oh, but the stun misses this time. And Tens this time able to reposition into a spot where maybe he can have more success.
That's the spawn. That's a one-way smoke that they've used to try and get themselves in. I think they expect the Tens to be up on top of it. Flash. And forwards. That's Victor. But again, the smoke, it doesn't block him off from the angle. And this is the impetus. The rounder really matters. Victor. Matters into his own hands here with a Hunter's Fury. Maybe they can set the stage. Spike's been picked up. When the hell are they going to start to plant this one? But it's hot feet for John QT. The rocket is dodged. Second glide and dash and slide away. It's a thrash as well. Detainment not in sight.
He's dodging everything.
And all this util being baited out. Still about 50 seconds left. Still crashes on a lurk. Has been caught and found. And the TP reposition of Som. He wants to try and make his way over towards B. Easy access to the site.
Victor's got 9 lives in this round. He's dodged everything that was coming at him.
It's on 150 health still.
Yeah. But at the same time, still has a difficult task to do. Combined HP, tiny for Zelsis and Zekken. Can Victor find the timing?
A lot lies onto this one, Victor. That's a freebie. And now they know you're positioning still into this 2v2, and this is the map, and this is the series doubled up. Shoulder to shoulder, Sentinels now gonna take this one with a bit of that discipline. The Mosh flying, Som finds it. And they've earned themselves more breathing room.
What a star Victor has been on this attack side. Really leaning into his experience on Neon. But the agent has changed very recently. Look at this movement. Getting up onto John, dodges Thrash, dodges the showstopper with some of the cleanest moves. The backward slide making full use of the added mobility now onto Neon. And he's now overtaken Zekken in terms of kills.
Yeah.
We talked about no individual really stepping up on NRG, and I think that that was accurate for the first 3 halves of this match. Across Lotus, and then on the defense side of Sunset, nobody on NRG was really finding that magic. But this time, Victor, empowered by a lot of the utility and finding these individual moments, is starting to really bring it when his team needs to make a comeback a reality.
Got to keep it going, at least for 4 more rounds. Drag your way over towards OT. It's a last timeout being taken by Sentinels. The last one here at regular time in Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, Tens did run the operator again. He got 1 kill with it. More passive reposition, but then just got run over by Victor in that round.
Yeah.
I don't think that has legs. I don't see really why you would opt for it. I'd like to see him just pick up the rifle. But of course, in this round, he's one of the only players that can pick up a rifle because the economy is once again in shambles for SEN. Can NRG make this a reality and take us to OT? It would be a ludicrous one. Surely they have to stumble at some point. There's just too many chances for one player on SEN.
That's what I mean. 4 rounds, right?
Something big, yeah.
Exactly. Even on rounds like this where it's thrifty weaponry, or at least on the 3 of them, just the pistols, but you just never know.
Yeah, all it takes is one big mistake on NRG's side or one huge play on the other. And SEN are always incentivized on these eco rounds to take risks, to gamble, to push, for example, John Cutie up into B main and try to catch somebody slipping.
I got you.
Surely to hear that one, yeah. It's going to be Dizzy receive. Finesse, though, was the one to contain this kill. Crosshair placement, little bit ajar. Still NRG the ones who are following up with these kills. Did you expect John QT?
No, they certainly didn't over towards B main, and now John's going to be able to get a rifle. Tens as well. He's actually going to make this one very doable. A 3v3 with rifles all across the board.
Yeah. Weaponry no longer really a problem here. The positioning
they have
is
no space.
No, they're all just cowering essentially into the back of the site. They have to really brute force their way and make some space. If you are NRG, if you want to stand a chance. One spotted, Paranoia. Only the one sweeping through. Tens, the other knife out. And Som. Nice little transfer.
That's actually sick from Som. He jumped over the top of Ten's flash in order to make that a reality. And John's got it all to do, but I think this one's just too much. The time not in his favor either.
Led away entirely here, so consolation prize with the kills. It's a 9th round now for NRG.
And you got to imagine that NRG are going to head back to A, right? All of their rifle rounds, they've been finding success with Victor entering on the A side. So what is Sentinels going to do about that? You've got to have an answer. You've taken 2 tack timeouts now to fend off this comeback.
One enemy remaining.
And still can't figure out how best to stop Victor's entrying. So we're going to see a 4-player stack. I mean, if in doubt, just throw bodies in that direction, I suppose.
The read from NRG is just sublime.
Is Finesse back? Kind of looking like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is really nice. Coming into a rifle round, you expect SEN to have made the adaptation, and he's so correct.
What a read. What call. Victor's going to plant his feet in through the back of the site. So you can see if he can pull some of that util out, maybe get a cheeky kill inside the smoke.
Cage triggered.
Yeah, you either force utility out, but then your players in B main have a better time, or they don't use the util, trying to save it, and maybe you get some freebies, as
Victor,
he has done here.
He's really being pressured. One untraded, the one and done.
Finesse on the reflank, through market.
That's going to be a big one. Already,
Uh-oh.
Util's flying forwards. His door needs to be broken, and so he has revealed himself here finally. John QT, no way, sticking.
The stick.
Half, defended, second forwards, it's broken. The flank, push back, still half. Can still be one, but again, they got a damage, and the least land a kill, and they do.
Thinnest drop, man. Thinnest of margins. NRG finding their way through it again, though. Winning 7 out of the last 8 rounds. A superb comeback. I mean, Victor's really stepped up. Finesse calling a great adaptation there in that round. And also playing their B main post plants fairly well. Or having that extra layer of finesse going on the flank. This attack side is looking so much better than their defense side.
Yeah.
And mostly just looking like more prep, more comfort there. I really didn't believe the idea of just give me 3 and Finesse is going to call the rest to success, but hey, maybe it's a reality. They only need 2 more. Again, another hit onto B, thinking, reading the mind game. SEN are like, surely they'll go A this time. Nope, another B exec. Another excellent read from Finesse.
That has to be the full retake from Sentinels.
It's the exact same round. Finesse in the same position. Victor deep onto site.
Yeah, not cleared though from the deep hole, the 10s.
I mean, that is everybody suppressed.
Oh my goodness. Flash. No attempt to punish, he still wants to go for this one. The movement ajar from Sassy. But the wingman still active into the fight. Trying to get onto this one. Defuse, disrupted and broken. Mosh pit found. The kills are flowing, the feed is built up. It's some. Defuse, broken, not enough bullets. Sentinels.
I don't think
time.
They don't have
enough. Oh my goodness.
That's ridiculous. God, Son played that so nicely. Ethan is a little distraction on the floor. Son up on top inside of his own smoke. I was really worried there. NRG played the same setup. Victor got dealt with. Finesse instantly read on his mid lurk, and I thought it's curtains, it's over. Sen understand what's happening, but no, here we are, round 24, and again, NRG changing things up, but this time Sentinels are ready. Is the adaptation here? Can they stop the hit on A?
Second revealed, he's close quarters though with the judge, and still can't land it. It's Victor, reign supreme into the elbow area. All propped up. Covers a bit of that space here, but what is the call now for NRG? Pause and patience to be played. Sassy, re-exploration on his side of things. No punish inside. Celsius defends. Now they got to wrap this one around with a thrash. Detainment. At least onto the one. And the kill is flowing either way. Spike dropped down. It's a 2v2 for the deciding round. Is the series wrapped up? Now we're going to OT.
That is great information from Finesse. He pops his ultimate, realizes that the retake is nowhere near, so they have a free plant, free reposition. But now we're going to see John with one on the other side. So if John has the opportunity, it doesn't look like there's really a corpse for him to use, though. And a doubler, trying to put pressure.
Both sides.
There it is. There's the info.
He lobs it with a NeuroFF, gives them prime information with the flash. It's a great connection. Som needs to stay alive, jiggling with the movement again. Him and Som, and Finesse together, combined, and that is all.
Damn. That's a comeback.
The co-streamers bring things.
Holy shit, man.
25. I mean, that is fabulous. What on earth have we just watched?
Yeah, I mean, they know how to put on a show, man.
I can't believe that they brought this back from a 9-3 half and what, 11-4 down?
Insanity.
Might have been 11-3 at one point as well. I can't even remember what the depths of this were. It was so unlikely. But Finesse has constantly called the correct site to go to, always dodging where the like heavy resistance is. And SEN just cannot stop.
No.
That Victor hit through A. The stun on one side, the recon being thrown, a flash, and he's just got free pickings. He's also, by the way, perfectly utilizing his accuracy while sliding. He has owned Zekken multiple times by sliding through, and it looks, if you're thinking about it as if it was on the old patch, you're thinking, how's he hitting this? He's so lucky, this is ridiculous, but...
Perfectly accurate.
He's perfectly accurate.
Yeah.
He's dominating.
12, man. You get a refresher now with the timeout. NRG quick to capitalize. Because they know they can't let this slip. They've pulled off, frankly, the impossible.
It should have been. And I think Sen's flirting with the operator was a disaster to open the door for NRG. I hate to bring it back to that, but I think that was the wrong adaptation for sure. And speaking of the operator, Victor is going to be bringing it out here on the defense side. The opping Neon, a very different flavor. So NRG, the defense did not look very strong. It wasn't very tactically deep, but they're going to throw something in there that doesn't really rely on the tactics. Pure surprise factor. Finesse, they're just looking to break the cam. This is such a dangerous peak.
So dangerous! He gets out, man! 30 HP! That's daylight robbery.
Drop the spike. Yeah, the Neon should not be able to escape there. Remember, he didn't even have armor. And now Sen, without Sassy, how do you get into these sites? You're losing a lot of your powerful initiator utility. And Finesse now is not playing to anchor these sites super heavily. Normally he was playing, you know, like heavy A with double kill trips and the cam. He's actually playing really spread for information. So NRG are not, they don't have to go aggressive in this round. They can just play the advantage and all of that info from the trips and the cam. A stun to push somebody off that aggressive A angle, but that is not where
they're on an off angle.
And Som
it's a high-low off angle. It's a high-low off angle. Zekken almost punished even with the movement. That slight jiggle, barely alive.
I think
full
they
rotation and wraparound.
I mean, they've got a great read here, though. The fact that that flash goes through, but there's no follow-up, Crashies and Som are just telling Finesse, like, mate, it's definitely not here. It is 100% not heading A. Get ready.
So the stack is ready to meet them. Already the cage dropped up in front of them. Ethan, underhanded with the flash, realizes they've already got themselves into the site here with only 9 seconds to go. How did they even get a foothold to get the plant down? Sentinels. It's desperation. They're going to try and hold it down, and they do just that. It's a 3v2 now in the blink of an eye. Crashies dancing with death itself there. Stun, popped up. This is up to Som. Aftershock. Perfect. Just about lands here, pushes it away for the first wave, and have a tap from Som, but it's going to be the double face to end that round. The favorite Sentinels, man, a 13-12.
NRG continue to have troubles defending over towards B. We were saying it's weird that they're not trying to play for the flood defend. It's weird that they keep having to play retake and scared over towards Bova. Well, this round, they step up. They try to fight on site, but the coordination's not quite there, and they end up just getting torn to pieces by Sen. And maybe that lack of confidence of being able to play those hard anchor defenses kind of indicated that they were just playing full retake. All right, now Sen with a chance, another opportunity to close this one out. They've had many of them.
Let's see if they can step up to it. Victor. Many liberties being taken with this guy. He's positioning up top section of mid.
It's drawn so many people, but there's no one really to exploit that elsewhere.
They're in the smoke. They're right at his back. And all the players underway, sir! Everybody falls! One left to stand, but Crashies cannot do it.
And it's Joe, but
The beautiful comeback ended very quickly in overtime. They put on a show, a brilliant map 1, a thrilling map 2, but Sen closed the door. I think NRG fans should be feeling pretty decent about what they witnessed, honestly. Weirdly enough on Sunset, because that attack side did look good, caused a lot of problems for Sentinels, but NRG have got a tough road ahead. The competition's stiff, they don't have much time, they can't afford to drop many other matches. But on the flip side, Sen had so many good showings there, closed things out cleanly in overtime. I think their fans will also be feeling pretty good about 2-0, looking forward to rejuvenating themselves and heading towards champs. The road to champs started here.
It's not long away, is it? Oh, this really condensed schedule that we've got. I mean, what, 5 weeks away, I think? Play stage 2, but on the other end of it, Soul will be in the goal.
300 ACS, by the way, from Zekken in map 2, after he dropped about the same, maybe even more over towards Lotus. He did dominate. But also Victor stepped up and gave a good challenge in terms of who was the best player on Sunset.
Yeah, matched as free.
Stop, please. You are being a naughty girl right now.
He did.
All right. Yeah, he really did, though. And I think that's what you're looking for, especially for this team that has put, again, the best player of 2023, Demon 1, is on the bench for NRG. You need that firepower to come from other places. And Victor, though we're looking at him forlorn and dismayed, did the best he possibly could there on the Neon. And I think leaning into the Neon is going to be a good idea for them. It was great that we saw new looks, though, from both teams. Sen also taking that time to add something new. It wasn't as wild, the Cypher Deadlock, but something that they can run on a number of maps, something that Wyatt will be happy to see, maybe on Ascent or something as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they've been leaning heavily into it. I mean, it's listen, stage 2, it's a new era, right? I think of a bit of experimentation with the changes that we've seen, and a lot of teams, it's topsy-turvy, it's up in the air all around, but still, Sen with that clean win at the end, eventually sailing up in a 2-0. For now, though, we're going to send it down to Smish, stand at the stage, standing by for the Verizon post-match interview with Zelsis. Take it away.
Look what happened.
Thank you very much, Bren, and congratulations, Zelsis, as Sentinels takes down NRG 2-0. Zelsis, it's great to see you guys back here, and of course, great to see the win. Though I do have to say, I think the SEN fans were sweating a little bit at the end there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting old. I can feel it. Yeah, that game should have been a lot easier than it was, but I mean, Victor started popping off, and the calls were flowing, so they were playing really well.
Indeed, in that second half, especially on the attack side, we see what NRG can look like when they start getting that momentum. What do you think it was that made it difficult on that defense side on Sunset?
I think Valorant is very momentum based. They started gaining it. We got a little complacent on the 11-3. We got a little lazy. It happens. But yeah.
Indeed, and you mentioned Victor. We obviously saw the Neon, and Coach Chet was talking about how, especially with the patch, they're going to be experimenting with some creative differences. How did it feel to go up against that Neon, and do we see anything cooking on the side of Sentinels?
I mean, I'm really happy for their team in general. I think they played really well. I know they lost, but I think first match jitters for them maybe. But I think overall they'll showcase that they'll still be on top again like they once were. But yeah, Victor looked really comfortable. He was really quick with everything. I hate playing against a Neon, but I'm just glad we got the win.
Absolutely, he's just speed skating everywhere. I'm curious, as a player going up against NRG, obviously at this point you've played against this OG squad before. You've played against the comp as we saw it with Marved and Team in One. How does this NRG feel in comparison?
Well, Pujan definitely sucks. I love you, Pooj.
He's not coach training right now, so you can say what you want.
I love you, Pooj. I'm sorry. No, I love these guys. I mean, I loved the roster before. I love these guys too. I mean, we're all competitors, but yeah, I'm sorry, Pujan, you're overrated.
I don't think he can hear you right now, but...
Thank God.
Well, I'm curious because obviously I know that after kickoffs and then becoming Masters Madrid champion stage 1, I mean, it felt like it was back to back to back. Didn't get enough time ahead of stage 1. And when we talked to Kaplan earlier, he was saying that it was a combination of not enough time to reset, but also just feeling like your opponents were starting to read the meta really well. Now, ahead of stage 2, do you feel like the team has had enough time to not only reset as human beings first and foremost, but also just adapt and learn new strategies?
Oh yeah, for sure. I definitely think we were a little bit tired, and obviously when you're on top, everyone's watching you. Everyone's kind of playing the comps you're playing, so everyone kind of gets the gist of what you're doing. We've had some time now to rest and come up with new things and work our problems out. So hopefully we can show that SEN is still on top and make champs.
Absolutely. And now, Zelsis, sort of as a last question, now that we've had some time to see where the dust has settled after Shanghai, what are your thoughts on sort of the rankings in North American teams right now?
I mean, SEN is obviously #1, right?
There's no better answer than that. Thank you very much, Zelsis. As always, we are going to head to GB, who is standing by with John Cutie and Zekin.
That's right. So we're joined by John right now because we're waiting on Zekin to get mic'd up and to be here.
Oh, there he is.
There he is. The man of the hour has arrived.
Thank you for having us.
So he'll meander about in a little bit. So what's up, John? How you doing, buddy?
Doing good, doing good.
Yeah.
A little 2-0.
Yeah, a little 2-0.
Got a little bit stressful. Got some EG flashbacks.
Yeah.
Going through it, but at the end of the day, we secured the win. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I know you were asked this question quite a bit, but we have time to elaborate here. I mean, you were going up on the other side of the field against a quite prolific IGL. How did that? I know for you it's just another game, but seeing hey, I'm going up against a returning FNS here. Did you feel like you were coming into this one with even more confidence because you felt like maybe they weren't going to be prepped in time? Or did you know, hey, we got to take these guys serious? What's up, buddy? How you doing? Good to see you.
I mean, yeah, I was definitely excited to play against FNS. Obviously, he is a great IGL, and everyone loves him and stuff like that. I kind of expected the NRG to be more structured and calling wise to be better, obviously. And also...
Second's face when you said that.
I don't think you meant it.
Let me do the PR answers, man.
You got it.
But yeah, obviously we knew that they're gonna have way less firepower, to be honest, when they removed Demon 1 and Marved. So yeah, I was confident either way.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you find it a bit different IGLing right now, where the compositions that are getting picked, kind of the meta's really in flux, people are trying a bunch of different agents? Do you find that you have to be way more adaptive in the moment when you're calling in games? today, for instance, on that second map, that Neon comp, that's not something you run into very often.
Definitely, we make sure to prioritize the time before like we start the game to kind of talk about the comps, because like we obviously don't have any prep. Everyone's just playing some crazy comps. Even in scrims, that's something we've been practicing on. Like every time you load in, there's like some crazy comps because no one has figured the meta yet. So everyone is trying stuff. But yeah, just like it's more like adaptive for sure, and like calling on the fly, and everyone is like aware of what the comp could do to us, and what we like, what their weaknesses are. So yeah.
Do you like that? Like, do you like not like just kind of being a little bit more fluid with it, rather than everyone knows what they're doing, everyone knows what the meta is, but this gives you an opportunity to kind of like, you know, experiment a little bit more. Do you prefer that over like the set strategies?
Yeah, I definitely prefer that. I feel like because any like style of teams can work. Even the teams like that play slow, that wants to play fast pace, anything can work. And also like, I feel like it makes it that the IGLs has more impact, especially because it's like you have to adapt. The coach only has 2 timeouts and like at the start, so like good IGLs will probably be like very valuable now, especially because the meta is like shaky.
Yeah. How's that been for you as well? Like, you know, getting into the thick of things now, and things are still shaky with the meta, but it feels like for you, you're just picking up right where you left off.
It's been fun. I haven't, you know, I played Raze both the maps, so you haven't seen me on the like new Duelist yet, but it's been a lot of fun.
Will we?
Listen, I was praying on the ISO because I saw someone post a screenshot of your tracker that just has 9,000 ISO.
Spamming ISO, it's so fun.
So I saw that, so I was expecting a little bit of that today. Do you think he's ISO? And I guess we could just talk about all the Duelist changes from your point of view as a Duelist main. How do you feel about the new Duelist updates and their place in the pro scene right now?
I think Neon probably got the like best changes out of the 3. I think she's probably the strongest out of her ISO and Reyna right now. The movement and the ability to shoot while you're sliding is like so important, and it's really big for entries. Like Neon, Victor just kind of fucked me up like at the end. So like you can see it. So you can see it.
We'll bleep
there.
that later.
ISO I think is a little tougher. His shield, like it's OP in ranked, and you can like run it down with it. But when people are like spamming smokes with phantoms, and there's a lot of like chip utility and like more coordinated utility, I think he becomes a lot worse. So I think he'll probably be like he'll be used, but I think you need another Duelist to supplement him. I don't think you can do him by himself.
Yeah.
And Reyna is like the exact same. Like I don't know, the change I don't think did much. She's just still Reyna. You get your one and you run away, and that's pretty much the same concept, even with the changes.
Gotcha. Where did you guys kind of leave off stage 1 mentally as a team? Like, what was the conversation after your last game? And then what was the mentality coming into stage 2 before the game today?
I mean, we were definitely like sad, especially because we almost made it off 2 rounds.
Yeah.
You know how they said it's the hope that kills you?
Yeah.
So like.
So you guys were secretly hoping to go to Shanghai, even though I know you guys were also really tired.
Yeah.
Too.
I mean, yeah. At first we like accepted our fate. And I was like, wait, there's a chance. So like we kept watching, obviously. I mean, we knew that we needed a big break and like time to like reinvent ourselves for sure. But at the end of the day, we're like competitors, and I feel like I was pretty sad watching Shanghai. To be honest, I think everyone on the team are too, and it was like a kind of chip on our shoulder. Like we need to go back, and we just focus in this 5 weeks of scrims, made sure that Sentinels are back on top.
Not to put you guys on the spot here, but do you feel like if y'all were in Shanghai, it might have been, you know, Madrid Part 2? Or would you pull away from Shanghai, like from the game?
Okay.
I mean, I'm 100% win rate, so I wouldn't want it. Me personally, but.
Yeah, no, completely fair. It's completely fair. We did get a Twitch chat question, I think. It should be coming in here in a minute. There you go. It's from Tarek. Okay, yeah, I know that guy. Can Tarek play a match of Valorant sometime? I mean, yeah, you could totally play a match of Valorant.
Definitely, just hit my line. Just I'll co-stream and take all the revenue.
Okay.
You can come sweat here.
Okay,
Just
there
hit
you
my
go.
line.
So you got your answer, Tarek. You have a chance. Anything is possible if you dream and believe. So that being said, now here we are, stage 2. Are you guys? I know the overall camp it feels confident. You know, you hear it in Celsius in the interview, heard with you guys here as well. But was there a little bit of that nagging fear in the back of the mind where it's like, hey, we did all this stuff. We went to Madrid. We got all these points, and does it like stick back there, that pressure? Do you guys feel it right now, or do you feel like you guys have each other's back effectively here?
Answer?
I wouldn't say there's that much pressure. Like I just want to play matches. I missed matches so much. We were scrimming for like 5-6 weeks, and I was like getting the itch. I was like, I want to compete. I want to compete. I want to compete. So there's pressure, but like once I get on the stage and I'm actually playing, it all just kind of goes away. I'm just really happy to be playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely used to have some sort of advantage with the points, but at the end of the day, we just like playing the games, and it doesn't matter. Like, we obviously want to like play all these group games, go to playoff, go as first seed, go and win champs. I just want to play as much games as possible, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it shows, right? You guys look like you're having fun out there. And that's all that really matters at the end of the day. All right, well, let's go ahead, though, and take a look at the standings. See where we are right now as we just completed 2 matches here. Leviathan will be in first place. Now, remember, Crew was there before. That's 5-1 record. Of course, we'll see Crew very, very shortly. And then we have our boys over in Sentinels, 4-3 rising up. I mean, this is a close... You guys have to see these standings and be like, oh my goodness, this can go either way.
Yeah.
You know, it makes you afraid.
I can see all Group A on the left and Group B on the right. It's not looking good.
I respect that. I respect that. Yeah, well, there you go. And those are your matches are going to be coming up tomorrow. You got Furia taking on 100 Thieves, and then Loud take on EG. I'm actually quite excited for that one. What matches you guys looking forward to of the 2 tomorrow?
Game 2.
Game 2 for sure?
Game 2.
The return of Pancada.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It'll be fun, and
I can't wait.
apparently Sadak on the Duelist. Maybe I can convince my team to put me on Duelist if he does well.
Not happening.
Hey, not happening. You put a camera and watch us play.
Okay, I'll do it.
Yeah. How much are you going to pay everyone off so you can be a duelist, you know?
I don't think I have the funds.
I want 50%.
I'll just stay on Cypher. I'll stay on Cypher,
70%.
Just leave me alone.
You're just, I mean, what is it, Shark Tank? You just keep going up in the rate there.
No deal.
Oh, man. All right, fellas, it is a joy to have you here as always. Congratulations on the win, and always looking forward to seeing what you guys do in the rest of the stage. Best of luck.
Thank you.
All right. Well, guys, that is going to do it for us here today for our entire team. We thank you so much for joining us here at VCT Americas for the launch of Stage 2. You got some big wins across the board. Leviathan picked up a dub. Sentinels picked up a dub. And we have plenty more coming at you tomorrow. So we'll see you then, folks. Have a great evening. Thank you, guys. It's the start of Stage 2. This stage is where it all comes to a head, because this is where you qualify for Champion Soul. This is where you have an opportunity to lift a trophy over your head. It all starts here, and it starts with these 2 teams.
Mazine's in the back, a 1v1. Ozbot's looking to put it halfway, now taking away, he's running across. Now just with the classic, lands the kill.
Now they get to watch that attackers.
Oh. Easy kills coming through from Ozbot. You see how far back Mazine is so far, so it's up to these 2 players, and unfortunately Shazam and odds once again against Mazine. Isolating 1 and 2 kills and almost got that one against King. Only 2 players left here to take down for Leviathan to take the map. It's up to Shazam and Artazine. Messina with the 3rd, and Leviathan fights back to win the first map of Ascent.
Paint opens it up as these last few shots to come through. Wait a minute.
2.
I take it back.
Up against the op. There's that second peek, but he will not miss a second time. Wingman gets denied here on the top of the A tower because of King's position. But Leviathan looks to be running away here with the defensive half. Clock is still ticking on that spike, and he's got the Hunter's Fury. He's just going to run back and play to his favor. There is that kill from Calm. Leviathan will then close the series 2-0 against MIBR.
Okay. I'm gonna call it for today.
We've all been waiting for Sentinels versus NRG, John QT versus a returning Finesse. It doesn't get any better than this.
Gotta get bodies onto this one for any chance of winning.
I will probably see you tomorrow.
Zelsis wraps it up.
Second of a showstopper to deal with still.
Or for tomorrow's games, I guess.
Just evade him with the movement, still he can't evade the rocket. Wingman gonna be missing his mark, and that just leaves Crashes none the wiser. Sentinels.
Furia 100 Thieves and Loud EG.
From the defuse, fault line there. Crashes now has to stick this one all the way, and it needs to be defended. And Victor just looking in entirely the wrong place.
I have 100 Thieves and Loud winning.
Sticking this one. What do they have to push this one off? It's only bullets flying forwards and away, but still half gain. Som sticking it, and nothing to deny. Side to side, shoulder to shoulder, with the paranoia forwards. That is pure proactivity. Can Victor find the timing? And a lot lies onto this one, Victor. And they've earned themselves more breathing room. They're right at his back.
I think I'm gonna call it for today.
Everybody falls.
The beautiful comeback ended very
And
quickly
yeah,
in
I'll
overtime.
see you tomorrow.
They
Bye bye.